I'm a Chartered Town Planner and Chartered Surveyor, has been appointed by the Secretary of State to hold this inquiry into appeal made by Cemex UK Operations Limited. The appeal relates to the refusal of planning permission by Hampshire County Council for the proposed extraction of sand and gravel with restoration to grazing land and recreation, using imported inert materials, the erection of associated plant and infrastructure, and the creation of a new footpath and access to Hamble Lane. The appeal site is located at the former Hamble Airfield, Hamble Lane, Hamble Rice, Hampshire. Before we commence proceedings today, just a couple of things that I need to just do from a health and safety perspective. First of all, can I ask the council if we're expecting any other further alarm today?
We answer no.
And just remind us about the evacuation procedures if there were to be a fire alarm and where the toilet facilities are.
Thank you, sir. So if there is a continuous alarm, if you can go out the main door here, out towards reception, use the door by reception. Once you're out of the main entrance, take a left and follow the road across to High Street, and the evacuation point is outside the Great Hall. Essentially, you can follow officers, and there will be assembly marshals as well to take you across if there is a fire drill. Facilities in terms of toilets, again, if you go out this door here and then round towards the right, and they're on the left-hand side just before the Nightingale room.
Thank you ever so much. Just a reminder before we go into more formal proceedings that please can we ensure that any mobile phones or email notification alerts, etc. are silenced or turned off if possible during this session. Just in terms of any housekeeping arrangements, I've just got one matter of housekeeping that cropped up overnight, which is not an issue I don't think that anybody needs to concern about. We did have a request last night from Jude Lyas, who works for his associate with Clark Wilmot, and he's been instructed by Ideal Homes as landowner to represent the landowner's interests in the roundtable session on Friday. Given that the landowner is a party to that 106, I can't see any reason why we wouldn't grant that request.
No, sir. Obviously, as you say, they would be a party to the 106 agreement, so it would seem wrong that they not be at the table.
Absolutely. And I assume you won't have any issue with that, I would have thought. Thank goodness for that, because I'd already instructed the case officer that that's okay. Is there any other housekeeping matters that I need to be aware of from any parties? I'll start with the appellant. Anything that's cropped up overnight that I need to be aware of, or the inquiry needs to be aware of?
No, sir, thank you.
Council?
Nothing from our side.
Mr. Fulbrook?
No, thank you, sir.
Thank you. I think that concludes everything that I need to say. Just today is a formal now session of the inquiry. It will be very different to yesterday. Just quickly go through what we're going to do this morning. Essentially this morning will be dedicated to the evidence of Mr. Clothier on behalf of the Rule 6 party. This afternoon we will hear evidence from Rachel Dewhurst, also on hydrology, on behalf of the appellant. And then hopefully we should hear evidence from Richard Andrews on behalf of the Rule 6 party regarding ecology matters. So that's kind of our programme today. I'm fairly optimistic that we'll reach those targets today. So unless there's anything else that anybody around the table needs to alert me to, and I don't think there is, can I please ask Mr. Fulbrook to introduce your witness?
Yes, thank you, sir. So I call Dr. Tony Clothier. So if it assists you and others, he has produced a proof of evidence for this inquiry, which is called document L63. And I'm also going to be referring him to Dr. Dewhurst's proof of evidence, which is called document D1717, and her rebuttal, which is called document D27. It may be that Dr. Clothier takes us to other documents, obviously, in the course of his evidence in chief. Again, if it assists you, sir, the broad structure I plan to take is to introduce Dr. Clothier to you, to ask him to read his summary of proof of evidence, and then to ask him to just expand on a couple of points in his proof, and then to address some of the comments that are made against him by Dr. Dewhurst. So without any further delay, you are Dr. Tony Clothier, and you have approximately 28 years of relevant experience in your profession as a civil engineering hydrologist. You've got a number of relevant qualifications, a PhD in civil engineering, a BSc in civil engineering, you're a chartered engineer, you're a chartered environmentalist, you're a chartered water and environment manager. You have, you're a member of various professional bodies, which you list at paragraph 1.2 of your proof of evidence. And then at paragraph 1.3, You list some of your relevant experience, which includes academic research in modelling of rainfall fields and its applications in water resources and civil engineering hydrology, including publication of scientific papers, flow monitoring and mapping for rural spring-fed streams in the Valley of 1,000 Hills in South Africa to assist with planning for the delivery of clean water, direct involvement in numerous flood risk assessments, sustainable drainage strategies, and direct involvement in the assessment of potential hydrological impacts of development and possible mitigation of impacts on many nationally and internationally designated ecological sites. That's correct. So,
Yes.
thank you. Now, Dr. Clothier, before we proceed, I understand that there are a couple of points in your proof of evidence you would like to correct, and so I just want to give you the opportunity to do that, if I may.
Yes, there was a the two things that I spotted. Paragraph 6.3, which is on page 11 of 25. Where I'm talking about, in the last sentence of that paragraph, I said maximum groundwater levels were recorded in January 2023. And then I said, and minimum levels were recorded in April 22. In fact, that's median levels should be there. And then the following paragraph also at the bottom of the following paragraph, after the comment says, and in the driest state. Again, that should say, and in the median state.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Clothier. So now I wonder if, just for the benefit of those, particularly members of the public here, I could ask you to read your summary, which is at section 10 of your proof of evidence.
Yes, I was summarising my main concerns, which were set out in my proof of evidence. The first thing being the failure to rule out any likely significant effect. So this was on the basis of my knowledge of the site, supported by the information and documents which I've reviewed. It's my opinion that the appellant has failed to rule out any likely significant effect on the hydrology of the streams which flow from the airfield plateau to the designated ecological sites in the Solent and the tidal estuary of the River Hamble. They also presented an oversimplified baseline regarding the hydrology of the streams. So the baseline analysis submitted by the appellant has been oversimplified as a greenfield runoff model using techniques for the design of sustainable drainage systems, but which do not take account of groundwater flow in the aquifer. The groundwater flow needs to be assessed to an appropriate detail to understand possible impacts on the surrounding designated ecological sites and sensitive habitat. I also picked up that the likely impact on the stream hydrology during extraction of the gravel, where I said during the extraction phase, which is expected to last several years, the changes in stream flow are likely to manifest as an immediate cutoff of the direct runoff by the proposed bund and a gradual reduction in spring flow as the gravel aquifer is removed, redirecting runoff and groundwater from the working area to the stilling lagoon and freshwater lagoon in the north of the site. This will likely result in an increase in spring flow of location 5 for the duration of the extraction phase. I picked up on the likely impact on stream hydrology in the final state, the restored state, where I've said proposals for the final restored state are likely to manifest as a change in the nature of the surrounding streams from a groundwater sustained trickle flow to something more like ephemeral streams. These will have a relatively high peak, short duration flow hydrographs compared to the baseline state, which exhibits a trickle flow discharge over a long period of time. There will also be increased evaporative losses due to open water features and a reduction in direct runoff into the streams, possible changes in the locations of springs due to the obstruction of groundwater flows. Under fundamental changes to hydrology, I said, notwithstanding the fact that no detailed modelling analysis has been undertaken as part of this report or by the appellant, given that there is a direct hydrological link between the sand and gravel aquifer and the surrounding springs, it's difficult to imagine a scenario where the proposed gravel extraction and replacement with relatively impermeable inert waste will have no impact on the flow from the springs and the catchment runoff. The proposed changes to the hydrology of the stream catchments are fundamental in nature and will inevitably result in changes in the flow. Under the heading permanent and irreversible changes, unless these impacts are addressed in detail, the proposed works would likely result in permanent and irreversible change to the flow in these streams. This would inevitably have an impact on any ecological features which may depend on the reliable, steady, drought-resistant source of spring water for their survival. Under the heading Habitats, Regulations, Assessments, Procedures, the importance of impacts to springs and groundwater flushes, the associated ecological habitat, and the development in and development into streams which discharge to the River Hamble or the Solent is presented in evidence by Richard Andrews, along with the procedural requirements of the habitat regulations in regards to screening and appropriate assessment. So that will come later. Burden of proof and final opinion. The requirement of the Habitats Regulations assessment to demonstrate beyond reasonable scientific doubt that there will be no adverse impacts on the designated ecological sites is extremely onerous. The burden of proof in this regard rests with the appellant, who must demonstrate to the competent authority, in this case the inspector, that this has been met. It is my opinion that the standard of assessment presented by the appellant falls short of this target.
Thank you very much, Dr. Clothier. So now, just to unpack a few points from that summary, if you like, can you just explain very briefly what your involvement in this project, if you like, in this planning application has been?
Yes, my involvement started at the request of the members of the Hamble Peninsula Defence Group. Actually, it was a smaller group of people which have become part of that, where they asked me to come out to site and to have a look at the hydrology of the area and to review some of the information that had been submitted with the appeal. So I took the opportunity to visit the site and get a better understanding of the local environment. And while I was standing on the site, it occurred to me that the spring-fed streams, which came from the airfield, were flowing directly into the European sites. And that's both in the eastern direction and the western direction. From my experience of working in close proximity to European sites, I thought, I expected to find loads of information on analysing this, the impacts on the spring flows and how that might affect the SSE and the Ramsar and the various designations. I was astonished actually just to find that the impact of the flow into the Hamble and the Solent had been screened out of the HRA. I couldn't find any real reason why that should have happened, in my experience at least. So I've reviewed lots of documents which have been submitted by the appellant over the last 5 years, and I haven't found a detailed enough analysis, at least not at the standard that I would expect to deliver if I'd been asked to analyse the impact on the springs and whether there's a likely significant effect on the surrounding watercourse.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Clothier. You've obviously conducted some analysis of your own following your investigations, and you've obviously illustrated that in your proof of evidence. we don't need to repeat in detail what you say in there, but I thought it might be helpful by way of setting scene setting to look at your figure 6, which is on page 9 of your proof of evidence.
Yeah.
So you can just explain what does this figure show us?
So I've overlaid on this one. I've overlaid various GIS layers. Actually, these are publicly available GIS layers. But I've got the site boundary, which you can see in red. Then I've overlaid that on the superficial deposits, which you get from the BGS, British Geological Survey. Well, these are live data, in fact, but from their website as well. I've overlaid on top of that the overland flow pathways, and then I put on top of that the annual chance of flooding from surface water flooding. So the overland flow pathways they're not watercourses. They're the sort of bottom of the valley measured from the topographic survey, and so that just basically shows where the water would flow if it ever if it rains hard enough, basically. And then the surface water flood maps. Basically, the reason for putting that in is to see where water ponds and where the water goes. So it's really just trying to understand where that goes, how this all hangs together. And then from the overland flow part, I've also identified on there places where I have seen evidence of spring flow or groundwater flushes emergence from, and those are the green dots. And then that flows down to the overland flow pathways. In fact, below the spring dots there are watercourses, at least some of the time, and they flow down to meet the River Hamble on the east, and they flow down to towards the Solent on the west.
So just to be clear, you say the green dots, if you like, on your plan, these are groundwater issues that you've observed.
Yes.
And I think, as I'm right in saying, you've included some photographs of them in your proof of evidence that obviously the inspector can. We don't need to go through them now, but they are, I think, from page 21 of your proof of evidence onwards. So
I've observed them twice, actually. So the one was in January 2023. So I took some photos then, and then I revisited most of those sites in 2025, February 2025 this year, and that's when I got access to location 6 as well. So,
okay, thank you very much. So, you then go on in your proof effectively to sort of analyse where these groundwater issues come from and what role the river terrace deposits on the site play in that. And you produced a sort of pictorial, what you call a conceptual site model, figure 7 on page 13 of your proof of evidence.
Yeah.
So perhaps just using this, can you explain what in your view is the role of the river terrace deposits on the site in contributing to this spring flow?
Yes. Primarily the river terrace deposits are a big reservoir of groundwater, and they help to capture the groundwater, to capture the rainwater, and then when the rate of the rate of flow into the river terrace deposits exceeds the rate that it can go anywhere else, it either then goes out via springs, or some of it will go into the solid geology, which I've called the aquiclude, which are the Marsh Farm and Selsey and Ernley formations. So it's effectively a great big storage reservoir which attenuates the flow and so that it sort of smooths out the peaks and troughs of the rainfall that comes in to a steady trickle flow.
And in her evidence, obviously, and you obviously referred to it there, the solid strata, effectively that what's beneath the river terrace deposits, which you label on your figure 7, the MFF and the SEF. So Dr. Dewhurst talks about the role of the solid strata in water storage and spring flow. What's your view on that?
There will be some storage element to what's in the groundwater. What I was trying to present in my model is the kind of primary function of the river terrace deposits. That's very much what we're focused on. But the solid strata will also retain some of the groundwater and will be fed by infiltration through the river terrace deposits. Sorry, can you repeat the question, Ben?
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. So it's really just to explain what you say, I suppose, the role of the solid strata is in feeding the spring flow that you've observed.
Yes. So there will be an element of storage within that. I mean, I think that the thing is that the springs, the locations of the springs are, as far as I can work out, pretty close to the interface of the river terrace deposits and the solid strata, and that's really why my conceptual model shows the water level, the water emerging as a spring near that interface. The solid strata will certainly get recharged and discharged, but the primary source of the springs, at least at the top, will be from the river terrace deposits, in my view, and there may be some flushes from the other ones from the further down, but essentially it's all recharged from the river terrace deposits.
So that's, if you like, what the state of the site is at the moment. And then you obviously go on to look at what the potential effects of the proposed developments, the quarrying on the site, will be. So, and you break that down into the operational stage and the sort of restoration stage, if you like, when it's all been filled in. So you produced a sort of another conceptual site model, at figure 8 of your proof of evidence. Perhaps you could just use that to summarise what you say the potential effects of the operation of the quarry could be on the spring flow.
Yes. Well, I'll touch on the first thing that's going to happen. They're going to build a bund around the top, so that's going to intercept the that's going to intercept the runoff from the site. To the extent there's any runoff, that'll be intercepted. So you no longer will get any contribution from the surface water flow going directly into the spring, and the proportion of that is undefined, but it was not sort of worked out. But so that bund will stop any kind of surface water contributions in the first instance. The next thing that will happen, so what I was trying to illustrate here is that there seems to have been a lot of emphasis on the idea that the site will be worked dry. It's almost as if the idea that this will all be above the water table, but I think we can see that for at least half of the year that's not the case. So as you're digging, you're extracting the gravel, effectively you come up with a big hole in the ground, and you then have to get the water away from that so that you can keep working. So you end up with any runoff from the site now dropping into the works area. And then from the working area, then you're sort of digging into wet ground because they're saying they're not dewatering, so they're not dewatering by putting in pumped systems which extract the water. They are, but by virtue of the fact they have to work the site, they need to get the water away from that, and that will effectively be drawing the water down. So what you can end up with then, at least local to that effect, if you're digging away the sand and the water's flowing into the excavation and you're getting rid of the excavations, you can end up with a reversal of the hydraulic gradient, and you can end up with water being sucked away or sucked from the perimeter of the site into the excavation if you're working near the perimeter. Smaller impacts near the if you're near the middle of the site. But yeah, the point is all being sucked into this hole, water which otherwise would have filled up in the aquifer and discharged through the spring, or by the routes that it's currently discharges in the baseline. And the other point about this is that this is going to happen. I think the report said over a period of 7 years. So although it's moving around the sites, it's a long time where these things are going to be happening.
And also, I mean, you show on your diagram that during that time the river terrace deposits they're also being removed and quarried. So what will the effect of the removal of those river terrace deposits? What might that effect be?
Well, you won't have the storage in the river terrace deposits anymore. So they in the operational phase they're talking about moving the water to a different part of the site. There's a bit of a mixture on this actually. I wasn't really clear. My reading of the method of working was that effectively they would be digging an area out, and then they have a big stilling lagoon in the north east corner, and then a freshwater lagoon in the northwest corner. It made sense to me that they would be taking any site working or any silt-laid stuff and then dropping it into the stilling lagoon to get rid of the silt, and then discharging that into the freshwater lagoon. That would then give you more flow at location 5 in the northwest corner near that thing. There are other discussions which talk about discharging it from the local working area to somewhere nearby on the site. Now, that might be where you're sort of pumping water into a local area, and then so you've got groundwater recharge in one place while you're excavating in another place. So you're keeping this thing dry while you're working on it. And if you're pumping to the perimeter of the site, well, then you're short-circuiting basically the natural process of the water flowing through the river terrace deposits. So it's like an accelerated version of the final restored state, where you're just getting everything to the perimeter and then letting the water infiltrate at that point.
Thank you. Now, I just want to put a few points to you that have been taken in Dr. Dewhurst's proof of evidence and her rebuttal. So the first of those is at paragraph 6.18 to 6.19 of Dr. Dewhurst's proof of evidence. Dr. Dewhurst, while you turn that up, I'll just sort of explain what's being said here. What Dr. Dewhurst is saying here is that, 6.18 of the proof of evidence. It's possible that in the operational phase of the works, there may be some impact on the flow to the springs that you've mapped. There may be a small impact on timing and location of discharge, but then she says it would be insignificant and unlikely to happen across the entire site at once. And then at 6.19, she gives a series of reasons for that conclusion. And I just want to ask for your view on some of those. So I think the first she gives is that there's a lack of continuous groundwater in the river terrace deposits. What's your view on that?
So there are a few things to unpack there. I mean, in terms of what's insignificant, it comes back to the point of sorry, I just want to read. Um, 6.18 and 6.19, and she's
So do you have the right document, Dr.?
Yeah, sorry, I did. I think I do.
It's the proof of evidence, not the rebuttal. Yeah.
6.18 and 6.19.
Page 19.
I think Oh, 6.1.9. Sorry, I don't know. I'm 6.1.18. Sorry.
So, I mean, if it helps.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So the lack of sprinklers would be insignificant to the operational set. Well, because of the lack of continuous groundwater in the river terrace deposits. Well, I mean, in terms of the lack of continuous groundwater in the river terrace deposits, that it's clear that it was certainly for half of the year that there is continuous groundwater in the river terrace deposits. So that's the one element of it. In the summer months, it's true that there may not be continuous groundwater in there, but if you have a look at so core document B98 and figure 2.1, then and you look at the sections, figures 2.5 to 2.7, and
Just slow that down so people can just.
yes, so it's core document B98. I've extracted this actually. And then the sections actually is what I'm interested in. It's figure 2.5 to 2.7. I don't know if you can see this, but these are the sections. That's what I'm looking for.
So yeah, figure 2.5, that's page 11 of the document. Yeah, so go ahead, Dr. Clothier, what's this showing us?
Well, on those sections, you can see that. So this is showing a few things. The one is that the maximum water level they recorded was January 2023. So those are the red little triangles that's showing the water level in the river terrace deposit. Incidentally, those sections are relate back to figure 2.4, which shows where these sections are. Section AA is running down the western side of the site, and section BB is running down the eastern side of the site. And on that, you can see the red arrows are showing where the river terrace deposits are at the highest observed state, and then the blue ones are showing at the median state. So the median state is half the time it'll be above this and half the time it'll be below. And that was in April 2022. So the idea that there's no continuous groundwater in the river terrace deposits, well, half the year there is definitely groundwater in the river terrace deposits, well, from their observations. So I don't really get that. In the summer months, for sure, I mean, the water levels I've seen from my own observations in the borehole record in the summer months, sometimes they're dry. There was a few things. The input of the surface water drainage, was that one of the things? Yeah, likely input. So the likely input of surface water drainage. So it said this, and because of the staged nature of the work, this is something that's happening progressively all the time. I think it's referring to the idea that the surface water drainage system will be in place and be discharging to ground during the operational phase. The idea is therefore that the flow in the springs will be maintained. And I'm not quite sure how they're doing that, whether again they're pumping that to the perimeter of the site or they're pumping it into ground. But the fact of the matter is, when you're digging out the area, that you're going to have an impact on the groundwater, drawing it down one way or another. So the staged nature of the work they're talking about the areas will. So this I touched on earlier on. The area will be a hole in the ground, or it will be backfilled with impermeable material. So this is a moving feature. Once they've dug out of the area, then they're going to be coming back and restoring that area and filling it in with impermeable material. So it's kind of like a slow death. I think is what it is. The fact that it's happening over a long time doesn't mean that it's not dying. If that makes any sense at all. Even though the impacts are localized, and then the restoration in stages with the use of completed natural soils, right? This is the idea that essentially, because they are ultimately discharging to the river terrace deposit, which is kind of in the natural state, that somehow that makes everything okay. That that the water, it was discharging to the river terrace deposits. It is now. The only thing is it's at the perimeter of the site or a completely different part of the site. So that's not being assessed. So I don't really agree with that. And insofar as insignificance is concerned, well, that very much depends on the receptor and the things that rely on that flow, be it locally or in the wider context. So if you're just looking at the spring, it's very significant.
Yeah, and so that's if you like, that's the sort of operational side of things, and then we're looking at the restored site, the sort of end products that we have here, and just picking up the bit about the surface water drainage into ground, and Dr. Dewhurst at paragraph, so back in her proof of evidence, paragraph 6.1.15. She says there, and I think this is linked to what you've already said, she says, I fundamentally disagree that the development will concentrate groundwater ingress into a short time frame. This is simply not the case. The infiltration features are positioned on natural ground and are positioned where they will provide recharge, which will flow to the current springs, receiving flow from the site. As the infiltration rates are controlled by natural ground conditions, the flow from attenuation features will be similar to current and elongated to mimic seasonal flow. And so any changes that do occur will be insignificant. What's your view on that comment?
Yeah, I don't agree with that at all. So if we're zooming into the spring, then the stream and the stream that flows to the European sites, the hydrology of the spring will be completely different. You might argue the total volume of the flow to the spring is comparable in theory, in as much as the water that lands on the site is getting to the edge and ultimately to the springs. But there's going to be some losses, due to evaporation and processing. I think there's a 5% loss in processing, and then the point is you've taken away the attenuation. So your flow, the flow in the spring. I know they're talking about putting attenuation on the surface, but it's different from the attenuation below the ground. The attenuation on the surface has been designed, using micro-drainage systems, and it's the sort of standard design which you would use for a drainage strategy of a housing development or anything along those lines, using micro-drainage calculations. And so the whole system is designed to empty within sort of 24 hours for the proposed state. Whereas we can see from the borehole record, so what you're going to end up is all the water being pushed to the edge. The fact that it's going into natural ground, where it's higher and it's being forced into that area much more quickly, means that you're effectively it's a completely different scenario. You're pushing it all out there, all to the perimeter of the site in 24 hours, rather than it taking a finite amount of time of a few days, basically, or weeks. We don't actually know how long it'll take to get to the edge. So it'll be completely different. So you're not going to get the sustained baseline trickle flow, which can last for weeks and months after something's rained. That system, the system they're proposing, is designed to get the water off the site and drain out in 24 hours. So you have relatively short. If you look at the hydrograph of the springs, there will be relatively high peaks, short duration responses for a day or so, whereas the baseline is a very low peak over a very long time.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Clothier. So then just moving on through the proof of evidence, there's a couple more points to raise with you. Obviously, you refer to the absence of any baseline monitoring of flows in the springs or the groundwater issues that you've spoken about. And it's at paragraph 6.1.18 of her proof of evidence, Dr. Dewhurst says that that monitoring is not required. She accepts it hasn't been measured. She says, first of all, it would be difficult to quantify. And she says that it isn't needed anyway. What's your view about that?
And I think it's essential, basically, to... so any of these models of natural processes, you basically need to monitor the output of it. Right now we have no information on the baseline state of the spring. So we don't. Nobody's actually gone out and measured the flows, not even with a bucket, and we have no model. So we've got no three-dimensional model of the aquifer and how that performs over a long period of time. So they kind of got to the state where they've just assumed that it's going to be insignificant, focused very much on the quantities rather than on the hydrology of the spring. So the best baseline data you could get would be if you got sampled flows in the springs, and there are lots of ways of doing it. So it's just because it's difficult doesn't mean it's not worth doing. And honestly, it really isn't that difficult. So as I said, the most basic thing is to find a spot in the spring where, or in the watercourse where you can get a bucket in or some kind of measure, and then you see how long it takes to fill up the bucket. That gives you a very basic estimate or at a point in time. But there are much more advanced things like Doppler instruments, which you can just stick in the stream bed, and you can actually get a real-time response on those. So those are other ways of those are ways of doing it if there's the will. And yeah, the other way to approach so you have to create the model of the thing to understand it, to understand how all these things are going to work together. And so the other way to approach it, if you're is also, or in addition to flow in the springs, you could use real-time data loggers in it, or not real-time, hourly data loggers or daily data loggers within the boreholes themselves. So that would give you a much better understanding of the of the system as a whole.
And then linked to this, so the Dr. Dewhurst says you can calculate potential spring flows, and I think she says this I think in a couple of places, but on my note I've got it at paragraph 2.1.19 of her rebuttal proof of evidence. Do you have that, Dr. Clay?
Oh, sorry, I was looking at the wrong one. 2.1.19. Yeah.
Yeah. So obviously she says no need for monitoring because you can calculate it by using rechargeable groundwater flow estimates, and then Dr. Duhas gives an example of such calculation. What's your view on what she says there?
Well, I mean, in the first instance, the idea of modeling a natural system and not monitoring it or calibrating it, you're definitely going to be wrong. The only question is how far you are wrong. So I think monitoring. I think monitoring is absolutely essential. If you're trying to understand the flows in the springs, you can calculate things. I mean, the calculation which she's done, in all honesty, I struggle to follow it completely. But it is a very simplistic model, which is working on the basis that you've got an average annual recharge, which is got as 253 millimeters. I'm not quite sure where that came from, but then she's averaging the inflow over the entire year and averaging the outflow from the springs over the entire year. So just trying to get a sort of order of magnitude, but it doesn't give any of the detail of how the system works or anything like that. It's just at best, it's giving you a sort of first pass as to what kind of flow you could get. But again, that's all just guesswork in many respects. If you haven't monitored the spring flows, then to do that kind of calculation and not even measure the flow in the springs once, you've got no idea whether you're right or wrong. So I don't agree with that approach at all.
And then just sticking in Dr. Duhas' rebuttal, paragraph 2.1.11, another point she makes is about the contribution of the appeal site to the catchment area of the protected sites. So she says it's 0.2% of the area of freshwater catchments feeding into the Solent and Southampton Water SPA. And the potential contribution of freshwater flow for all rainfall on site discharged into springs is less than 0.1% of the flow of the main flow of the River Hamble. I mean, this may be that it's a question for the ecologists, but I mean, she says that because of that, it's extremely unlikely to be any significant effect. What's your view on what she says there?
I mean, it depends on how you define significant. Obviously, if you're looking at the relative flow which is coming out of a spring at a few liters a second compared to the flow you're going to get in the River Hamble or in the Solent, then the scale differs by many orders of magnitude. But the thing that I've learned in doing this work over many years is that it's not all about the scale. So some other work that we're involved in basically it considers a requirement for nutrient neutrality, and we do a lot of work on this for catchments and associated with rivers with European sites. And to give you an example, which is within the catchment of the River Stour, which drains to the Stodmarsh designated site, there are about 500,000 people that live there, I think, as far as I can work out. But you can't build you can't build one more house in that catchment without demonstrating nutrient neutrality. So if you want to talk about scale there, you're talking about they won't allow the introduction of 2.4 people. That's what's worked out per household in a catchment with 500,000. So you're talking about a percentage of 0.0005%. So it's so when you're talking about scale and how that's applied to HRA, in my experience, then that percentage, I mean, gosh, if it was 0.2%, that definitely would be an impact. If you're comparing it to any of the other things that we have to do, same in that definitely would be an impact that would be intolerable if you're looking at that in, say, the catchment of the Star, or in the Arun Valley where you're talking about water neutrality. So the scales kind of irrelevant in that. So yeah, does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Clothier.
I should say it's not because it's not as it's not ready for me to assess the scale as a it depends on the receptor, on the thing that's relying on that source.
Yeah. Okay. Just to tie up on a couple of things then, at sections 8 and 9 of your proof of evidence, you comment on technical comments from the lead local flood authority and the Environment Agency. And obviously you don't need to repeat what you've already said there, but is there anything more that you want to say? Because it's obviously being said in favour of the appellant that these other bodies have looked at this and nobody has raised any concerns. What, if anything, would you want to say in response to that?
Yeah, I think so. Most of the analysis which has been submitted by the appellant is certainly for the lead local flood authority and the Environment Agency. They're focused on the drainage provision to accommodate the flow regime during the high intensity rainfall event. So all of the micro drainage calculations, all of those things are all based on what would be high intensity, big extreme events. And so that doesn't sort of deal with the day-to-day flows. Then to the extent that there's any consideration of the flow in the surrounding watercourses, they've got this underlying assumption that the site currently drains to ground and will continue to drain to ground, and so there's no change, which I think is grossly oversimplified. I think the Environment Agency, in some respects, they failed to recognise how these changes may be important, and this particularly in regards to the base flow of the fresh water into the margins of the European sites. So they've gone along with this idea that water that we're discharging to ground and still will emerge from the springs, and they've missed the fact that you've got a complete. If you're at the margins of the European site, that your spring flow is going to change from something which trickles out almost continuously over the winter and spring months to something which is going to, could be dry for long periods of time, and then it rains, and then they get a flush of flow which comes out of that system as the drainage system discharges into the ground. So I think the EA missed that, and also I think they've got distracted by the scale of it in comparison to the flow in the Hamble or the Solent, and so on that basis sort of said, well, the impacts are small, so it's not going to. But they're missing the point about this freshwater flow into the edges. And I think if they'd recognised that, I'm almost certain if Natural England had recognised that, that they would have said this needs to be addressed in much more detail. Certainly, in my experience of these things. So with the EA going down that route, making that mistake, then you get the point where both Hampshire County Council and Natural England have kind of relied on the EA, saying that that's going to be more or less okay. And I note that the EA also said, well, it's going to be small, but Natural England need to assess this. So this kind of circular arrangement where one's passing the buck. So they've relied on the comment from the EA that it would be a small scale effect, and it seems to me that's what led to the thing being screened out in the first place. The lead local flood authorities' responses, there's been quite a lot of emphasis on this, but they're focused on the flooding and the drainage and how that's going to wet up the area around the outside, around the perimeter of the site. And part of what they picked up was the changes in the shapes of the catchments and those, and how that might have an impact. And to their credit, they made that they made them the appellant revisit the drainage strategy to account for that, but which they did, and then they came back with a very sketchy, high-level hydrological model using a microdrainage cascade analysis, which is a very, very basic way of analysing it. And it wasn't done very well. In fact, the lead local flood authority questioned it, and then were led on to the idea that it's not a big amount of water, and it'll be that the cascades are overflowing into each other, so ultimately it all gets to the edge of the site. Just technical issues. But the lead local flood authority then accepted that argument and withdrew their objection. So I think those were the things about the EA, the lead local flood authority, and the screening process, which perhaps didn't come through in my summary, and which I think I picked up in my proof.
Thank you, Dr. Clothier. One final question for you then really is, if you were in a position of having to be satisfied beyond reasonable scientific doubt that there would be no significant effect on the spring flows into the protected sites, what would you expect to see? What would you want to see to reach that position?
I kind of alluded to that earlier on, but the very first thing I'd do is monitor the flow in the springs. I would get an ecologist on board straight away to basically start looking at that, what's in the springs and where it goes. But just for me, focusing on the spring flows, the first thing I would do is monitor the flow in the springs. I'd get a long record of that as well. Ideally 5 years, which is what they did in their groundwater assessment. The other thing then, I would put data loggers in the boreholes. Now, because it's such permeable strata, I'd set those data loggers to be recording changes in water level in the aquifer on a maybe an hourly or 3 hourly basis, so that I can try to understand exactly how that water level is responding to rainfall. And then I would have rainfall. I would have weather stations on the site basically to pick up the rainfall, so that I can take account of all of the impacts, the rates of inflow as well. The other thing I would say is that I would put boreholes. I'd be monitoring boreholes across the site. There's quite a lot of emphasis on the groundwater analysis, which is for boreholes which are near the perimeter of the site, albeit they've got boreholes across the site. But I'd be monitoring across the whole site to try and understand things in much more detail. And then I'd be putting all of this stuff into a full three-dimensional model of the aquifer, including the river terrace deposits and the solid strata. And I'd start working the model to see how that responds in theory, and then I would use the observed data then to calibrate the model and to get confidence in the way it performs. And then having done that, I then can start to talk about what's going to be the impact to the flows, how it's going to respond seasonally, whether you're going to get 3, 4, 5, 10 litres a second basically coming out through the springs for short periods of time, or whether it's going to be basically how that's going to vary. And that's the information I can feed to the ecologist, who then can decide whether or not that's important. So that's how I would do it.
Thank you, Dr. Clothier. So those are all the questions that I have for Dr. Clothier.
Thank you very much indeed. It's 10:30. I'm very conscious that Mr. Clothier might be sat there for a couple hours more with cross-examination and re-examination. So I think it's only fair that we give everyone a little bit of a comfort break at that point. Nobody's prejudiced at that point in terms of not having to speak to anybody. So it's 10:30. I think we'll join in about 10 minutes because there's not as many people here as there were yesterday. So we'll adjourn at that point. We'll come back at 10:40 and we'll go straight into cross-examination questions.
Thank you, sir. Can I just raise, I don't say this out of any particular interest, but i.e. one side or the other, but the Bar Council produced a new protocol on evidence to the effect that once someone's given their evidence in chief, they're now in purdah. And so I will apply to my
I'll stay here.
No,
Honestly.
I only raise it because that previously we all worked on the basis that it's only when you started cross-examination.
And I did too.
Yes, but I'm just drawing it to attention that that as a result of some, whether one agrees with it or not, it's another matter. But that's certainly the Bar protocol anyway. So I just raised that.
Okay, that's all right.
Procedural propriety.
Of course,
Your
yes.
witness?
I mean, I was aware of that. I'm grateful to Mr. Strawn for making everyone aware, and that's absolutely fine. I understand that. Thank you.
That's fine. All right, it's 10:31 now. We'll still come back at 10:40. We'll take a break at that particular point. So we're adjourning until then. Thank you. It's 10:40. The inquiry is now resumed. We'll go straight into the cross-examination of Mr. Clothier by Mr. Strawn. Mr. Strawn?
Thank you very much. So, Mr. Clothier, you've given... Sorry, good morning. I should
Morning.
say. It's still morning. Feels like the afternoon. Good morning. I'm going to ask you some questions about your proof of evidence. And you have helpfully at the start a paragraph 3.3, and I think this is consistent with what we heard, explain to the inspector that you've given your opinions on the materials that are being produced. You yourself aren't producing any quantitative analysis, physical measurement, or hydrological modelling.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't quite hear what you said there.
You yourself...
I've explained here.
Yeah. Paragraph 3.3
Yeah.
of your proof of evidence.
Yeah.
You have explained, and I assume this is correct, that you yourself are not providing any quantitative analysis, physical measurement, or hydrological modelling.
Yes.
And in that respect, can I take it, because you've reviewed the materials, if you turn up Dr. Dewhurst's proof of evidence, and this is intended to be a way of shortcutting a lot of need to question you on all sorts of detail, but you'll see in her proof of evidence at paragraph 1.1.4,
Yeah.
she's referred the inspector to a number of documents, including a lot of technical material, which is quantitative analysis, physical measurement, and indeed hydrological modelling, in various reports, and they go over the page. Which you're familiar with, I assume.
I think so, yeah.
And at 3.1.4, there are some additional documents. I think they're already included in all the list above. They're the same. In fact, they're the same. So it's the 1.1.4. You've read all those documents. And I think it's fair to say, isn't it, because you're not producing your own material, you don't challenge any of the facts in any of those documents. What I know you're questioning some of the opinions, but all of the data that's been collated and the borehole logs, the materials, the nature of the materials, what levels they're at, etc., etc. None of that you challenge.
No, I've got no way of challenging it. I have to take it as what it is.
Well, there is a way of challenging it. If you disagree with what you read on it was misrepresenting some of the borehole log data, or any of the figures were mistaken, there clearly is a way of challenging it, but you're not doing so.
No, I don't think so.
Okay. And I know, Mr. Clothier, it can be a lonely world sometimes, but as you referred to in your evidence, the materials that have been produced by the appellant and its experts have been reviewed, as you indicated, by the lead local flood authority, the Environment Agency, and Natural England, and of course Hampshire County Council. And subject, of course, to the evolution and changes that were made, they're all satisfied that there would not be likely significant effects to the springs you're referring to.
From the information that I've seen in their responses, I think they are satisfied.
Yes, okay. I said it could be a lonely well, but I'm going to explore the proposition that you're right and everyone else is wrong,
Sure.
to see whether there's any substance in what you say. Could we just start with I'll try and distill, if I can, the basic difference, as I understand it, between what you described and what everyone else is identifying. And I hope this is helpful, sir, because it may crystallize matters. We'll see. And it really relates to your last answer when you were asked about, well, what would you have done if you wanted to do this? And you described a process all about identifying what changes in flow there would be to the springs in order then for an ecologist to make a judgment of whether those changes are significant to the protected sites.
Yeah.
That's your basic. That's the basic premise of what you were describing. It's all about identifying changes in flows to the springs.
Yes, that's all. That's my area of expertise.
Yes. Yeah, I know. I understand why you. I'm just trying to help us move the debate on, see where the difference lies. If, however, the approach of the appellant, the lead local flood authority, the Environment Agency, and Natural England is not the one you're identifying, but for the appellant to put forward a scheme which doesn't materially change the flows, you wouldn't do any of the work you're talking about, would you?
I'm not sure if the. Are you saying if I was looking at it from the appellant's perspective?
No, not even that. The lead local flood authority, Natural England, Hampshire County Council, the Environment Agency, and the appellant, which is not to, as you would put it, consider what are the effects of changing the flows to the SPA, but actually start a little bit further back and say, are you going to change the flows? If you don't, materially, we're not going to need to do the further work you talked about. That's the difference between us, isn't it? Well, you and everyone else, I think.
You're going to have to forgive me, Mr. Strachan. I can't. I'm really struggling to understand what your question is, because so maybe if I can say, are you saying if I was in the position of Stantec, would I take it as read that it's
no. It's no doubt my fault, but so let me try a different way. Your evidence to the inspector, and your last answer was all about identifying what changes in flows there will be to the springs, and then someone else making a judgment about whether those changes in flows are going to be material to the protected site.
Absolutely,
significant. Yes. And that's what your evidence is directed at, saying, well, I haven't got evidence about the levels in the springs, you haven't monitored the springs, etc.
That's right.
Yes. So just step into another world for a moment, Mr. Clothier, and step into the world of the appellant, the local flood authority, the Environment Agency, Natural England. If the starting point that they've adopted, which is you're not going to materially change the flows to the springs, you wouldn't do any of the work you're suggesting because you're not going to materially change the flows.
If you're assuming they're right, then if you're working on the basis that what they've done addressed all the issues, then you wouldn't necessarily do the work. Well, you wouldn't.
Well, that's not what I asked you, Mr. Clothier.
Did that answer your question?
No.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. I'll try again.
Yeah.
And so if I'm being unclear, then please pull me up. But go back. I think I've agreed with you. Your approach is all based upon the hypothesis that the scheme will change the flows to the springs.
Correct.
Yeah.
It'll change the nature of the flows in the springs.
That's so you assert.
Yeah.
If, however, the approach of the project is not materially to change the flows to the springs, you wouldn't then do the monitoring of the springs in the way you're suggesting. There wouldn't be any need to, because the different hypothesis, our scheme's not going to change materially the flows to the springs.
You haven't tested that hypothesis, so I don't really understand where you're coming from.
You don't. You just have to answer the question if you could, Mr. Clothier. That's
I really am trying to.
I said hoping to simplify things, and maybe I can't. I'll take it slower then.
Yeah.
All right. Right, let's try a different tack, Mr. Clothier. Okay. In going about your exercise of criticising the appellant's materials, and indeed all the regulators, etc., let's just see whether or not your alternative world, by way of analysis, which is seeking to suggest changes to the flows of the springs, is based on proper material. Okay?
Yeah.
Let me just give you an example. You were taken in your evidence to the conceptual site model.
Yeah.
That you've got in your evidence on page 13 of 25, figure 7.
Yeah.
And can't take all the points at once, but let me just deal with this point. Figure 7 is your conceptual model, which shows what you describe as the aquifer, namely gravel, the river terrace deposits.
Yeah.
And that holds all the water in this model.
As I've shown, it's holding all the water, correct?
And indeed, the lower layers are termed aquicludes.
I have, yes. I have in my drawing, yeah.
Yes. And on anyone's definition of an aquiclude, because I looked it up, but hydrologists know the true definition, that means it's impermeable to water.
Yes. In the short answer is yes, but I was looking. I'm trying to explain the principles of the river terrace deposits in my conceptual site model, because that's what that's what it's all about, is abstracting the river terrace deposits. If the solid strata are saturated, then it's the water's not going in there. So it's filling up the aquifer as a whole.
No, well, we're not talking yet about whether or not the different levels are saturated and at what point of the year that might be, if at all.
Okay.
We're just talking about the terminology and whether this is an accurate model for which you just as a starting point for the inspector.
Sure.
And we agreed aquiclude means impermeable to water.
Sure.
Yeah. That is patently incorrect, isn't it? Because the lower strata that you are referred to here aren't impermeable to water for a start, correct?
That's correct. They aren't impermeable. I've actually acknowledged that in the following paragraph, which is 6.15, where I said referred to as an aquiclude, into which some infiltration will occur. So right. I have acknowledged that there will be some flow into it. It's just much slower.
Right. So they shouldn't be referred to as aquicludes at all.
Sure. I mean, I think if I had to do it over again, I'd call it solid geology.
Well, or you could call it a secondary A aquifer, as it's termed by the. Sorry, wait.
No, I mean, fair comment. Yeah, I mean, I could call it anything I want. The point is that the water. I'm focusing on the river terrace deposits and how that feeds the springs.
You can't call it anything you want if you want your evidence to be reliable, Mr.
Sure.
Clover. You have to actually get it right.
Sure. I accept your criticism on calling it an aquiclude.
Right. So the model is consequently not actually showing even as a concept, the correct hydrology arrangements. Because water, as is demonstrated by the appellant through its own borehole logs, infiltrates from the terrace, the gravel, the river terrace deposits into the lower strata.
rates hundreds of times lower than it does
Well,
through the river terrace deposits. But yes,
which is part of the groundwater arrangement here.
yes, sure.
And so, for example, I say it's demonstrated, so you may just want to verify this, but if we turn to CDB 98, which you had open a moment ago.
Yeah.
Page 16. The point made by Dr. Dewhurst and Reverend, page 16.
This is a groundwater flow. So,
These are figure 3.1. You got that? Groundwater levels in superficial deposits. Exactly. So I'm glad you've got them in hard copy because you're going to need to take out.
yes, thanks. Yeah, figure.
So the way these are arranged, and so this comes from the borehole data, you can see marked with the references, the different colours. But this is real data.
Yeah.
We've got groundwater levels in the superficial deposits in figure 3.1. So if I take, I think it's BHC 08, but it's at the top of the page. It's a sort of browny colour.
Yes.
I can see over the periods of time, the groundwater level goes up, down, back up, reflecting, no doubt, rainwater hitting the site.
Well, it's reflecting the water level in the river terrace deposits, yes, but
It's variation.
I mean responding to whatever inflows into the aquifer, yeah. Correct.
Rainwater.
Well, yes, rainwater, or if there's any other flow, but yes, through the perimeter of the site. So what it's reflecting is the rain. It's responding to the rainwater, but it's also responding to the way the aquifer is functioning as a whole, because you've got some flow out through the base, as we just talked about, and through the springs.
Well, precisely. I mean, with some flow out through the base, not necessarily reflected in your conceptual model at all. But anyway, let's move on. We've got then the groundwater level in the solid strata, figure 3.3.
Yeah.
So that's why I said you may need to take them out to have them side by side. And of course, in this you can see similar patterns in the groundwater depth in the what's referred to as solid strata, but the other permeable layers below.
You can yes, you can see what the seasonal variations, and you can see patterns in it for sure.
Broadly speaking, reflecting what's going on in the river terrace deposits.
Yeah, well, in the whole structure, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
So therefore, demonstrating beyond any doubt, if anyone needed to question this, that below the river terrace deposits are indeed aquifers, permeable layers, receiving groundwater from above.
Through the river terrace deposits,
Yes.
yeah.
Yes.
And from whatever groundwater flow comes in, absolutely, yeah.
Certainly. So again, demonstrating clearly the incorrect nature of your description of what's going on in your conceptual model.
If you're focusing on the system as a whole, there is that.
Well, I am, yes.
The groundwater in the base of it. I've shown that aquiclude as dry. It does have groundwater in.
Yes,
You're correct.
Yeah, so just as a basic starting point, I mean, remember where we are, you've gone off on a different route to everyone else.
Yeah.
and you put forward your evidence, and you start off with the conceptual site model you're taking to it in chief, and the inspector, if not otherwise warned, might treat this as a valid conceptual model.
Yeah,
He would
absolutely.
be wrong to do so, wouldn't he?
Yeah, yes, yeah, fine, yes, I accept your point. I did explain that there's some flow into the groundwater as well, but yeah.
Well, okay. Well, that's the starting point, your conceptual site model. You criticise Stantec's textual site model, which actually talks about the hydrology arrangement. They've got it right, you've got it wrong. It's as simple as that.
I don't think they have got it right when you're focusing on the primary source of the flow for the springs.
Well,
that's the point of my conceptual model, is to explore how the springs are fed.
Well,
so I don't, and in none of the information that Stantec submitted, they're not talking about the springs until much later on.
they do talk about springs, Mr. Clothier, but we're just piecing it together. So your conceptual site model wrong doesn't actually reflect the hydrology, doesn't reflect that water permeates down into the lower deposits. And the second step you just made, which is to say, well, the springs are all fed by the river terrace deposits, which I think is an assumption you make, again, also must be wrong, because the springs are receiving water even when they're lower than the river terrace deposits, or indeed at times of the year when the river deposits are dry.
I don't agree with that.
All right.
Because there are a couple of things. The one is where the springs occur seems to be at the interface of the river terrace deposits and the solid strata, near enough. Secondly, you don't actually know, so apart from the BGS data, the BGS maps, you don't know for sure where the river terrace deposits are, where the base of the river terrace deposits are once you get outside of the site boundary. So you haven't got boreholes, for example, where the springs are. So you don't necessarily know how far the river terrace deposits extend below that. So the idea that the springs are entirely in the solid geology and they're entirely fed by groundwater in the solid geology is, I think, incorrect, by virtue of the fact it seems to be coming out.
I didn't say that, Mr. Clothier, did I?
I thought you were questioning my model. I'm trying to explain what the issue is. You seem to be alluding to the idea that the springs are fed by the groundwater, by the groundwater in the solid strata. But that's in connectivity, as you've pointed out, with the river terrace deposits.
That's all I'm pointing out. Your assumption is there, or at least appears to be the assumption, is that they're all fed by the river terrace deposits alone, and not, as you described it, the aquiclude. And I'm just putting to you, Mr. Clothier, that that's a false
there's
assumption.
A component from both, for sure.
Yes,
there's a component for both. I absolutely accept.
Okay. Well, again, you won't get that from your evidence, will you?
Probably not.
No. Okay.
It's much more low flow, but I'm focusing on the gravel. That's what you're taking away.
You say we're taking it away. That's the basic proposition that I put to you at the very start. The difference between us of trying to get to, but you didn't understand my question, so I'm coming at a different way. But it's quite a good way of shorthand. Yes, you're saying we're taking away the groundwater. We say we're not. Let's stick with that thought in mind. Okay. So if we go back then to...
You're taking away the gravel, sorry.
Well, we're extracting gravel.
You're taking away the gravel, which stores the groundwater. So you're taking away a storage feature of the groundwater. That's the crux of the thing. The flow is, at least in part, attenuated within the river terrace deposits.
Fine. We're not taking away, there's still permeable strata there, as we've now agreed, despite what you say, yes. And we'll come back to the river terrace deposits, where, of course, they're used for both attenuation and infiltration.
Yeah.
But I thought you said we were taking away the groundwater. But anyway, you're talking about the gravel. Fine. Okay. Let's just then piece it together. before we get to the question of changes to flows, I just want to make sure I've got the division of labour correct. Am I right in thinking, Mr. Clothier, that although you give some comment about the relevant tests, the legal tests, that you're not an expert in that?
I'm not. I have a lot of experience. I'm not an expert in the legal tests. I have a lot of experience of working with HRA sites and a lot of exposure to what's needed in terms of a requirement for dealing with this.
Let's put it, see if I can, because I will ask questions of Mr. Andrews in due course, who also talks about the legal tests. I think what I've identified is that if you take Mr. Andrews' proof, sorry, I didn't give you
Mr.
that
Andrews' proof? Yeah.
Yes. So I didn't give you a list of documents, did I, sir? Yeah.
I don't think I've actually got a printed copy of that.
Is that the CD reference? L62?
I don't. I have a printed copy of that. I'm just trying to see if I can.
I don't want to have
Do you
a
need
huge
me to?
jump.
Do you need me to read it, or
Maybe not. Let me tell you
Okay.
what it says,
Okay.
and then you can decide. Okay. We've got a copy coming your way.
Okay, great. Thanks very much. Thanks very much.
Paragraph 17, and I just want to get the division of labour before I go on. That's all I'm trying to do. Mr. Clothier, it says in the second part of it, which I don't repeat here as evidence, highlights likely changes to flows of fresh water emerging as springs from the site's underground aquifer, reaching the European sites. Yeah?
Paragraph 17.
That's what Mr. Andrews says, second part of it. Yeah?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
this is all about, the supposition is your evidence is showing likely changes to the flows. And then paragraph 23, he repeats this point. Second sentence, as a result, diversion of groundwater to the northwest side of the site during operation and reduced base flows after operation, see Tony Clothier's evidence, could increase the already unfavourable nutrient concentrations.
Yeah.
So back to the division of labour, I think, is that your evidence is seeking to show reduced flows.
Changes in flows.
Changes
not
in
reduced.
flows, okay. Changes in flows. And he's then seeking to make statements about significance.
That's right, from the ecological side of things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And of course, I try again with the basic proposition. So if again, do pull me up if I'm not making things clearer. If there aren't material changes to the flows, which is what your evidence is going to, then the question of what effects those changes in flows would have on the SPA are neither here nor there. They're not occurring.
If there are, could you repeat that, please?
If the effect of the scheme is not to create material changes in flows to the springs,
yes,
then there won't, by definition, be any effects on the protected sites to have to consider.
that's right. Sorry, was that where we were at the beginning?
That's where I was earlier.
Sorry,
but
I just.
And that of course.
But you're talking about a hypothetical case where they've designed a system which mimics the natural state.
Yeah, it's not hypothetical
okay.
at all, Mr. Clothier. That's the difference between us, isn't it? It's not hypothetical at all.
I don't think this scheme does mimic the natural state.
That's fine. At least we know. But it's just I thought it might help the inspector to know where the differences were, and it boils down really, I think.
Yeah, it
basic
doesn't mimic the
difference,
natural
doesn't it?
state. Yeah.
So, can I try again then to see if we can to see if we can deal with this. I'm going to deal with the legal context in due course separately.
Sure.
But in essence, the lead local flood authority have satisfied themselves there won't be material changes in the hydrological arrangements in flows because they're concerned about flooding.
I think that's right, yeah.
Yeah. So they've reached that conclusion based on what we're proposing. And indeed, for the restoration side of things, as you pointed out, they required us to change our arrangements in order to achieve that.
Yeah, they're focused on the flooding side of things, yeah.
Yeah, but the flooding side, you say they're focused on flooding, that's what their concern is, but it has the same consequence, not mimicking the natural arrangements.
It doesn't so much because they're very much focused on, so the consequences of flooding are different from what we're looking at. Actually, I tried to distance myself from the flooding.
I'm not dealing with the consequences of flooding.
But I'm talking about what the lead local flood authority are worried about is whether you're going to get a sudden change in flow which might affect maybe flood a road more or something like that. But
well, it doesn't.
And it's because of that they've designed a drainage system which can handle, say, 100-year flow. And they've looked at that and said, if you change the catchments, the total amount of water going to that catchment is going to be the same. And they're looking at it in the context of whether it'll affect the flooding.
You use the words they use themselves. They've asked us and required us to mimic the current arrangements.
In terms of the catchment, an area discharging to a particular area, that's what they've done. But they're not interested in the groundwater. They're interested in whether or not this is going to cause flooding.
You're not, Mr. Clader, you use the language that I just put to you, used it a moment ago, and indeed everyone's been using it. The lead local flood authority required us, and we went through restoration, to mimic the current arrangements.
Yeah.
Right, okay. Question
of the current catchments, they made you mimic the current catchment.
Well, that's where the water's flowing off in the current.
It depends how you look at it. I mean, you're talking about groundwater flow as well, so.
Yeah, I'm talking about. Yes, I am.
Yeah.
Okay, but we're taking a long time. But so you're criticising, I believe, the lead local flood authority's approach on the basis that they're just thinking about flooding in a sort of high, extreme.
I'm not criticising.
All right. In an extreme event.
Yeah.
But they're actually, what they've set as the objectives are covering not just extreme events, but drainage of the site in all circumstances. Correct?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
The EA, and indeed Natural England, also are working on the basis of not causing any material effect on the flows into for SPA reasons or SAC reasons also, aren't they?
Or RAMs are, yeah.
Having looked at what we're proposing, are satisfied we won't have such an effect.
They've said that the effects would be small. They also said that in their letter they said that there could be a more detailed analysis, but the effects would be small. I can't remember their exact
Well, they've
words.
satisfied themselves of it in the context of the specific protected sites.
They satisfied themselves and deferred to Natural England they said the effects would be small and deferred to Natural England to decide.
Natural England have decided, haven't they?
Correct.
Yeah, and I'll come on to the significance of that. But again, it's all about not having a material, I call material, but if you want to call it significant, but I use the more neutral term, not having a material effect on the flows into the protected sites. Correct?
Well, I prefer to stick with the terminology of the habitats thing because that's what that's what we have to prove. So material is well, the point is that significant effect is related to a receptor. It's intrinsically linked to the receptor or whatever it is that you're using.
I couldn't agree more, but that's not what I'm asking, Mr. Koza. The approach that they've adopted, EA, like the local authority, and like Natural England, is effectively requiring us to mimic, not interfere with, materially, is why I said it, the current drainage arrangements.
That's what they.
Yes,
that's
what they're. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's why.
That's what
I
their role is.
hope it is ultimately helpful to do so, just to see where the difference lies. And you're saying, well, our scheme doesn't do that.
I'm saying your scheme will change the way that.
Yeah, I understand that. Okay,
Yeah.
so that, but it's just understanding the difference of approach. All right. Now I've dealt with your conceptual model. Can we just pick up a couple of points of difference as well? That again, it might be helpful to just put them in context. Section 4 of your evidence refers to the HRA process in the waste and minerals planning process, doesn't it?
Yes.
Which, as far as I can tell, but I don't know what point you're really making, is all that's identifying is that for any site-specific project, they will need to perform their own HRA.
That's right. I was basically quoting what they were talking about because where they were talking about the airfield site is expected to be work dry. I'm not sorry. Could you ask that question again? I'm not sure I'm answering.
What it boils down to is that in the Minerals and Waste Planning Authority process, or sorry, Minerals Waste Planning process, they're identifying that any site-specific project for Hamble airfield will need to carry out its own HRA.
Yes.
And, for example, the first bullet point, maintenance of an appropriate hydrological regime. So it just begs the question whether there's a maintenance of an appropriate hydrological regime in what we're proposing. Doesn't do anything more than that, does it?
Well, I can't give you that answer. I can only tell you what the change.
You can read the words on the page.
Yeah.
You can, Mr. Closer. All it's identifying, as you'd expect in a Minerals and Waste Local Plan of 2013, is that when you come forward with your site-specific project, here we are in front of the inspector, we've done the competent authority before has done an HRA, we did a shadow HRA, Natural England have looked at it, and it was all about demonstrating maintenance of an appropriate hydrological regime to maintain the integrity of the protected sites.
Did you ask me a question in there somewhere? I don't know what. I'm honestly not trying to give you a hard time here. I'm just trying to understand what you're asking me.
Okay, Mr. Closer, it's no doubt my fault, but I will try it again. Am I right in summarising the position that what you're referring to in section 4 is the need for a site-specific HRA when planning permission is sought for the scheme on Hamble Airfield?
Yes, I'm quoting from that and reading what they have asked for.
Yes, and what they were looking for, amongst other things, was the maintenance of an appropriate hydrological regime.
Correct.
In that site-specific assessment. Correct?
Yes.
Right. Simple as that.
Okay.
All right. That is what, of course, and I know you don't agree with the conclusions, but that, of course, is what's been done.
I don't agree with the conclusions, but
what has been done is that the appellant has come forward with what they consider to be a regime for the hydrology, which will maintain it in an appropriate way, which has then been judged through the HRA process by the council, by Natural England, Environment Agency, and for different purposes the lead local flood authority. Correct?
Yes.
So exactly what was anticipated in the plan has occurred. All that is now occurring is you're disagreeing with the conclusions.
Exactly what was Yes, I'm disagreeing with the way that's been done, but
okay.
but the process has been followed. Is that I think is what you're asking?
Well, it's just I'm not really sure what points you're making. You put all the stuff in your evidence, so I just needed to understand what significance it is. I'm trying to distill it. For example, at 4.6, you take the inspector on an interesting digression to talk about the Purple Haze site, where the inspector commented in respect of that site that there can be no adverse impact definitively. And that site, of course, is adjacent to a bog, where the groundwater arrangements are such that if you do something to the groundwater there, you may drain the bog.
Yes.
But 4.6 doesn't help this inspector at all in understanding the hydrology, or it's just not relevant, is it? You put it in your evidence. I just wonder what it's there for.
It's there for as a reference to the fact that the opinion there was. So I've taken interest in what's going on around us, and the opinion, and as part of that, I was looking at what are other people saying about this, and that was the response. They said there can be no adverse.
About this, what do you mean this?
It's about the standard that you apply in terms of how you're going to assess whether there's an impact or not on the HRA, and so that's the reason why I put it in there in the form of there are other sites where these sorts of questions are going on, it's part of my experience.
But for different reasons. The Purple Haze site is very different from this site, isn't it?
The Purple Haze site is different, yes.
Yes, because of its proximity to a bog. I think it's a bog.
It's a different site.
Mire to use
whatever. It's a different site.
Yes, but the particular concern there in maintaining the integrity of that mire is about draining water out of where it's water dependent. Fresh water.
It's a different site. It's a completely different site.
But can you answer my question, Mr. Clothier? What I've just said is correct, isn't it?
Sure. Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Right. Then to section 5 of the baseline conditions. Just a couple of points about that. I've already asked you about your conceptual site model when we get to it in section 6, but so far as the baseline conditions are concerned, given what you've accepted about the work that's been done, the research that's been done by the appellant, I don't think you're materially differing on the baseline conditions that have been identified by the appellant.
Insofar as the groundwater is concerned, I think that's right. Actually, I think we're broadly aligned. Yeah.
There are some points of difference, I think, in terms of your reliance upon the BGS map figure 3, which shows the marsh farm formation as covering much of the site. In fact, the boreholes and the work that's been done demonstrates that actually most of the site's covered by the Celsey sand formation.
Yes, I saw that that might be the case, that that the Celsey sand formation may extend across the site. Yeah.
Right. So in short, what you've got here, BGS, is and your baseline assessment is actually a rather less detailed assessment from that which has already been conducted by the appellant, with much greater level of detail as to informing you about the geology.
Well, I did cut sections through to try and identify that, or that was partly part of the work that I did to try and understand it. So, and I could see in there that that there are some.
Was the answer to my question yes or no?
I'm trying to answer your question.
Do you remember what it was?
That the Celsey sand, your point is that the borehole logs are contradicting the BGS mapping
that was the
within
question.
the detail of the site.
That was the question before, and you've already said that's right. The second question was, your section 5, consequently, is a rather less detailed assessment of the baseline site to the more detailed assessment of the site that already exists from the appellant, which looks at, for example, borehole log data.
Oh, you've got a lot of borehole data, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Then we get to section 6. And here, I'm not going to repeat what we've agreed about your conceptual site models. Bet's got a note of that already. And we've been to the borehole log data on groundwater depth in whatever it was, CDB 98. And if you just turn up, please, Dr. Dewhurst's rebuttal evidence, please. You got it? Sorry.
I've got it.
Yeah. She deals at 2.1.20 with your incorrect conceptual model and 2.1.21, the secondary A aquifers. And we can agree, Mr. Clothier, that terminology, secondary A aquifers, is actually set, I think, by the Environment Agency.
Yeah.
To describe what you describe as aquicludes. They're actually designated secondary A aquifers.
Yeah.
She then refers to your cross sections. So at 2.1.22.
Yeah.
And I think we may have already agreed, by virtue of your early answers, that your evidence was suggesting, or at least our understanding of it, was suggesting that the springs to the east are supported solely by the river terrace deposits. We're now agreed that that's not correct.
That there are components of the river terrace deposits and their groundwater flow, yes, I agree with that.
And so just in case it's helpful, I just want to cover the ground. Your sections, Mr. Clothier, are in the back of your evidence.
Yeah.
I haven't got pages, but right at the back, they look like that. Yours are rather big and a very small version. Yeah.
Yeah, I know these a few. Yeah.
And the point that Dr. Dewhurst has made is that you project downwards the river terrace deposits outside the appeal site. They appear to drop off.
Yes, I did pick
You
that
haven't
up.
got any information. That's just your conjecture, isn't it?
Actually, outside of the site boundary, we haven't got any borehole data. We don't know for sure which way it goes. So I agree with you that I can't say for sure what it does outside of the site boundary.
Well, I know that's
the
for
idea that
reasons
it's horizontal. I should say that in the Stantec one, they've done the same thing. In as much as they're if you look at the base of their river terrace deposit, so figure 2.3, I think it is, this picture here.
in
They've also
B90.
extended
Which one?
outside the
Which
site
document?
boundary.
Which one?
This is CDB 98.
Yep.
So they're also extended their data outside of the site boundary, and also they're showing it dropping off. So that's CDB 98. Is figure, I think it's figure 2.3, and that's showing the elevation of the base of the river terrace deposits. That's right, yeah. And they're also extending outside the site boundary and showing it falling away.
Yeah, I think yours falls away rather more dramatically, doesn't it?
I mean, we should have.
What?
How much? We don't
I
know.
don't
We
know.
haven't got a borehole.
I think ours is
So
no,
it's like-
sorry, no. Your drop off. Yeah. Why have you shown it dropping off more dramatically?
Well, so the way that I created these maps was basically I took the borehole data that I had, which is much more limited than the full data set. But I plotted these things on a three-dimensional model to try and understand what the geology was doing underneath that. And then what the model that's the software that I use very much basically then picks up the information that I've put in, and it interpolates between those nodes, those borehole data, to try to give you an idea of what that surface may look like.
Right.
And so that's what I've done.
Yeah. So I think we've now reached a common ground position, or at least you're now accepting that the springs you're talking about receive water from the other strata as well as from the river.
They may do, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And
From both.
then we really come to, I suppose, the nub of it, the short point, although I tried to make it shorter earlier, and let's see if I can keep it short. It's section 7
Of
your proof.
Yeah.
Section 7 is really your assessment of what's going on with the proposed development based on your erroneous conceptual model, because you see it repeated again in here, figure 8. And of course, figure 9.
Yeah.
Both for the during operation and during restoration, you've got your assumption, the aquicludes cut off the water, and the removed river terraces the only thing that was carrying the water, and you've got an assumption that the inert waste is impermeable. The inspector can see all of that on figure 9.
I've written that, yes.
Yes, all of which, each one of those elements is wrong. We've already established the aquiclude, you're wrong.
It's solid strata with full of groundwater, yes.
Yes, permeable. It's the opposite of an aquiclude. It's an aquifer.
But there's no way for the water to go if it's full up. So
This isn't about whether it's full up or not.
Yeah.
This is about whether it's an aquifer or an aquiclude.
Yeah.
But we've been over that. So
yes, that's
the inert material being impermeable.
Yeah.
Also wrong.
Is it? Because
Yes.
it's wrapped in a membrane. I think it was 10 to the minus 9, which is pretty impermeable.
So pretty impermeable, you're now talking about, or what are you saying?
So, well,
we try not to use loose language,
for all
Mr.
intents and
Cloder.
purposes. So, what do you say? You're suggesting that the inert material can store all the water that the river terrace gravels could store?
I'm not suggesting anything to you, Mr. Cloder.
Okay.
I'm trying to get you to use correct terminology if you want your evidence to be relied upon. Whether this model you're showing is accurate.
Yeah, and look, there are no absolutes in this information. So, yes.
Right. Okay. So not
10 to the minus 9 is a billionth of a meter a second. So, it's for all intents and purposes impermeable.
I'll ask Dr. Stewart to do the actual figures because I haven't got them to mind. But I want to just focus on what the real nub of this here.
Yeah.
And then you have an analysis of what, and this is what the inspector has to consider, of your analysis of what's going to happen as compared with everyone else's. And let's just take it in turn. First of all, the bund around the site during operation. This is covered by Dr. Dewhurst at paragraph 2.1.30.
In a proof or rebuttal?
Rebuttal.
Yes.
And you referred to this in evidence in chief, but the bund will, yes, have an effect on surface water, stopping surface water overtopping into the areas, but it's not going to prevent infiltration of the water through the ground into the groundwater.
Yes, that's right. It'll stop the surface water. That was my point, is that there are two components to the flow.
Right.
At the spring, the spring is what's coming from the groundwater. There's a surface water element which comes on the surface, and the bund will cut that off, and then it'll be forced into the spring.
It become part of the groundwater. Is that what you're saying?
So there are two components to the flow.
Yes, I know. So you were talking about the surface water, and insofar as the bund prevents surface water from flowing into the spring, it's still going to flow into the springs through the groundwater regime.
Rather
not
than
going
flowing
anywhere else,
overland and getting into the watercourse downstream of the spring, it's going to, so at the point where the spring occurs, which is naturally where the landscape falls. So rather than being able to flow over there, it'll hit the bund, and then it'll have to infiltrate at that point and then come out through the springs.
Yes, fine.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Excellent. So far, so good. Okay, and then we get to, if you carry on in your evidence, 2.1.31.
2.1 point.
Sorry, of Dr. Dewhurst's evidence.
Yeah.
Rebuttal, sir. I'm in rebuttal now. Well, let's just give you a bit of context, Mr. Clothier. Perhaps you should go back to 2.1.27. None of this commented on in your evidence in chief, so I just wanted to check.
I didn't submit a rebuttal.
No, in your evidence in chief, I just said.
Right. My evidence in chief was focused on my evidence.
Right. But just so 2.1.27.
2.1.27.
Of her evidence, yeah. Dr. Dewhurst's evidence.
Of her rebuttal.
Yes, yes, rebuttal evidence. This is the impact of the operational activity. This is picking up in your 7.1 to 7.3. So this is really the nub of the case. You're saying we're going to affect flows to the springs materially.
But this is in the operational stage.
Yes, I'm doing the operation. I'll come to the restoration. So that's why I said let's deal with it in two.
Oh, fine.
Okay. Back to this is during the operation. You appeared to be thinking that water was pumped up to the silt settlement pond and freshwater pond in the north, and then all the water would then drain off to the northwest of the site.
Yes, that was my understanding of their strategy for managing the site. Yeah.
Yes, but Dr. Dewhurst has explained that that's mistaken, hasn't she?
She said that it's going to be recharged locally, I think is what she said.
Yes. it's about 7 lines down. Rainwater or any groundwater within the excavations will be pumped to the nearest unworked or restored area, not to the freshwater pond.
Yes, I mean, the nearest unworked area is a diminishing thing, isn't it? Because you're constantly working the site and filling it with
Yes,
backfill.
and there'll be a
But
restored area with
if you're moving things to the perimeter, then you've got an accelerated, you're basically accelerating the water from what used to go through the groundwater is now being pumped to the site. So you're short-circuiting that.
Right. Well, I think that's where the
So I think the idea is that I don't need to elaborate on this unless you want me to, but I think what Dr. Jewis is saying is that it's not all going up to the northern part of the site, that you'll be working an area, pumping the water to an area which is relatively local to that. It'll need to be a little bit further away, and that on that basis the flow in the springs will be retained. I think that's what she's saying.
Yes,
yeah.
Absolutely, and correct. I think that's correct. And but the assumption you'd made, and indeed we saw it in Mr. Andrews' evidence, was that the water would be pumped and then drain off to the northwest.
Yeah, well,
is that correct, Mr. Just take it in stages. That's the assumption that you were making in your evidence and appears in Mr. Andrews' assessment.
Yes, I was correct. I was assuming that the water is being site runoff is being taken up to the silt lagoon where you settle out the silt, and that will flow to the that will then go to the freshwater lagoon, which in turn will
which is not what's proposed, as she's pointed out to you, which you haven't responded to.
Well, that might be that. Well, what's the point of the silt lagoon or the freshwater lagoon if that's not the case? That when you look at the method of working, you're essentially got a processing unit where you're using water to process the system, and then you're passing that through the silt lagoon and recharging via the freshwater lagoon, which is increasing the flow to the springs. You're saying it's much more local.
Yeah, I'm not saying that's what the appellant's proposing, what Dr. Dewhurst has explained, and it's a relatively simple process. You dig out the gravel. We can have a debate about how often it's dry. So if it's wet,
wet half the time.
It's not, because your median level I'll come to in a moment. But you dig out the gravel, water drains out as you're digging from the bucket. I'd use a technical term. There may be some water retained in the gravel when you take it to the processing area, and Dr. Dewhurst talked about 5%, maximum 5%. And that water is subject to the silt and freshwater pond lagoon to deal with the processing area.
Right.
It's all explained in this evidence.
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah.
That only occurs when the gravel is wet. Yes?
Yeah.
And when water does occur in the areas being excavated and has to be pumped out, let's say it rains a lot during a month, it's immediately recharged into the adjacent unworked or as yet unworked areas in order that it can then infiltrate in through the river terrace deposits and through the lower deposits into the same catchment area.
Well, you've removed the river terrace deposits, unless you're working near the perimeter, in which case you're pumping it to the perimeter.
You haven't removed all the...
You're progressively removing it.
Sorry, Mr. Credit. You remove the river terrace deposit gravel that you're excavating. We're not removing it all at once, and you just recharge the water, if you need to recharge the water because of rain or whatever, into the unworked areas or the bits, as you say, at the edge or the unworked areas. That's what she's explained.
Yes.
Right. Again, I pointed out to you because you haven't addressed it in your evidence, but it's clearly not what you were imagining in your proof of evidence or in Mr. Andrews' assessment of water going to the northwest. Is it?
Right. Yeah. Yes,
Right.
it is different. Yes. There is where you're taking 5% of the water and you dump. What you're saying is
No.
there's not all the water. I'm only taking 5% and dumping it in that top.
That's not what I
lagoon.
said, Mr. Clothier.
No, it is what you're saying.
No.
Because you're effectively saying I'm taking the wet gravel, which is 5%, which has got 5% of the water. I'm processing that. It's that dirty water which we're passing through the silt lagoon. That's what you said.
Yeah.
And so you're losing 5% for a start. Then you're dumping it in that corner. And you've got an open water source, which is then a freshwater lagoon, which is then discharging to this. So you're moving water around the site.
Mr. Clothier, it's difficult because you've misunderstood in your proof what's actually happening, because you haven't dealt with any of this, have you? So you have a misunderstanding of the method of working.
I had a misunderstanding of the method of working.
Yes, which is what your proof's based on.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Dr. Dewhurst has pointed out you're wrong, and she has identified that, as has already been explained, the gravels will be worked dry when they're dry, if and insofar as they're wet when they're being worked, up to a maximum of 5% water ends up in the processing area. So a very small amount. And
well, that depends on how you're measuring it.
Well,
sure, 5%.
5%. Not just us, but every other agency that's concerned with this, content with that. But leave that aside, Mr. Clothier. We're talking about this occurring only when the the gravels are wet, up to a maximum 5%, and it's in the different respective worked areas. It doesn't all happen at once.
Yes.
Fine. Okay, so that you're now clear as to what's going on.
Yeah.
So water is then recharged insofar as it's pumped out of the excavation at any point. So if you're in the eastern area, which are serving the springs to the east, the water will be recharged into the river terrace deposits and underlying strata to drain into those springs as it was before.
Working in the eastern area, you're pumping it into the river terrace deposits at the edge of the site. Yeah.
So recharging the springs as before.
It's not as before, because as before it could just flow out there naturally at a slow rate. You're pumping the water every time it's raining or while you're digging, and so because the water that's inconvenient to you for excavating the gravel. So it's not the same at all. It's completely different from the basin.
Well, maybe that's the point of difference. In your evidence, you spoke to the inspector about it all draining in 24 hours through the river terrace deposits and groundwater strata through that recharging process. That's not,
I didn't.
Well, hold on. That's my understanding of what you said.
Okay.
If I'm wrong about it, you'll correct that. We don't recognise that at all.
About the infiltration features draining in 24 hours?
Yeah.
Well, if you look at the microdrainage calculations and you look at the half drain time on those infiltration features which are around the perimeter of the site, those drain in 24 hours. The half drain time's even lower than that.
I'm talking about the recharge during operation.
Yeah.
You're saying it will drain in 24 hours. It's just being placed. It's dug out here and it's put into the adjacent unexcavated river terrace deposits and underlying strata.
Where am I saying it's drained in 24 hours?
Well, that's my understanding of what you said, Mr. Clothier.
No, I don't think that's right. In the final state, that's what you're saying.
Can we just start with your question again, Mr. Strong? Because I think I'm getting a little bit confused with where the question's going here, and I think Mr. Clothier probably is as well. So if we can take it perhaps step by step. I'm not suggesting don't move off the question. What I'm just saying is that I think we're blurring it a little bit by interjections. Sorry,
might be my fault. So, Mr. Clothier, I'll try again. I'm asking about the operational state. I'm going to come on to the restoration state in a minute. The operational state. The gravels are being extracted. Dr. Dewhurst has explained that your assumption of how they're extracted with all the pumping to the north is wrong. We've been through that.
Sure.
What I was then putting to you is that the recharge of water, if it needs to be pumped out of the immediate excavation because of heavy rainfall, for example, would just occur adjacent to where the excavation's occurring, the nearest unworked part of the site.
Yes,
So
which
nearest
is
but
reducing
close.
by the day.
Well,
Yeah.
Come to restoration in a moment.
Yeah.
That's what she's described.
Yeah.
That process then involves that water infiltrating the river to Paris deposits, as if it were landing there, and going through into the lower strata. Insofar as it does that, we can see that on the graphs, and reaching the springs. As before.
It does reach the springs in a completely different way from the way it did before. A completely different way from the baseline, because you're pumping water to the perimeter of the site.
Okay, well, I think that's as far as I can take you, Mr. Clothier, but okay, I'll get Dr. Dewhurst to confirm what I've said.
Sure.
It infiltrates then through the river terrace deposits at whatever infiltration rate the river terrace deposits normally allow, and through the lower strata at whatever rates they allow.
But only when it's raining and when you need to do that. Whereas with your baseline, you've got a whole reservoir which trickles out all the time. So you're taking away the reservoir, and so you're progressively, whichever way you look at it, you're taking away the reservoir progressively. So that base flow is, that mechanism is no longer there. You haven't got the reservoir. So now you're working the site and pumping the water to the springs, which are no longer recharged and supplied by the base flow within the river terrace deposits, diminishing as you go through the exercise.
Right. So, Mr. Clothier, you're talking about the reservoir being the river terrace deposits. I think I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, the aquifer.
It's not a reservoir.
But the aquifer is, for all intents and purposes, a reservoir of water. Yeah.
Well, again, we're back to this aquifer and aquiclude point, which we've already been around. That your notion that the river terrace deposits are the reservoir rather than the interaction between the two layers. But I'm not going to go back over that. But
I mean, it's how far the water is up the glass, isn't it? Once you get above the base geology, then you're going to be into the river terrace deposits and the springs over here. So the water is going to come up here. When it's up here, it's going to come through the river terrace deposits. And when it's down here, then it's going to come through the base geology. But the springs are where the interaction is between those two things. So whenever the river terrace deposit's full, it's going to leak out to the springs faster than when it's down.
We're back to what the location of the springs, I suspect, again, which I'm not going to go over with you again. But, okay. So that's during operation, and as Dr. Dewhurst has explained, it appears you disagree, but everyone else accepts, that is not going to materially change the flows off the site into the same catchment areas using the infiltration of the river terrace deposits and the groundwater. You may disagree, but that's the nature of the dispute, I think.
I do disagree.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then we come to the restoration stage. And your assumption, again, about that, I'm not sure what your assumption was, but that is dealt with by the restoration plan that has been approved by the LFA, and by which there is an location of attenuation basins to collect water, and then infiltration, again through the river terrace deposits, and then the underlying strata. Correct?
That's right.
Reaching the same catchment areas as the springs.
At a completely different speed, yes.
Well, you say at a different speed, but again, I think your concern was about the way you put it, cessation of flows altogether.
My concern is changing the flow regime in any way, because I don't know what relies on that flow regime. So my focus is on how it will change. As to whether that's important or not, that's an ecology question.
Well, and that wasn't the question I was asking you. I just want to understand if you correctly understood the way in which water is then, in the restoration phase, being put through the same river terrace deposits, the same material, and the ground beneath the lower strata, through the infiltration arrangements that the LFA have required. That's the position, isn't it?
You're taking the water that lands on the site and delivering it to the perimeter of the site. And in the proposed state, in the baseline state, that goes down and all the way through the groundwater and takes a long time, days, weeks, months. It takes a long time basically to get to the perimeter, and that's why the aquifer can sustain the flow at the springs.
Sorry, Mr. Clothier.
I'm trying to answer your question. You seem to be just wanting to ignore the idea that the way that the water gets to the site is relevant, but it is relevant because if you've got a drainage system on what is a relatively impermeable catchment, that system will fill up when it rains, it'll discharge to a pond, and then the pond will discharge to the infiltration features, and how fast that pond empties is dictated largely by the infiltration features which you've got on the boundary.
Yes, which are river
discharge in a day, as opposed to discharging over days, weeks, and months.
Right, well, that may appear probably the difference between us then.
Yeah.
The rate of infiltration. Is that right?
The rate of infiltration at the boundary. So if you look at the microdrainage analysis, they've taken the conductivity of the river terrace gravels in order to design the linear drainage features which are on the site boundary. And those are designed, they will fill when there's a rainfall event, and they will empty within 24 hours.
Okay, that's where the 24 hours came in. So maybe that's the point of difference between us. But yeah. I hope...
Some of them much faster, actually.
All right. So, Mr. Clay, let's see if I can distill it in this way. Now that you understand the regime correctly, you accept that in the operational phase, the water, say for that, we talked about that maximum of 5% that's picked up with wet gravel going to the basin in the north. But say for that, during the excavation, there's recharge through river terrace deposits and the lower strata into the same catchments. The dispute between us is whether or not that affects flows. Correct?
Yes, I think that's...
And the same applies to restoration phase.
Sorry, I thought we were on the restoration phase.
I was trying to catch where we got to.
It's hard to follow, but I mean, it amounts... Yeah, fine. Okay.
So that's the difference then, is the extent of, or the rate of infiltration in both those arrangements.
It's the rate that the water gets to the spring.
Yes, it's getting... Mr. Clay, I think I'm being clear in my question. We're agreed how the infiltration arrangements work.
Okay.
They go through river terrace deposits as currently. They go through the lower strata as before. The only difference, and the difference between us, is as to the rate the water will go through where it's infiltrating into the springs.
And whether it gets to the springs. But yes.
Sorry?
And whether it gets to the springs.
Whether it gets to the springs, no.
So
it's going to get to the springs. It's going into the same locations.
It's going to the same location. So we're talking about the operational stage at this stage.
No, we'd actually moved on to the restoration stage, but I don't mind.
Okay.
You can answer, but it's the same point. It will get to the springs. This water's not disappearing.
We'll get to the springs by a completely different path and with a completely different timing.
Well, you say completely different path. We talked about the path. It's infiltrating through the same type of river terrace deposits and the same lower strata, same type, as I don't know which one you're talking about now. In the restoration stage, the infiltration arrangements are shown on the plans around the edges, but they all take the flows from the same catchments into the same catchments.
Again, you're ignoring the idea that the water flows in the baseline, flows into the river terrace deposits, and it fills up. Fills that up. You are ignoring it. And then where you end up with it filling up the river terrace deposits, it's not the same. The hydrology of the stream is going to be completely different because you haven't got that storage of the.
No, we've got. Sorry, Mr. Clothier. I don't know whether you're having difficulty with my questions or whether I'm not being clear. We're in the restoration stage now. Yeah. Let's just be absolutely clear about that. Yeah. The restoration plans that have been approved by the LFA require us to collect water, even though the river terraces are no longer there, but whatever material's there, to collect the water and drain it exactly to the same catchments it was going to before. Correct?
Yeah.
There are attenuation basins or ponds, however you want to describe them, to achieve that. And they drain into infiltration areas or infiltration basins that are on the unworked river terrace deposits and lower strata.
Which match the surface water catchments. Yeah, so your areas are draining they're matching the surface. And by the way, it's not taking account of the groundwater flow across the site because that won't happen anymore. You won't have any groundwater flow.
Mr. Clothier, you keep on going off on tangents. The last thing you said to me, it's not going to get to the same locations, and I'm just challenging you on that.
Okay.
Do you want to explain?
That's what I'm trying to answer, because the matching your drainage strategy is matching the catchment and delivering that to the edge of the catchment where your surface water catchment would have gone. So, in other words, almost along those drainage paths, which I indicated, that's where the water. That's what the assumption is that it's going to go there. What actually happens is the water lands on the site. There is an element of groundwater flow beneath the site, which Stantec have shown, which is flowing sort of north to south. That'll all be gone because you won't be able to do that anymore. And then, insofar as, if your idea is then that there's just absolutely no way it can be the same because you've taken away all that. The groundwater element, the ability for the water to flow beneath the ground, and you've designed a drainage system which is purely focused on a surface water drainage system, and clearly there are two things which are involved. Your argument is that I'm taking it to the edge of the catchment, and I'm dropping it through the same river terrace deposits, and it's got the same properties, so it must discharge at the same rate. Well, that's not the case. First of all, it's much steeper. You're concentrating.
This is a rambling answer with respect, because you're now talking about rates of infiltration, which I've moved on from.
I'm talking about how it's going to change.
Do you remember what I was focusing on?
I'm talking about how you're going to change the flow, and that's what your question is how it's going to change.
No, it wasn't actually.
Okay.
We've moved on from change of flow. This was your suggestion that it's not going to go to the springs. And I was challenging you on that.
It's going to the springs by a different
route. Hold on,
route.
Mr. Clothier. I was challenging you on that because you said it twice, and each time I challenge you then go off on an answer about infiltration rates, which we've already
agreed. Because you're oversimplifying the picture in a way which is not.
Just wait a second. I just wanted to just be clear. So we've agreed to disagree about infiltration rates because, and I think we got to the point that was really the main issue between us. Dr. Dewhurst will explain. You then added a rider. Well, and that's assuming it gets to the springs. So I then asked you a number of questions about that. It will go to the same springs because that's the design of the restoration. It's a requirement of the LFA. And that's all we're pursuing. If you carry on talking about your disagreement about infiltration, we're just going around in circles because that's got nothing to do with the question I'm asking you. So do you want to focus on...
I was answering your question though.
All right. Well, I don't think you were, but maybe I'm wrong. Are you clear what I'm asking about?
You're asking me to confirm that because you've matched the surface water catchments, that the water which lands on the site is going to end up in exactly the same place. That's what you're asking me.
I'm putting exactly what we're required to do under the restoration drainage strategy, which is ensure that we mimic the current drainage arrangements. That includes putting the same amount of water to the same catchment areas as before.
Catchment area for the aquifer doesn't match exactly the catchment area on the surface. So if you're asking me where all the water goes, there is an element of groundwater flow which goes from north to south as well. So your catchment area, you're collecting the water on the basis of the topography on the top to match the catchment areas, and you're directing it to the low spot, which is where the springs are, where the springs are.
Yeah.
In that area.
I don't know.
But it doesn't mimic the whole process.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, mimic, if you mean, is it going to be exactly the same as the same process? Obviously not, because there's a different material. But
not exactly my point.
Being pedantic, Mr. Clothier, clearly there's work going to be done. There's going to be a restoration. Does it mimic what's there currently? Obviously, yes, because that's a requirement. If you think that's wrong, you think it's the water's going elsewhere, you can say. But that's what I was putting to you. Where is the water going if not to the catchments that are required?
It's going it's going to the in the proposed state. It's being directed to the springs essentially.
Same place as it was going to before.
Yeah.
I wasn't interrupted. I'm pretty sure you had finished, Mr. Clothier, but did I interrupt you?
I'm just struggling to keep up with you and try to give you the answers at this stage that you're asking for. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Let's start again.
Yeah.
With a fresh mind. I understand what you're saying, but I'm not so sure it's coming in bite-sized chunks. So let's start again in simple terms.
All right. In simple terms, where I think we've reached, Mr. Clothier, you can tell me if I'm wrong, is the following steps. During operation, Dr. Dewhurst has explained that water encountered and pumped during excavation will be recharged into the river terrace deposits and underlying strata in the immediately adjacent or the nearest adjacent unworked area. Yes? We're agreed on that now.
Yes.
Point one, good. During restoration, we have to mimic the current drainage arrangements as required by the LFA. Point two. Correct?
Yes.
Yes.
But yes, they're matching the surface catchments, yeah.
Yeah, well, matching, okay. Point three, there's a plan which they've already approved, which does that by collecting water in the catchment and using attenuation of that water followed by infiltration through the river terrace deposits. The same water that would have occurred in that catchment is directed to the same catchment.
Yes, at a different rate.
At what?
At a different rate, at a
Right.
different speed. Yeah.
But that therefore is the only point of difference between us, which is where I got to. I think last point, bite-sized chunk. Your point I say point because we disagree with it, is that the infiltration rate will be different through that system than compared with the current system.
No, that's not my point.
Okay. What is?
So the infiltration rate, the infiltration rate within the river terrace deposits doesn't change.
I know, that's what I agree.
The point is that you've got rid of the river terrace deposits, so you've got rid of your sustained flow on that. If you've got a very flat sort of water table within the river terrace deposits, then that can flow very slowly out through the springs. So now with the new system that you're doing, which is kind of what I was trying to explain within my proof. In fact, maybe it will help if I look at my conceptual site model,
Well,
notwithstanding your concerns with it. But have a look. So if you're in the restored state, in figure 9, is that essentially you're taking all the water at the surface and you're dropping it out to an infiltration, linear infiltration feature, which is a meter deep or so along the perimeter of the site. And so now all that water which used to be stored within the aquifer is now basically being concentrated in that area which is sandwiched between the infill material and the spring. So all that volumes of rainfall that used to be stored in there and could trickle out is now being directed to the perimeter of the site and then infiltrating and coming out at the spring each time it rains. So that's the difference in the thing.
Yeah.
The infiltration rate, it's dropping all of that water into that relatively confined space in a relatively short period of time.
Right. Have you finished?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. You say leave aside the problems with your conceptual. I don't leave them aside, but I'm not going to repeat those. But my understanding is that it entirely relates to the infiltration rate. But let's try it another way. You have on even the model you're showing the inspector, attenuation basins which hold the water, mimicking what currently occurs through the, if you want, the river terrace deposits, plus infiltration through the basins that you describe, again mimicking the consequential flows off the site and into the same catchment area. Correct?
So they don't mimic it because they're a surface water attenuation basin rather than a groundwater, than attenuating the groundwater. They're designed to take the flow, as you're in the microdrainage calculations. These basins are designed to fill up when you get heavy rainfall. 1 in a 100-year event is what they've designed, and then to discharge and be empty, ready for the next flood event. This is the approach which has been used in their drainage strategy. So that whole system that you see is designed basically to take a high-intensity, short-duration rain event, fill it up, and then discharge to the site boundary. There's no mention in the drainage strategy about trying to maintain a similar hydrological flow in the springs, other than to say that that's where the water goes and that's essentially where we need to go. So we're designing our catchments to match the baseline catchment.
All right. So bite-sized chunks again, Mr. Clothier. Yeah. Let's just be clear. When you say the water's not going to the same location, can I scrub that point? Do you accept the water's going to the same location?
If you ignore the groundwater flow.
I'm not ignoring anything.
Well, if you're not ignoring the groundwater flow, then you don't know, because the groundwater flow is impeded by the fact you filled it with an impermeable barrier. So you don't know where. So insofar as there is any groundwater flow in there, where that groundwater flow, which is shown in Stantec's reports, can't happen anymore because it's impermeable.
Right. So we're back to
So
the question. Sorry.
so if you want to break it into the two parts, the surface water drainage catchment is draining to the same surface water drainage catchment. In real life, the surface water drainage catchment filters down quite quickly, in fact, into the groundwater, and then it starts getting dictated more by the groundwater. So it's that mixture of things which is going to dictate your flow at the springs and how long the flow sustains. And that's what's different. This system drains in a day.
This system, you're talking about your model?
No, I'm talking about the drainage strategy which is put forward.
Right.
If you look at the micro drainage calcs, half drain times of under a day, the
right.
linear features where you're sending the water to, that happens very quickly.
Okay, so there's a lot of repeated answers which are just incorrect about impermeability and everything else. But I can't just keep on going back over the errors you've made about that, which we've already agreed. Leave that aside, because I'm not going to make progress. I think, therefore, the difference between you and Dr. Dewhurst and everyone else is rate of infiltration, one difference, correct?
Where are you talking about the rate of infiltration?
I'm talking about the rate of infiltration during the restoration stage from the attenuation basins and through the infiltration channels or basins. You're saying it will
It can't
occur...
infiltrate from the attenuation basin because it's got an impermeable
No, that's the
layer
point. But the attenuation basins then take the water to the infiltration areas.
at the perimeter of the site, yeah.
Can you help me, Mr. Clother? If you can't, then... One of your points of disagreement, because you keep on talking about this 24 hours, is the rate of infiltration from these drainage mechanisms. Is that right or wrong?
The rate that the water gets away, yes. Yes, I think I've got to, yeah.
Yes? Can we? I'd like to move on, but if it's not right, then you try and be clear.
I'm struggling to see your...
I'm trying to distinguish your analysis and Dr. Dewhurst's analysis to work out the points of difference. We've cleared up a lot of stuff about what you thought was happening in working arrangements. So I've done all that. We're now down to what's left by way of disagreement. That's what just to be clear, that's what I'm trying to get at. The first point of disagreement is as to the rate of infiltration from the water that's collected on the site into the catchments.
Well, the rate of infiltration into the reservoir, which is no longer there, into the aquifer, which is no longer there. So that's what I'm disagreeing with, is that
I'm talking about going in infiltration. What we're talking about is the water going to the springs. The water will go to the springs, but your point of disagreement, if I've understood it correctly, which we don't agree with, is about the rate at which, the rate of infiltration into the ground and then into the springs.
Maybe it's easier to talk about the time that it takes.
Maybe it's easier to answer the question. Is that the point of disagreement?
I think it's the issue that's I think, bear with me for a second, but I think what you're talking about is the rate that it's getting to the springs. The rate that the water's getting to the springs. Is that you're saying the amount of time that's going to take to get from a rainfall event into the aquifer and out to the springs is going to take a long time in the baseline, and in the proposed state it's going to take a much shorter time. So and over the okay, so that's exactly the point. So when we talk about rate, you're talking about the speed.
Sorry,
does that help? Glad.
That's the point of disagreement.
Yeah.
Okay, that's clear.
Well,
right.
That's a point of disagreement here.
Okay. Well, I'm trying.
No, well, it's your terminology of rate that was confusing me, because it's you got to look at the flow rate from the whole catchment as opposed to an infiltration rate.
But, okay, so right, and we disagree, and I'll explain. Dr. Dewhurst can explain that to you. So that's one point. And then the only other point, I think, of disagreement is your contention that the water won't be going to the same locations. Although I haven't fully understood why you say that, but that does appear to be the other point. Is that the other point of disagreement?
My main point of disagreement in the whole thing is
No.
the way that the water will flow from the springs, and whether the nature of that is going to be fundamentally changed.
No, that's just not the question I asked, Mr. Clover.
But you said the only other point of disagreement. That's not the point. That when you say the only other point of disagreement, I'm struggling to say what in the whole argument or on something in particular.
Just go back. Just go back to the question you asked. About going to the same point. It wasn't about how quickly it moves from that point. The question first of all, I think, was about to get to the same point.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You're suggesting that the water will not go to the same point.
Yes, I'm suggesting that in the surface water catchment design, it's directed to the same point. But what's happening beneath means that the water, which might have dropped through into the groundwater and then flowed further down or something like that, that mechanism is affected. So it's the combination of those things which means you're inevitably going to get a change in the spring flow at some point, be that maybe more flow at the top, less flow at the bottom. So it's that combination.
Okay, so those are, and I think those are the 2 points of disagreement.
Okay.
Well, you tell me, Mr. Clover. Don't just say okay.
I'm saying okay to what I've just explained. So if you're in agreement with what I've just explained, then
that was not my question, Mr. Clover.
Just think clearly about what you're really saying in terms of the points of disagreement.
Yeah.
And take them step by step. It would be more helpful to me rather than kind of caveating the response. So
yeah,
just take them step by step and just think about the logical order of doing that.
Okay.
And that's not maybe, I'm not criticising it.
No, I appreciate that.
To just understand where we're at.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm just not wanting to get led down a path which is breaking things up into bits that we will struggle to put back together later on.
So, again, on this little bit bite-sized chunks, we got to a point and then we strayed a bit. So let's go back to the point where we started to stray, and then we can deal with that in a more logical order, perhaps.
Right. I've got the first point of disagreement. I'm just trying to identify, crystallise points of disagreement because it's then easier for the inspector to resolve them and for my witness to focus on them. The second, and I think only point of disagreement, was the one we just talked about, whether or not the water will end up in the same location as before.
And that's what I've answered.
No, you've explained that is a point of disagreement, and I was saying
point of disagreement.
I know, and I was then saying those are the 2 points of disagreement.
Okay. Yes. In respect of how water in the proposed state gets to that point, but we're talking about how where the water gets from A to B. If that's all we're talking about, then those are the 2 points of disagreement.
No, sorry, Mr. Clothier. I'm trying to understand your case as to the effects on the springs. I've understood the first point. We disagree. And the only other point, I think, in the arrangements you've described, your analysis of them, is as to whether the water is going to end up in effectively the same location. I.e., let's be clear about it. You're saying more water might go, I assume, to the west than to currently going to the east.
So we're going over the same ground.
No,
you're asking about the distribution of water. So but you can't just look at the distribution of water purely from the surface water catchment perspective. You're
not looking
ignoring
at
the groundwater thing.
I'm not
So you're
looking at-
asking me whether the water will all get to the same place.
Mr. Closier, I'm not asking to revisit the debate. I'm just trying to identify what I think are the only 2 points in dispute.
Yeah, that's what
And you've agreed there are points in dispute. Are there any others that are relevant to this issue?
Are we including the point about the change in the nature of the flow within those 2
That was
points?
the first point.
Well, the change in the first point was about what you call the infiltration rate. I'm talking about the nature of the flow within the spring.
Mr. Closier, you explain what you meant by the first point, which is changes in flow, which
Yeah.
I called infiltration rate, but you talked about change in flow. So I said that's the first point. The
Yeah,
second
the flow
point is,
hydrograph.
does the water end up in the same location?
Not
You
all of it.
disagree? What?
And not all of it.
Yes, you say
no,
not
doesn't.
all of it.
You're
We
saying
disagree.
so that's the second point of
right?
disagreement. Yeah.
And that's it.
Okay,
Well, is
That's-
it? I mean, that's my question.
that's it.
You're sure?
I'm pretty sure.
Okay, that's what I needed to know. Happy?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
Right.
I guess it turns out that I haven't understood your question. You asked me another
Oh,
one
that's why I
later
put
on,
it
but I-
like 3 times.
Yeah.
The inspector will
well,
pull
look,
me up if
I'm doing the best I can to answer your questions. So, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Now, just the finals in your summary section. You talk about likely significant effects again, without going over the question of flows. The only other thing I just wanted to check is that, so far as Dr. Dewhurst's analysis of freshwater contribution to the Hamble or the SPA is concerned, you don't dispute her figures.
So far as Dr. Dewhurst
Yeah,
says,
Dr. Dewhurst has provided some context for the inspector, which I think is picked up in the HRA, and no doubt Natural England are fully cognizant of, as to the extent to which fresh water from this site feeds either the River Hamble or the SPA. 2.1.11 of her rebuttal. It's also in her main proof.
yes, look, I'm not going to endorse the calculation. I don't honestly. In terms of the area of that compared to other areas, and the way that you went about that is not. I don't think lays things out absolutely. What I do agree with is that when you look at the relative scale of the flows of fresh water into the entire Hamble or entire Solent, then it's a very small amount. But that's not the point about in regards to the impacts on the SAC on the Ramsar site, which Richard will talk about later on.
Yeah, well,
so without going into another 2-hour discussion of the amounts, I agree it's a small amount.
right. And then as to the way in which fresh water functions or serves the SPA and SAC, that's not a matter for you, is it?
No.
You're not offering any evidence on that.
What in terms of how the of how it affects the SAC or the
Yeah.
Ramsar site.
Well,
No,
but-
I think that's for Richard to pick
Right.
up.
I mean, for example, the Natural England's judgment and the EA with the EA that this doesn't affect the SPA and SAC, bearing in mind its conservation objectives and what's proposed. That's not for you, is that right?
No, that's not what I said. I think the EA have missed the. I think the EA have failed to identify the change in flow in the flow regime within the spring, and I then defer to Richard to work out to decide whether or not that's relevant. And nobody's modelled this or tried to quantify that the flow in the springs. There's no monitoring or model or anything like that to actually try and quantify.
Okay, well, we're going around back
So
in circles.
we're
We're
talking about a very little amount of flow, but oversimplifying it to a constant flow over a year, and saying that it doesn't answer the question, doesn't give you the detail
I've
that
lost.
you need.
I've even forgotten the question I asked now.
Well,
I think
you
it
asked me
wasn't.
whether I agree with 2.1.1, which is about the catchment area and the
No, that was the question before.
0.1%.
That was the question before.
I seem to have a lag on your questions. Sorry. Okay. What was the next?
Mine was about.
Oh, sorry about the EA. Sorry, I beg your
Well,
pardon.
no, the EA and Natural England have reached a conclusion that what we're proposing doesn't have an effect. It doesn't have a likely.
Yes, I mean, clearly they have that. Carry on.
I've been accused of interrupting you. You
No,
haven't even let me ask a question. Right. The Natural England and the EA have concluded that what we're proposing doesn't have even a likely significant effect on any of the protected sites, correct?
Yes, correct.
But you don't agree with that, I know.
Thank you.
But the question of whether or not there is such a likely significant effect is a matter that I can't ask you about because you're not offering any evidence about it. Is that
Correct.
right?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I won't ask you about it in that case. Fine, thank you very much. Yes.
In which case we'll go straight into re-examination.
There we go, I'm online, thank you. Yes, thank you. A few questions for re-examination, if I may. You were criticised in respect of your conceptual site model, and it was asserted that that was incorrect. I just wanted to, I know you touched on this in your evidence in chief, paragraph 6.15 of your proof. So
Yes.
it said your conceptual site model is incorrect because it doesn't account for the fact that the solid strata beneath could act as an aquifer. Obviously, if I'd ask you just to, have a look at the first sentence of well, have a look at your paragraph 6.15 and ask you if there's anything further that you want to say about that.
So I do acknowledge that some infiltration will occur, but at a much slower rate. I'm talking about groundwater then building up to form an underground reservoir. So I'm talking about it flowing along the top of the aquiclude. I mean, I think that differs, and I could accept the idea that the whole thing functions as a whole. I don't think that makes any difference. You know, the fact that the groundwater extends into the aquiclude, the whole thing can fill up if you're looking at the picture. So I think rather than it flowing along the top of the aquiclude, it charges the aquifer as a whole, including the groundwater, at a much slower rate. I think is probably more accurate. Was definitely more accurate. Yes, so I think that's probably what I would clarify on that.
So in terms of what we see in your conceptual site model here, if you accept, which you obviously do in paragraph 6.15, that there is some infiltration into the solid strata, what difference would that make, if any, to what you're showing in that model?
No difference really, because the fact of the matter is the groundwater is rising, so it doesn't. My site model is very much focused on what's happening to the river terrace deposits, but what extends below that is effectively a full groundwater regime. So, in terms of the mechanism of what I'm discussing here, I don't think it would make any difference to the outcome.
Okay. And then in relation to the solid strata, it was put to you that if water will or can infiltrate the solid strata through the river terrace deposits.
Yes.
And then from the solid strata could potentially flow out into the springs. If that's what it's put to you, that's what's happening at the moment. What would the effect of the proposed development be on the ability of the solid strata to recharge via the river terrace deposits?
Well, it's like putting a huge building on the site. Effectively, you're taking all the drainage away from the heart of the site, and then you're building. It's like a building with a whacking grade basement, because you're taking all the water to the perimeter of the site and forcing it into the ground at the perimeter of the site. So that's what's completely different. And then insofar as there are any flows, in the groundwater analysis, both in the solid strata and in the superficial strata. So, I mean, they've talked about some of the flow coming from the solid strata. If you're looking at the Stantec groundwater analysis, and you can see that there is a groundwater flow which generally goes north to south in both solid strata and in the superficial deposits. That's not going to be able to happen anymore. So that's, in terms of recharging the aquifer, that you're cutting off things in multiple directions.
Thank you. Then you were taken to your criticism of what the lead local flood authority and the Environment Agency has said, and obviously you deal with that at paragraphs 9.4 to 9.6 of your proof. I just want to be clear, what is it that you say both of those agencies have missed?
They're missing the change in the flow regime. So they're looking at the total amount of water which goes in, from the site to the springs as a whole. What they're missing is the detail of that, namely that specifically the detail at the springs and the water that flows below the springs into the Ramsar site. They're missing the detail of the fact that you've got this trickle flow of water. I mean, if you go and stand on site and you see that the tide's out, basically you've got a little tiny freshwater stream which is flowing across the mudflats and into the water. So, and that's part of what, and that's really what sort of made me alert to the fact that there may be things that rely on that. And that's what I think they've missed. They're basically saying, well, look, they've missed the fact that changing something where it can just rain, recharge and discharge into the stream in a very short period of time is different from something where it can rain, recharge an aquifer and discharge with a trickle rate over a very long period of time, and that then could, they've missed the link that might sustain things within the Ramsar site.
Thank you. And then obviously you were taken to your other conceptual site models at figures 8 and 9 and criticised on a number of fronts in relation to those. One of the things you were particularly taken to task on, I think, is the permeability of the inert material. So I think it suggested you'd wrongly said that inert material was impermeable. You weren't taken to any of the figures. Now, I think I've got this right to show you them so you can comment on them. A core document B21, you have it, which is an infiltration testing report. Do you have that? So page 10 of that document, B21. That's fine, thank you, sir.
So I'm not connected to the internet, but I downloaded it. So I've got volume 2.
So it's called Hamble Quarry Infiltration Testing Factual Report. It's a Stantec document dated October 2022. It is, yes, very long. It's 120 odd pages. If you can't open it, I want to find out permitted to read what it says. It's just giving the infiltration rate.
Sorry, I've got it.
You've got it.
I've got it. Yeah, factor report.
Great.
Yeah.
So page 10.
Page 10.
And then there's the second to last paragraph on that page has a paragraph beginning within the river terrace deposits infiltration tests.
Yes.
And so it says infiltration tests undertaken within the gravels exhibited infiltration rates between 5.49 times 10 to the minus 4 and 1.24 times 10 to the minus 6.
Yeah.
So those, as I understand it, are they the infiltration rates for the river terrace deposits?
Yes, within the river terrace deposits. That's right. Yeah.
And then, okay, so we've got that figure. And then in Dr. Dewhurst's proof, she gives the infiltration rates for the inert material, I believe. So 5.1.7 per proof.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think it's the second sentence. So that the permeabilities of the restored material are likely to be lower in the region of 1 times 10 to the minus 7 and 1 times 10 to the minus 9 meters per second. Again, lower than those of the current material, but not totally impermeable in drier conditions. So there's obviously a difference between the river terrace deposit level of permeability and that. Yeah. And so I just want to understand what that difference actually is, sort of in reality, and how much difference it would make to the way the water behaves.
So if, for example, you're in the order of 10 to the minus 4 meters per second, so the permeability very simply is or the conductivity is measured in terms of how fast the water will move through that media, and how fast that happens is measured in meters per second, so if you're talking about something in the order of 10 to the minus 4 meters per second, in an hour, which is 3,600 seconds, that means it can move into that material at a rate of 0.36 meters. In other words, 360 millimeters in an hour. So if you're then talking about infiltration rates in the order of, instead of being in the order of 10 to the minus 4 and you're going down to something in the order of 10 to the minus 7, then that's 1,000 times slower. So how that will affect the flow is that, for all intents and purposes, when you consider something's going at 360 millimeters in an hour, and then as it gets into the other media, it's going in the order of 10 to the minus 7, and that's going to be, it's effectively hitting a barrier for all intents and purposes. It's going to really slow the water down and it'll back up. Did that answer your question?
I think it did. I just want to. It's for those who are perhaps less numerically literate among us. And I'd include myself in that. And then 10 to the minus 7 is 1,000 times slower than 10 to the minus 4. And then obviously the permeability of the restored material could be between 10 to the minus 7 and 10 to the minus 9. So I assume 10 to the minus 9 is something like 100,000 times lower. Is that, have I got that right?
10 to the minus, yes, well, 100,000 times lower, yeah.
No, I just want to be clear, yeah. Thank you. There's just one more point. There was a lot of backward and forward about how whether water will go to the same place or not. If it's directed over the surface, will it attenuate to the same place as if it were directed through the ground?
Yeah,
I think I've understood that right. So, can I just that was lost to me slightly in the confusion. Can I just understand why it is you say that water going over the surface might go slightly differently from the way it goes under the ground?
Yes, so I was drawing a comparison between the baseline, where you've got very permeable material, so that can go down and through into the subsurface. So in many respects, the matching the surface water catchments, while I understand why they did it, is a little bit of a distraction, because the water's got to go, will permeate so quickly into the ground. The reason why we were going backwards and forwards is because where the water ultimately ends up in the spring largely depends on the groundwater flow, which is developing within the aquifer. And so whereas the surface water, matching the surface water catchments and that all being impermeable, you're changing the groundwater flow regime by virtue of the fact you put a big impermeable barrier, or relatively impermeable barrier. So that's not going where it used to go. And then you're dropping water into the top of that from the surface water, and you're giving it short, sharp bursts of flow instead of this long, sustained flow which you would get from the water in the aquifer. So it's completely different, and that's what we were. So the short answer is, I don't know whether it's going to get to the springs. My guess is not. The water's going to end up going to different places.
Thank you, Dr. Clay. Thank you, Sarah. Those are all the questions I have.
Thank you very much indeed. That concludes the evidence of Mr. Clothier. It's now 12:47. We're slightly behind programme, but hopefully we might catch some of that up. Mindful therefore to adjourn at that particular point. Resume at 1:30, and then when we resume, it'll be the evidence of Dr. Dewhurst. So thank you for your contribution today.
My pleasure.
So at that particular point, unless there's any other housekeeping matters that I need to be aware of that's cropped up while you've been hearing the evidence, which I don't think there are.
Can I? So am I allowed to talk to people now?
Yes, you are.
Good.
Completely finished.
Thank you.
You can talk, you can sing, you can dance to whoever you
Very
want.
good.
So at that point, we'll adjourn and we'll resume back in this room at 1:30 sharp. Thank you. before I introduce our next witness, just to have a health check, just to see if there's anything that I need to be aware of in terms of inquiry procedures or anything that's cropped up at lunchtime that's causing any concern or anything I need to be aware of from any parties. The appellant? No. No.
Nothing from us, sir. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thanks ever so much indeed. All right. This afternoon, we'll hear evidence from Dr. Dewhurst, also in hydrology. Then we'll take a break. We might take more than one break, actually, depending on where we are in proceedings. And hopefully we'll hear evidence regarding ecology from the Rule 6 party. And that'll be from Richard Andrews. And that should take us through to close today. I don't think there's anything more that I need to say, other than I will ask Mr. Strawn to please introduce Dr. Andrews to the inquiry. Dewhurst apologises because I said Dr. Andrews. Yes, Dr. Dewhurst.
I'm not sure he'd be keen that I call him as a witness, but he'd be happy. He'd happy.
I suspect you've been called lots of things in your time. Over to you, Mr. Strawn. Thank you.
Thank you. So, just by way of documentation, you should have a copy of the proof, the rebuttal, Mr. Clothier's evidence, and we're going to refer to some of the CDs that you're already taken to this morning, not the CD B98, but there may be a few other documents along the way. If I can, I'll flag them up as we go. Thank you very much. You are Dr. Rachel Dewhurst. Make sure you're. Yeah.
I'm better be switched on.
Great. If you want to bring, you can move the microphone closer. Actually, if that's easier.
Is that better?
Yes, that's probably good. You're the senior technical director at Stantec UK Limited. You're an experienced practitioner with 22 years' experience in professional engineering and environmental consultancy, and you're a chartered geologist, and your academic qualifications include an honours degree in geology and a PhD in geology. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Thank you, Dr. Dewhurst. And you have prepared a proof of evidence, a summary, and a rebuttal proof of evidence. And what I'm going to do with your permission, sir, is invite Dr. Dewhurst to read the summary of her proof of evidence. And there is a summary in the rebuttal, but it struck me that it might be more efficient use of time for me to ask some questions rather than read out the summary of the rebuttal. Just picking up on what I understand now to be the main issues in dispute, which we've clarified with Mr. Clothier, if that's all right. So can I ask you, Dr. Dewhurst, to go to your summary of your proof of evidence and really to pick it up at 1.2.1.
Okay. So this is my summary of my proof of evidence document. I start at the scope of evidence. No objections to the proposed development on hydrogeological grounds remain in place from the Minerals and Waste Planning Authority or any relevant statutory consultee. The proposed development of the appeal site is in the Minerals and Waste Development Plan for minerals extraction. The Environment Agency and Natural England have no objection to the proposed development on the appeal site. Hampshire County Council ecologists also have no objection. The lead local flood authority have removed their objections, which form the first reason for refusal of the planning application, subject to appropriate planning conditions. I therefore give evidence addressing matters raised by third parties, including the Rule 6 party to the appeal, noting that neither the MWPA nor the lead local flood authority consider any of the issues raised to be the basis for refusing planning permission. I deal with their contentions as far as they concern the hydrological and hydrogeological implications of the proposed development and the flows to surface water bodies. The LFA raised objections to the planning application, which form the first reason for refusal. Post refusal of the planning application, the applicant has submitted a revised restoration plan, document reference C1, and the technical note revised drainage design dated October 2024, which is document reference C2, which resolved the LLFA's concerns. The LLFA have removed their objection to the proposed development subject to those appropriate planning conditions being put into place. As already noted, no objections remain in place from the Minerals and Waste Planning Authority or other statutory consultees. I now move to the site. The appeal site is a relatively flat area of unimproved grassland with scrub and trees present along the boundaries on the Hamble Peninsula. The peninsula lies between Southampton Water and the River Hamble. These rivers are both tidal in the Hamble-Lerice area and drain significant river catchments. Both these water bodies are part of the Lee on the Solent to Itchen Estuary Site of Special Scientific Interest, which in turn is part of the Solent Maritime Special Area of Conservation and the Solent and Southampton Water Special Area of Protection, and I will refer to these as the protected sites. The appeal site represents less than 0.2 of the freshwater catchment of these protected sites. The appeal site is underlain by river terrace deposits formed of gravel, clay and sand, which are in turn underlain by bedrock deposits of the Selsby Sand Formation, the Marsh Farm Formation and the Early Sand Formation. The river terrace deposits terminate to the east and south of the appeal site, but are mapped by the British Geological Survey to continue to the west, to the coast. Groundwater monitoring has been shown that river terrace deposits hold groundwater, but are not fully saturated. Groundwater levels respond to rainfall, and the river terrace deposits are dry in the summer months, as shown from data from summer 2020, when the weather was very warm. Groundwater levels in the bedrock show similar patterns, but do not become dry in the summer months. Groundwater in the river terrace deposits will either recharge the bedrock deposits, or solid deposits, or be discharged to springs off-site. A spring is shown to the northwest of the appeal site on the Ordnance Survey maps, and Water Environment Limited, on behalf of the Rural Six Party, have mapped further springs to the east and southeast of the appeal site boundary. The proportion of rain falling and soaking onto the ground on the appeal site that then moves to each spring will be controlled by the catchment of that spring, with the rate of flow controlled by the permeability of the ground and the gradient in the groundwater towards the spring. The appeal site was divided into surface water catchments based on current conditions to allow the drainage design to be developed. These catchments align with the groundwater catchments for the spring. Infiltration testing has shown that the river terrace deposits are permeable, with rates of approximately 0.005 to 2 metres per hour measured. That's a conversion from the metres per second we were discussing earlier. These catchments align with the variation is due to the presence of clays in the deposits, slowing groundwater flow. The assumed recharge numbers suggest that the appeal site would discharge between approximately 0.5 to 3.5 metre cubes per hour divided between the springs, across the springs. CEMEX proposed to extract the river terrace deposits from the appeal site. The underlying solid geology would not be extracted. CEMEX planned to carry out the development of the appeal site in stages, constructing in stage 1 plant and storage pond areas, followed by mineral extraction. A screening bund would be constructed around the appeal site on top of the river terrace deposits that will not be extracted. Extraction is supposed to occur in an anti-clockwise direction around the site, with each area undergoing restoration as extraction occurs in subsequent areas. No dewatering to reduce the natural water table below the bottom of the extraction pit is planned. Water in the void will be pumped to recharge to ground in other areas of the appeal site. This means that all rainfall falling on the appeal site will be recharged to the appeal site, although the location of recharge may change, and this may impact individual spring flow for a short period of time by moving flow from one spring to another. The appeal site will be progressively restored, with water management occurring as above. bunds will be removed once infilling and extraction has ceased and soil used in the restoration of the plant site. Areas of infill where restoration has occurred and will be of lower permeability than the natural ground, but will not be totally impermeable. Because of this, the revised drainage design, which is core document C2, has proposed attenuation basins to store rainfall from the infilled areas, allowing it to soak away in infiltration features positioned on the edge of the appeal site on natural ground. This means that the quantity of water flowing from the appeal site to the springs is unlikely to change significantly. The revised drainage design distributes captured rainwater across the appeal site after restoration to simulate the current surface and groundwater catchments to ensure that the recharge is maintained to off-site features, with the proportions in each catchment the same as those today. This means that it is unlikely that the distribution of water between springs will be changed significantly after full site restoration. Soak-away rates from the infiltration features will be controlled by the natural ground conditions, which will remain unchanged in these areas, with water held in the drainage features until it soaks away. It is unlikely that this will change the timing of flow to the springs. The main assertions made by the Rule 6 party in the statement of case relate to hydrology appears to be as follows. Removing the river terrace deposits will impact the quantity, quality and timing of flow to the springs, and this has not been addressed in the operational design or restoration design. The loss of these springs will adversely affect the quality of the protected sites. HDP, the Rule 6 party's interpretation of the significance of the impacts off-site is wrong. It is possible that in the operational phase of the works there may be some impact on the flow to some of the springs mapped by water environment. There may be a small impact on the timing of location of discharge in a few locations, but it would be insignificant and in any event very unlikely to happen across the entire site at once. Any impact to the flow to the springs would be insignificant in the operational stages of site development because of the lack of continuous groundwater in the river terrace deposits, the stayed nature of the work, the intention to restore and install drainage management as stages are completed, and the use of natural soils and undisturbed river terrace deposits to control the rate of soak-away in infiltration features. The Rule 6 party suggests that the likely permeability of the restored site and the post-restoration drainage proposals are likely to significantly change the catchment behaviour. The slightly lower rate of infiltration arising from the difference in permeability has been accounted for in the drainage design, document reference CDC2, and to maintain flows off-site, care has been taken to ensure that the post-restoration contours and the surface water catchments match those of the existing site, and to allow infiltration rates to be controlled by natural strata. Discharge to the ground and flow to the spring line will occur at the same rate or a slower rate to that encountered due to the storage in the attenuation feature and the use of natural strata. While there may be consequently be a slight change in the location and timing of recharge, this would be insignificant due to the likely lack of continuous groundwater flow from the river terrace deposits and the use of natural soils. There will be some losses to evapotranspiration for drainage features, but they will be insignificant given the size of those features. I fundamentally disagree that the development will concentrate groundwater ingress into a short time frame. This is simply not the case. The infiltration features are positioned on natural ground, the infiltration rates are controlled by natural ground conditions, and so that the flow from the attenuation features will be similar to current and elongated by storage to mimic seasonal flow. Any changes that do occur will be insignificant, and when they do occur are likely to extend the period of recharge. The proposal will remove groundwater storage in the river terrace deposits, but this will not disrupt groundwater flow within the solid geology southwards beneath the appeal site. Storage in the river terrace deposits will be replaced by attenuation ponds. This will allow such seasonal trickle of spring flow in the summer as may occur to continue. However, as the river terrace deposits have been shown to be dry across much of the site in the summer months, it is unlikely that any change to flow will be significant. The Rule 6 party places reliance on the absence of baseline monitoring of spring flows. I disagree that such baseflow monitoring is required. Although the flow in springs has not been measured, the scale of contribution from the appeal site can be assessed by using catchment areas, recharge and groundwater level monitoring, and this has been the underlying premise of the EIA and HRA screening opinions. This is entirely appropriate given the nature of the off-site discharges and the location of the appeal site in the protected sites catchment. In terms of flow to the protected sites, any impact to the springs would be insignificant given the relative size of the River Hamble and the Southampton water catchment areas. There are no flow data for these European sites, as these are tidal, but these are also large water bodies draining a large catchment area rather than small flows that may be coming from the site. Data from the River Flow Archive for the nearest flow gauging station, the Hamble at Frog Mill, suggests that a freshwater flow of 1,800 metre cubes per hour in this river. The spring flows, based on my precautionary assessment, are less than 0.1% of this flow, even taking into account the effects of the tide. The Rule 6 party assert that the loss of these flows would adversely affect the hydrology and water quality of the European sites into which the small streams flow, potentially reducing the dilution of nutrients in the River Hamble, which is a poor status due to nutrients. Such loss of flows would not be significant given the relative small contribution to the overall catchment from the appeal site and the low flow in the springs. Moreover, there would never be a complete loss of spring flows from the site to the tidal River Hamble, as recharge to natural ground will occur throughout the operation and restoration phases. My proof of evidence should be taken in conjunction with that of Danny de la Haye, who addresses ecology. Even if there were effect on flows, his evidence confirms at paragraph 7.1.5 that the European sites in question are influenced mostly by tidal input from Southampton water and the wider Solent, and are not reliant upon groundwater discharges, and therefore any changes in groundwater discharge to the River Hamble will not result in any consequential change or effect to the European site or their qualifying features. Water Environment has also sought to raise questions on the appropriateness of the microdrainage calculation of rainfall data that underpins the drainage design. Microdrainage is an industry standard software, amongst other software packages, for urban drainage and SUDS design purposes, and is accepted software for use in such applications by LLFAs. The rainfall data used is the most recent, being 2013 data. The Hampshire LLFA data itself raised no issues with the technical aspects of the drainage design. The computational engine within the software is based on the Wallingford procedure, which is widely accepted throughout the UK as the default method to be applied to drainage design applications. There is no basis for this concern. In conclusion, I do not consider the substance to the Rule 6 parties' contentions that the proposed development should not be permitted on hydrological grounds for the following reasons. It is likely that such groundwater which may occur seasonally within the river terrace deposits discharges to the springs off-site. However, this flow is relatively small and distributed over a large number of discharge points, the majority of which discharge to the River Hamble. During operation, there may be some changes to water flows off-site due to gravel extraction, but these will inevitably be limited by the effect of the extraction and restoration plans. During operation, any impacts to surface flows off-site would be insignificant in terms of freshwater flow to the protected sites. The drainage design delivering water to recharge to ground in the spring catchments and the proportion of drainage to each infiltration structure are similar to current arrangements. It will therefore result in no appreciable change to drainage and thus spring flow in the future. The proposals to manage surface water and such groundwater are acceptable in terms of addressing any potential effects or impacts to existing surface water features off-site and therefore to the European sites. There are no likely significant effects to such designated sites, and in any event are addressed in the ecological evidence. No, as addressed in the ecological evidence, no possibility of adverse impacts on the integrity of any such designated sites.
Thank you, Dr. Dewhurst. And you wrote that before you had seen Mr. Clothier's proof of evidence. Sorry.
Yeah. Yes.
And so then the rebuttal proof of evidence obviously covers Mr. Clothier's evidence in more detail. I'm not going to ask, as I indicated, Dr. Dewhurst to read that out, but instead I'd just touch on some topics, if I may. Perhaps, Dr. Dewhurst, we could just start with a sort of overview of your position, and could you just deal with the springs first, the presence of the springs?
So where you have river terrace deposits or permeable deposits that are terminated by the ground, you will get springs forming where those deposits hold water. So that they do occur at the edges of the gravel. Similarly, they'll occur as the solar and the marine system cuts into the solid geology.
Thank you. And then I just turn to the hydrological assessment that's been carried out in the environmental statement to which you were talking about, or about which you were talking a moment ago, which has been accepted by the regulators and Hampshire County Council. Can you just deal with, I think, a contention that the springs have not been identified or somehow affect the analysis?
So they were previously the impact on discharges, which is springs in hydrogeology time, are mentioned in A2, which is the appendix to the environmental statement. Specifically in it's the impact on discharges mentioned in paragraph 8.8.3. Impact on springs is mentioned in 8.5.5. Potential impact on the protected sites and on groundwater are mentioned in sections 8.9.3 and 0.4. So they were previously considered. They were also discussed in other documents as queries were raised as part of the Regulation 25 inquiries, including in core document B49.
Thank you. And can you just please explain, well, I think you've explained a moment ago in your summary as to the way the groundwater flow is controlled in this area, but I just really want you to summarise the position about the proposed developments, operation and then restoration. If you could just summarise the position as it's now, I'll come to the 2 points of contention in a moment, but just explain your position.
So at the moment, in its base case, as Dr. Clothier put it, currently you have rainfall falling on the site, and onto the river terrace deposits, you have groundwater flow coming from the north in the solid deposits. There's little groundwater flow coming from the north in the river terrace deposits because of the presence of the railway line, which cuts through most of that geology, apart from in the west corner. The rainfall falls on the site, it fills up the river, it goes into the river terrace deposit, it goes into the solid geology underneath, that kind of fills up with water. Then the river terrace deposits fill up with water. You get spring emergence at points where there are variations in the permeability, the ability of the rocks to transmit water. So you get spring, and where you get terminations of those various strata as well. So and that's where the springs form in this kind of setting.
Thank you. And the I think we ultimately agreed that the point of difference, the main point of difference between the appellant, the LFA, EA, Natural England and the council, as compared to Mr. Clothier, is whether or not what we're proposing would affect the water going to the springs, putting it as neutrally as possible.
Yeah, so
And can you just explain
so
the position?
effort's been taken to make sure that the surface water catchments, which are shown from the groundwater flow contours, to approximately align to the spring catchments, and if the groundwater wasn't flowing towards the spring catchments, you wouldn't then intersect it, flowing in the same direction as the surface water catchments, so you wouldn't then intersect it as spring flow in specific locations.
I think you just to slow down. So that
sorry,
may be
sir.
that may be obvious to you, but I think one of the points that Mr. Clothier was seeking to suggest was a criticism of using surface water catchments as not somehow reflecting the groundwater catchment, if I can put it in that way.
Yeah. So,
Can you just explain why you think Mr. Clothier's wrong about that, and why everyone's accepted you start with the surface water as mimicking the groundwater? Can you just explain that in simple terms?
Yeah, so the surface water catchment is controlled by the topography, and the groundwater catchment is controlled by the groundwater levels, the groundwater contours, which were monitored and reported in B98. And from the data that you can see in B98, that the contour plot, you can see that the groundwater flow directions are flowing into the surface water catchments. I can.
Perhaps you could just illustrate. Yeah, we can get out.
It's one of the figures. That's a bit early one. Hang on. The figure I'm talking about is the groundwater contour plot, which is in multicolours. Is figure 3.6.
This is CD B98.
B98,
Yep.
figure 3.6.
Which is on page 21, sir.
Thank you. Yes. So the oranges denote high groundwater elevation, and the greens and blues denote lower groundwater elevation in this illustration. And what you would do is if you draw arrows across at right angles to those contour lines, it tells you in which direction the groundwater flow is occurring. And from this, you can see that there's groundwater flow occurring southwards, as Dr. Clothier said, but also to the west, where spring 5 is occurring, and down gradient, and particularly to the middle of the southeastern boundary, which is where spring 2 is occurring. So that kind of shows you where the groundwater drainage is going. And if you overlay the surface water catchments on this, that division is corresponding.
Right, because that's picking up on a criticism, I think, that Mr. Clothier made about the drainage proposals. He suggested only reflecting the surface water catchments.
Yeah.
Is he right about that?
The surface water catchments reflect topography, but the fact that the springs coincide with those surface water catchments suggests that the surface water and the groundwater are coincidental, and definitely in those two springs that I mentioned, the groundwater is going that way.
Thank you. So you've gone to the figure to deal with, and I stopped you because you were explaining in relation to the point, both during construction and operation, why it is that the arrangements replicate or mimic what's going to occur.
So the purpose of the operational arrangement is to make sure that the water that would naturally recharge onto the site is maintained within the site, and it's not lost, pumped off site into a river, as may happen in other locations. So all of the water is retained on site that would naturally be there, apart from the marginal losses that we talked about 5%, that is retained within the gravels. And that is then returned to ground. And in the drainage design, we have incorporated infiltration to enable that return to ground. In the operational design, it will be returned to the nearest restored area or nearest available unworked area. And in the restoration design, that's been specifically designed to hit those surface water drainage catchments and also the groundwater drainage catchments.
And just picking up on I think probably the two key points of difference that we eventually identified, and I'd like you just to tackle, if you would, both the operational and restoration phases. But should we just deal with operation first? Mr. Clothier now accepts that the mode of operation is as you've explained in your rebuttal proof of evidence, and you've explained why Mr. Clothier's assumption that the water would be pumped to the lagoons to the north in all cases was wrong. I think that's, I'm going to skip, sir, unless you want me to, that seems to now be accepted as common ground. And you've explained in your proof of evidence that as extraction occurs, even to the extent water has to be removed from the extraction area, and I want you to explain when that might be, it's then recharged into this, broadly speaking, the same location.
Yeah, as near as possible to the same location so that you maintain the groundwater regime and the surface water regime on site.
And when, can you just explain, Inspector, when that sort of recharge would be occurring as opposed to not?
So obviously there are some periods in time when the gravels have got groundwater within them, and there's also periods in time, maybe in the summer months, where it's raining a lot, and it may be that you might have to remove some water at that point with a pump, and that would, if it's more than 20 metres cube per day, it has to be subject to an abstraction licence. You may also require it when you are doing works in the north area of the site where the groundwater levels are higher, or the river terrace deposits are thicker, so there's more saturation of the river terrace deposits, in order to put the membrane in before you fill with the impermeable material that you've brought in to infill the site.
And taking the example of when such pumping does occur, and it's, as you've explained, recharged into the nearest area, can you then tackle Mr. Clothier's contention that will affect the flow rate to the springs in a material way, which is the first point as I've understood it. He's saying by virtue of recharging in a slightly or a different location, the rate of flow, I think, I call it infiltration rate, but the rate of flow to the spring would change or might change.
So the rate at which water soaks into the ground is the rate of infiltration. The rate at which water flows through the ground is kind of the rate of flow. The rate of flow is controlled by the permeability of the ground and the gradient that is formed. And and how long it takes to get to the spring is then controlled by the distance. So Dr. Clothier is saying that because we're putting the water to the edge of the site, the flow to the spring will take less time to come from site to get to the spring, which is shorter. So that's okay. That will be slightly shorter, but during operations we're the water's going to be spread out over the site into areas where the nearest restored area or the most appropriate place to discharge the water, so that would continue to be a longer travel distance for most of the time until the site is pretty much worked out. But during that period, it's CEMEX's intention to restore and install drainage as they go.
Yeah. And insofar, and let's just tackle precisely that point that I think he's making, insofar as it is recharged in a location which is closer to the spring than where it's been taken from, does that have any material, or I was going to use the word significant, I'll avoid that word. In your view, does that have any material effect on the spring itself?
The amount of water going through the spring should be materially not impacted. The quality of water going to the spring should be materially not impacted. The shape of the hydrograph might be slightly different, but that, again, is not really a material impact in terms of the fact that the watercourse is operating.
Thank you. And then sticking with operation, the second point of difference, I think, was not all the same water would make it to the same area because of the where you're extracting from. As I've understood it, I might be wrong. I think you've just covered that point by saying the same amount of water will go. But can you just explain why that is?
So by water management, you can move the water around the site. So water can be directed to the locations where we consider that would feed the springs. So you can take, if you're working on the western area of the site, you would obviously try and discharge some water to the east because there's some drainage going on from west to east in the southern part, so that you would maintain that recharge on the unworked areas.
Okay. Can we move to the restoration stage?
Yep.
And if you want to turn up the restoration plan, if that's helpful, I'll leave you to decide.
I have got
CD2, I think.
C1.
C1, sorry. And again, by reference to the plan as necessary, let's just take the same 2 points of difference as I've understood it. The first is the contention that the restoration drainage will result in a different rate of flow to the springs. And although I'm not entirely sure I got it down correctly from Mr. Clothier, no doubt my fault, but his concern appeared to be related to the infiltration arrangements and the idea that you would get a peak flow emptying within 24 hours, as he put it, from the infiltration arrangements, and not a more steady flow heading towards the springs to maintain a trickle as it percolated through the ground arrangements over a period of time. Do you recall that point?
I do recall that point.
Can you
Thank
just
you.
help the inspector with how the drainage works and how it maintains, broadly speaking, the rates of flow to the springs?
Yeah. So the purpose of the drainage design is to take the water that would have run off overland flow and the water that would have soaked into areas where or the excess water that no longer can soak in through the relatively impermeable fill, and store it and then infiltrate it into natural ground at the edge of the site. The process of collection is obviously by gravity, so that you've still got the same timings of flow. Collecting, you've got the water is then transferred to the infiltration basins. The infiltration basins soak away water over time at the rate of which the natural gravels are there. And I know that Mr. Clothier made reference to the infiltration basins emptying rapidly. They will empty quite rapidly because the gravels, by their nature, are very permeable and they take water very quickly. So it will move quite quickly through the system. That will produce a peak in the hydrograph and a flattening of the hydrograph. But I do not believe that that would be materially different to the peak of the hydrograph that occurs from the surface water flow over land flow that currently occurs and the tail off compared to what we would get in the infiltration basin, because you'll still get some tail off because the infiltration basin can only take so much water. It's only a certain size. It can only take so much water at once, so you will get that drag in time as well. And the only difference between there is obviously difference. The difference in timing is to do with the distance between where the raindrop fell on the site and where it's being recharged to the site and the infiltration basins.
In short, will there be any, so far as you're concerned, any material effects on the flows to the springs with these arrangements in place?
In terms of quality and quantity, no.
And in terms of the change in you talked about a change in the hydrograph, whether, I think, I'm imagining a curve.
You're doing
I'm imagining a curve with a tail off.
Yeah.
Insofar as the changes in that respect, do they have any material effect on the spring?
But they merely a reflection of what happens in terms of flow going out the spring. So it might shift by a few days. It's not going to be, a significant impact.
Thank you. And then sticking again, we're still with restoration, but taking his other point, which is, well, this arrangement doesn't ensure that the same amount of water will get to the springs. As I understand it, this goes back to this idea that these arrangements reflect surface water but not groundwater arrangements. I think you may have already answered this, but can you just clarify to the inspector why these arrangements are intended to mimic the current arrangements for groundwater?
Okay, so these arrangements are designed to manage the rainfall on the site. There will still be flow from the north in the solid geology, and there will still be some recharge on the site occurring, just not necessarily as much recharge over the whole site as would have gone into the river terrace gravels. So that's why you need attenuation as well as infiltration. The flow in the solid geology, and you have to bear in mind also that when extraction occurs, it doesn't take all of the geology away. So you've got natural ground around the site. You will have natural ground underneath the infill. So there is still potential for flow to occur in those horizons, and the groundwater levels, in terms of the median groundwater level, sits quite close to the bottom of the river terrace gravels in much of the site. So you've still got that potential for flow in that area where that might have previously occurred, and you've still got the potential for flow in solid geology. The infiltration, there'll be infiltration into the gravel deposits. Maybe some of that will also go into the solid geology. So that you will still get the same discharge arrangements in the wider area that currently occur.
Thank you. And so if Mr. Clothier says he doesn't think or doesn't know whether the same amount of water will go to the same locations, do you agree or disagree with that?
We've taken great care to make sure that we can get water to the same locations.
I'm tempted not to ask any more questions about that. I'm going to just ask a few more, because let's just pick up on some other issues. In your rebuttal, you've tackled Mr. Clothier's reference to the Hampshire Minerals and Waste Plan and the need for considering the effects of any project-specific proposal, which was mentioned in the Waste Plan HRA.
Mm-hmm.
And Dr. Dewhurst, can I? You've given us all the documentation references to what's happened here, but may seem an obvious question, but can you just help the inspector? Has there been an assessment of the hydrogeological arrangements of the type that was contemplated in the waste plan in the formulation of this application?
I believe so, yes.
And at paragraph 4.6 of his proof of evidence, Mr. Clothier had referred to the Purple Haze site. I just like saying that name because it reminds me of Jimi Hendrix. Leave that aside. The Purple Haze site. He then talked about an inspector's comment about the need for a definitive appropriate assessment. Leave aside that the test is set by the regulations, but can you just help the inspector what the examining inspector was contemplating in relation to the Purple Haze site?
The Ebb Lake Bog, which is the SSSI that's adjacent to the Purple Haze site, is a groundwater dependent ecosystem, terrestrial ecosystem, and it is very much dependent solely on freshwater flow. So he's asking for a reassurance that those freshwater flows, which that ecosystem is completely dependent upon, be checked to make sure there's no adverse impact. And if I was doing an assessment on that, I would undertake to measure freshwater flows and groundwater levels and things on that site. I don't believe that to be the case here.
Thank you. And then in his evidence, he has his baseline assessment, and I asked him some questions about that, and you covered some points in rebuttal about his baseline assessment. I just want to pick up on a few of those things, and just if you could help the inspector with some of your rebuttal points. The first relates to the question of his assumption about the aquicludes and aquifers of the lower deposits.
Yep.
And he's now accepted they're not aquicludes as described, but permeable aquifers. You've identified that. Can you just explain the relevance of that to understanding the hydrogeology of this site and the response of the appellant to the site?
It's important to consider the groundwater regime as a whole, so both the river terrace deposits and the underlying solid geology, because the solid geology also stores water, and when the river terrace deposits are dry, that is, the main aquifer on site. So if you say it's an aquiclude, you're kind of ignoring that relationship between the two and the fact that some springs can be supported by the presence of that aquifer.
Thank you. And we went in evidence, and if you want to turn them up again, that at B98, CDB 98, we went to the report that has the borehole log data for the site, one of the many technical reports in support. And I think it was figure 3.1 and
3.1 and 3.3.
3, yeah, which I've lost now. And just, can you just help with what those are demonstrating and the relevance of them?
So the figures 3.1 and 3.3 show the groundwater levels in metres above ordnance datum, and they show that the groundwater levels in the solid geology are consistent and in most cases intersected completely. The water tables are intersected by the boreholes that are installed, and that they are variable between about 9 metres AOD and 22 metres AOD, and that they vary with rainfall and on site. And so that's in the solid geology, and then in the surface water geology is similar. Much they are not, do not go as deep. So the metres above AOD starts about 12, below 12 in some areas those are dry, and these have got an incomplete time series, and where there are gaps in this time series, that's because the borehole was dry when the person that went to visit it was present. I went to visit it, there was no water in the borehole, and therefore the borehole was dry and the river terrace deposits were dry at that location.
I hope that helps. And then could we go back up to page 11 of the same technical report?
Is that
and
figure?
We've got some sections.
Yep.
And you earlier were talking about the circumstances in which the river terrace deposits are dry and the water levels and the way they sometimes, the median levels coincide with the river terrace deposits. I think that was broadly speaking, but could you just help with what these red and blue lines are showing?
So the red triangles indicate at the borehole the level at which the groundwater was encountered in what was considered to be a high water level period, so January 2023, and the blue triangles indicate the level at which the water was encountered at what was considered to be a median groundwater level within the period of record. So it's not, no, every April wouldn't necessarily be the median month, because it will depend very much on the rainfall and recharge that's occurred over the preceding months. So that happened to be within the record that April 2022 was the median month in that variation for the whole of the site.
So, because I think Mr. sought to deduce from this that half the year it's wet and half the year it's dry. Is that a conclusion?
That is not strictly true. No.
Thank you. And on these sections, just picking up on an answer you gave earlier about surface water catchments equivalent to groundwater catchments and the river terrace deposits being cut off to the north. Can you, if you look at section BB on page 12, just to help the inspector as to why for this particular site, what you've explained earlier about the surface water, which is the rain coming down, and then the groundwater being similar in this respect for river terrace deposits. I think we can see on this section, page 12, the railway. There's a section through the railway. Can you just explain the point, what this is showing in terms of river terrace deposits and the effect on the site?
So effectively, the railway cutting in this section, which is on the eastern side of the site, cuts through the river terrace deposits. So the river terrace deposits are kind of isolated from river terrace deposits to the north, and therefore the water won't come across from north to south along much of that section, the railway line section.
Thank you. And taking that point, just then tackling Mr. Clothier's contention that our drainage arrangements won't mimic what's currently happening because he says the groundwater arrangements will be interrupted by the inert material that's being put into the site. Can you just comment on that, Dr. Dewhurst, particularly in relation to, I think, groundwater flows that he mentioned to the south?
So the groundwater flows to the south are supported by groundwater flows in the solid geology, and there is some groundwater flow from the groundwater contour plan. You can see there's some groundwater flow to the south. There's probably more springs to the south, but the groundwater flow to the south. The restoration and in part operation drainage has been designed to mimic that, and there's actually infiltration along the southern boundary to try and enable there to continue to be groundwater flow in that direction.
Thank you. And then, I'm not sure, I think we tackled the main points of difference. But I do want to come on to some other points raised by third parties. But can we just draw the threads together, Dr. Dewhurst? The concern raised by Mr. Clothier as to either the operation or restoration affecting the springs. Having heard everything he said and looked at his proof, I just want to understand what your views are as a expert in the area, whether you have any reasonable scientific doubt, to use the language, as to the effect of what's being proposed in either operation or restoration.
I have no doubt that the water quantity and quality coming off the site will be the same.
Coming off the site will be the same. Perhaps we should be more specific.
To each spring, to each spring, I think it will be the same.
And I ought to then. You have covered in your evidence, however, that even if there were effects of the type Mr. Clothier is suggesting, i.e. changes to the flow or duration or whatever they may be, you've made the point about the overall quantity of flow from the site to the protected sites. You're going to leave that question of impacts on the protected sites, I think, to Mr. De La Haye.
I am going to leave that to Mr. De La Haye. It's not my place to comment on ecology.
But you've given us the number, you've given us quantification of the
I gave some proportions, yes. And I won't say that I've summed up the entire Itchen and Tess catchments either, because it's composed of many water bodies.
And in that respect, though, criticisms made of the LLFA, the EA, and Natural England by Mr. Clothier, who says, well, they've missed the trick here. They focused on the wrong thing. They've misunderstood. Do you see any? What's your view? Do you think those criticisms are valid?
I don't think that it's my place to criticise the regulator making due decisions, but I think that they are proportionate and valid.
Which are their decisions or the criticisms?
The decisions are proportionate and valid.
And then, so with your permission, I can just move on to not the Rule 6 party issues, but some issues that were raised yesterday, which I said I'd revisit. I think it was Mr. Peter in particular who raised a concern. I don't know if he's here. I said you would be giving evidence. He raised a concern. He's a resident further south he's concerned that with the attenuation basins and infiltration, that he could potentially experience flooding to his property if those arrangements fill with water, and he basically concerned that flooding could occur. Can I just get you to respond to that, whether he should be concerned or not?
The drainage design is designed to mimic what currently happens, and if he's kind of saying that, and there's no, certainty is not a thing necessarily in hydrogeology, necessarily. So if there's no reason that he has flooding currently, and we have designed the drainage to make sure that the water is returned to the appropriate areas in appropriate quantities, then there is no reason to suppose that he should experience it in the future.
I think he was thinking perhaps of such a heavy rainfall event that the attenuation basin infiltration themselves fill up, and then water might occur. I think that was his concern. I might have.
He did mention overland flow routes that would occur from drainage features.
Exactly.
Which are there is an analysis of those exceedance flows in CD C2.
And there is analysis, but can you summarise it for him if he's
summarises that the overtopping would occur into the surface water catchments identified as previously having issues, rather than in southwards, because the balance of water is the same as it was pre-restoration.
Is there anything else you want to add at this stage, Dr. US? I took your rebuttal rather quickly, but if there's anything else you want...
I'm quite happy, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mrs. Strawn. In which case, we'll go straight into cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Dr. Dewhurst. Just want to establish a few facts, if I can, about the baseline. So, in fact, before I go anywhere further, I've got a rough list of core documents that I'm likely to take you to. So, if that's issue, sir, Dr. Clothier's proof, core document L63, Dr. Dewhurst's proof, which is D17, and her rebuttal, which is D27. The relevant part of the environmental statement, which is core document A20. And core document B98, which is the technical note on groundwater flow, which we have obviously looked at quite a bit, and then core document L30, which is the Environment Agency's consultation response. But starting, if I may, Dr. Dewhurst, with Dr. Clothier's proof of evidence and his figure 6.
Sorry, I'm slightly distracted by looking for L30. Apologies.
That's fine. We'll come to that in due course, but his figure 6 of his proof, which is on page 9.
Yep.
Yeah. So I don't think there is any significant dispute about what this figure is showing. It's showing observed groundwater issues numbered 1 to 6. So 5 of them along the sort of more or less the eastern boundary of the site, and 1 of them on just off the western boundary of the site. That's right, isn't it? And if you look at where, so far as you can tell from the geological mapping, where those issues arise are almost all align exactly with the edge of the mapped river terrace deposits. Is that right?
Some do, and some occur off the edge of the mapped deposits. Namely, number 6 and number 1.
Yeah. So number 6 and number 1 slightly off the edge, but the rest pretty much exactly on the edge, aren't they?
Yep.
Yeah, thank you. And then what Dr. Clothier has observed, and other local residents have observed, is that these groundwater issues effectively flow into springs and discharge into, well, most into the River Hamble and one into Southampton Water. And you accept that he's got photographs of that in his proof of evidence.
Yes, well, it was very handy you did some mapping.
Yeah, thank you. I've not seen any and similar analysis in anything that Stantec has produced. So in terms of understanding where those springs emerge or where they flow into, that's not been done by you, is that right?
I didn't do the Stantec work.
Anyone on behalf of the appellant then?
The Stantec work makes alludence to groundwater issues, but doesn't map any.
No. So it doesn't look at where they emerge.
Not in specific.
No, or what they look like, where they emerge, for example. Nothing has certainly been documented about any of that, has it?
Indeed, there are no photographs.
You have to give me, so I don't have such a big team as Mr. Strawn, so I have to make my own notes as we go along. We might have to pause every now and then for that. Okay, fine. So these exist. We're happy with that. And then it's really just a question of what feeds these groundwater issues. Where does the water come from, and how does it get there? That's what we're sort of here to largely discuss. And so, can I take it as accepted that rainwater falling onto the site is going to be contributing to these groundwater issues?
I don't think there's any doubt about that.
Yeah. Thank you. So, and in fact, in large part, it is the main contributor, most likely, to the groundwater issues.
In some of the springs, it will be, yes.
Thank you. All right. In terms of how it gets there, then, we have to look at what's underneath the surface of the ground, if you like. So in the first place, as you can see, and as we've accepted, the river terrace deposits underlie the site, and that's obvious because that's why you want to dig it out, because it's obviously valuable. So we have river terrace deposits, and again, I think you'll accept, it says this in the ES, obviously, river terrace deposits are a secondary aquifer.
Indeed.
And that means that the river terrace deposits will store water and gradually discharge water, and that's a sort of property of an aquifer, is it not?
Indeed.
Indeed. Okay, thank you. So the river terrace deposits will perform a function of storing water and then gradually discharging that water, or the water gradually moving through it over a period of time.
Yes, as would the solid deposit.
Yes, we'll come on to that. But to be clear, that function is certainly performed by the river terrace deposits, isn't it?
It is indeed.
All right. But I mean, as you say, the substrata, we'll use the substantial strata, you'll forgive my terminology there, but also is classified as an aquifer. So you have the Selsey and Ernley sand formation and the Marsh Farm formation. That's right, yes.
That is correct.
Yeah.
They are.
But in terms of the permeability rates, they do have significantly different permeability rates compared with the river terrace deposits, don't they?
There's very little permeability data on the Bracklesham beds, which is what the Early and Selsby formations and the Marsh Farm formation are made of. There's one site-specific infiltration rate for the Marsh Farm formation, which, given its clay nature, is about 1 times 10 to the minus 6. The estimated permeability for the Selsby and Early formations is between 1 times 10 to the minus 4 and 1 times 10 to the minus 6, depending on how sandy they are. The river terrace deposits have a approximate average permeability of 1 times 10 to the minus 4, but the range goes up to 1 times 10 to the minus 6.
Yeah.
So they're comparable. The sandy areas are comparable with the river terrace deposits.
So some are comparable, but some, of course, are orders of magnitude of hundreds of times lower in terms of permeability.
Yes, but then the order of magnitude variation in the river terrace deposits is 2 orders of magnitude as well.
Yes, well, that's right. And I suppose what we can take from this is quite a complicated picture in terms of how this interrelates and how groundwater will move through the site. Do you accept that?
Yes, it's quite complicated.
On average, I mean, I think it's fair to accept on average, albeit accepting complications, the river terrace deposit is less permeable than the solid strata underneath it.
I think you meant more permeable.
Yes, I did, and thank you for correcting me with that. But that is what I meant. And then what's the answer?
It is marginally more permeable, which is why you get the springs occurring at the base of it. But it's also not, the deposits underneath are not impermeable.
No, I don't think anyone is suggesting that they are impermeable. You say marginally. Well, he definitely. Forgive me. Nobody is.
We don't want to go back to the clued
impermeable
conversation.
No, but I mean, I can obviously direct the inspector to Dr. Clavier's proof where he accepted there would be a degree of infiltration into the solid strata, and so anyway, so we don't need to go over that again. But between the difference between 10 to the minus 6 and 10 to the minus 4 is 100 times, and so there will be a difference. As you said, it varies, but on average there will be a difference in permeability between the river terrace deposits and the solid strata beneath.
There is a difference in permeability between the river terrace deposits and the strata underneath based on the data that we have.
Yes, okay. And where there is a difference, you will get not an aquiclude, but you will in some cases get a degree of water pooling at the divide between the two. So because the water will go faster through the river terrace deposits, suddenly it slows down, it will then build up at that sort of transition point, won't it?
You do get that. However, the hydrographs suggest that they move pretty much together in terms of groundwater levels within the solid geology and the river terrace deposits. So it may be that it's not actually due to, well, there will be some component of variability of spring discharge occurring due to changes in permeability, but there will also be some aspect of spring discharge occurring due to the termination of the deposit. So it's not just because the solid geology is less permeable.
Okay, but that plays a part. That plays clearly a factor. That's a factor.
It is one of the factors involved with spring formation. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. So, yes, and just to look at sort of what water the river terrace deposits store. If I could ask you to look at B98, core document B98, and when you get there, if you look at page 9.
Is that a specific figure?
Yes, it is, figure 2.3.
Thank you.
Yeah, so
Yep.
do you have that? So, I mean, this is really just to sort of help the inspector understand these documents, but what this is showing is the elevation base of the river terrace deposit. So that's effectively the height of the bottom of the river terrace deposits.
Yeah, so obviously the river terrace deposits were they're deposited on an uneven surface because they're deposited by a river. So they're not flat.
Yeah.
They can be variable, and this shows that spring 5 and spring 2 happen to sit in an area where there's a dip in the surface that they're deposited on.
Okay. So the point I want to make about this is, if you just to take an example, the highest point of the river terrace deposits here, you can see in the red area, and that's, I think there's a spot height recorded there of 19.3 meters AOD.
Yeah.
And then if you want to look at sort of where the groundwater sits above that, then if you want to, for example, if you go to page 22, which is figure 3.7,
Not there yet.
that's fine.
Yep.
And so if you again just take the northeast corner as an example, that's recording the level of groundwater in the river terrace deposits, and that's recording it as that records a spot height of 21.4 metres.
Yes.
So there is basically 2.1 metres of depth of water, if you like, in that part of the river terrace deposits at that time of year.
At that point
Yeah,
in time,
yeah.
yes.
And if the inspector wants, he can obviously compare the various figures to look at how much water in various parts is being stored in the river terrace deposits. But the point is, there is a body of water being stored in the river terrace deposits, and you can see that from these diagrams.
There is a variable amount of water stored in the river terrace deposits over time. Yes.
I'm just looking at that over time point. Obviously, we're looking at figure 3.7, which is for January, which, as I understand it, is when it's at its wettest.
It is the maximum in that record.
Maximum in that record, yeah. And then we also have versions for April. So if you look at April 2022 on page 21, the same place, there is still groundwater even there being stored as 20.14 metres. So you've got something like 0.6 or 0.7 metres of groundwater there. So it shows the variability, but it also shows, for example, in April, there is still groundwater being stored there.
That's the median.
Yes.
Yeah.
But it does show that, yes, I know.
Yeah, they're still there.
Yeah, it's still there. And that's the median. And I think my understanding of median is the middle, which means that 50% of the readings will be higher than that, and 50% of the readings will be lower than that. I seem to suggest you disputing that, to hear you disputing that earlier, but I'm not quite sure whether you can.
What the point we were trying to make is that it's the median in that record, and B, it doesn't necessarily mean it's the median of all in every borehole. Some of the boreholes might be lower, some of the boreholes might be higher, because it's just in that record, that period of record. So it doesn't mean that 50% of the time, all the time, the groundwater level will be at that level.
Okay, I mean, I appreciate those caveats, but so taking broad strokes here, that is more or less what you can take from this. If April is it's the median in the record, okay, there might be some variations across boreholes, but very broadly, you would expect 50% of the time there'll be more water in there, and 50% of the time there'll be less.
That is the purpose of a median, but it is only in that record.
Yes, I
this April it's going to be drier,
Yes, obviously, yes. I think we understand that. It will be drier, no doubt, as it goes into the summer months, and nobody is suggesting, I think, otherwise. But it'll also be wetter for half the time as well.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. So, I think the point is, I think it's a fairly basic proposition. The river terrace deposit does act as a kind of reservoir which stores groundwater, doesn't it?
The river terrace deposits are an aquifer.
Yes, and they store groundwater, and that is pretty much incontrovertible, isn't it?
Yeah.
And that groundwater is stored across the site, across the river terrace deposits.
In variable quantities.
Yes. Yes. Okay. Thank you. All right, and then just trying to understand a bit more about storage in the river terrace deposits. If I take you to page 11 on core document B98, that's figure 2.5. This is one of the sections that you've been to earlier, cross section A to A, and then we have the water levels there marked, the January water level marked with the red triangles, and the April water level marked with the blue triangles. Both in January and April, just on that section, there is water in the river terrace above the solid strata, I think, on all of the recorded boreholes, isn't it? Except for perhaps one on the far right, which looks like it's basically at the level of the solid strata.
There is a small amount of water in there, apart from near the west Spring 5, which is the West Spring, which has a much thicker level of gravel present.
So again, in April, the median, accepting your caveats about that, there is a level of groundwater still being stored in the river terrace deposits, and then obviously in January it's there's
A
obviously
little
more.
bit higher.
Yeah, it's high. Yeah,
Little bit higher, yeah.
yeah, okay. So for 50% of the time, though, and obviously amounts vary, but the river terrace deposits are definitely storing water, aren't they?
Yes.
Yeah.
Some for 50% of the time in some of the boreholes.
Okay. All right. Now, water is stored in the river terrace deposits. It obviously then some of it might move down and some of it moves across. And I just want to understand how water will flow once it lands in the site across the site. So that's going to depend slightly, I think, on flow rates across the river terrace deposit. And I think you were keen to distinguish between rates of infiltration and flow rates. And I think that's an important distinction as far as understanding Dr. Clothier's evidence as well. So as far as flow rates are concerned, your proof of evidence at paragraph 4.1.25 Do you have that, Dr.
Yes.
Dewhurst? Right.
Yeah.
So what you say there, you talk about measurements you've taken. You say these suggest that on average rainwater travels vertically through the ground at a rate of 0.4 meters per hour, and then assuming that horizontal movement is fast and vertical movement a factor of 10 is normally applied. So if I understood correctly, that water moves faster horizontally through the river terrace spots than it does vertically.
That is a classic assumption in hydrogeology.
Yeah. Okay. And then you say that water falling then in the centre of the site would be at the boundary within either a few days or a period between, a few years or a period of 1 year at the lowest permeability. So that's quite a big range, isn't it?
Yes, but the permeability range is quite large too.
Yes, but there'll be, some of the water falling in the centre of the site could take a year to get out again.
That is true, yes.
And obviously there's a range in between that.
Yes. 0.8 of a day is the fastest.
And so, because that explains, does it not, why these springs have a sort of, they continue to flow after rainfall events, because water comes down, infiltrates into the site. It's goes into the river terrace deposits. Some of it will go into the solid strata, and we can talk about that in a minute. But it will then make its way out, so faster horizontally than vertically, and it will take variable amounts of time to do that. But obviously, some of that water is going to take up to a year to flow out of the site, and so that's why it sustains the spring flows, isn't it?
Some of the spring flows, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Now, and now just want to pick up the point about the solid strata. So I think your evidence earlier, and it was put to Dr. Dewhurst, Dr. Clothier, that if you protect, so as I understand it, your analysis, if you project the river terrace deposits as continuing beyond the boundary at the same level, that puts some of the springs below the river terrace deposits, and you conclude from that it suggests that the some of the springs are being fed by the solid geology. So I understood that correctly.
Yes, that's correct.
But you haven't drilled any bore sites borehole, off-site, which would enable you to confirm that hypothesis, have you?
No, we haven't.
Yeah. So that is a hypothesis, isn't it?
Yes.
But even if it's right, it doesn't mean that the springs are not fed also, at least in part, by the river terrace deposits, does it?
It means that the springs may receive water via the surface geology from the river terrace deposits, because obviously they sit on top and they fill up with water, and the water goes into the surface, into the solid geology. It doesn't stop that happening. The point that I was trying to make was solely that the situation with regards to springs and their support mechanism in terms of groundwater flow is not as simple as it all comes from the river terrace deposits, because
So
that's
again,
not the case.
I suppose that's another layer of complexity, if you like, in the system. Yes?
Yeah.
And now, in terms of, I mean, if to the extent that the springs are fed by the solid strata, obviously that solid strata has to be recharged somehow, doesn't it? So presumably the way in which the solid strata is recharged as rain falls, it permeates through the river terrace deposits, and it, as you have said and been at pains to point out, some of it will infiltrate into the solid strata. That's how it recharges, if you like, and then feeds the springs. Do I understand that correctly?
Yeah, but the important point with that is that the solid geology, because it continues from the north to the south under the railway line, has more recharge area.
So you're suggesting, because I think I understand you're suggesting it could be recharged from areas off site, if you like, and it's transmitting water under the site. Is that what you want?
There will be some component of that.
But that's never been, if you like, measured in any sense, has it?
No.
No. So you can't say what proportion would be.
There's no quantification.
Yeah.
The only quantification really is, well, there's no quantification. It's all based on third-party data.
Okay. So if like drawing these threads together, the river terrace deposit does perform functions storing and discharging water into the springs, and it performs a function potentially recharging the solid strata underneath it as well.
Yes,
Yeah.
that is true.
So when you remove the river terrace deposits from the site, you remove that aquifer and that storage capability or that storage function, don't you?
You remove it,
Yeah.
but that's the purpose of the recharge design, infiltration design.
We'll come to that, but I think just wanted to understand what's happening on the site.
I think that's clear.
Yeah. And I just wanted to understand some of the calculations you've done, because as you say, we can talk about monitoring in a bit, but you say obviously no monitoring has been done of the flow rates in the springs. You say, well, it's quite difficult and you didn't need to do that. I suppose to deal with that now, I mean, there would have been ways you could have monitored it if you had wanted to, wouldn't there?
There are ways of monitoring spring discharge, and Dr. Clothier did mention the bucket method. There's also, velocity methods. You can do poo sticks, for example. And there are ways of producing spring capture pools and putting in flow meters and doing flow meters and Doppler effects. Those are possible if there is a need to do so.
So the reason it's not done is because you've assessed it's not necessary to do.
The reason it was not done is because Stantec had assessed was not necessary to do in the water environment chapter, screening.
Even though it could have been ascertained had anyone looked, and it doesn't sound like anyone did, that those springs do flow into the European protected sites.
Are you suggesting A, nobody looked for springs, or...
Well, we've established that there's no record of anybody going out to look at the springs. You don't have photographs of the springs. You don't look at where they've ended up or how they enter for example, the Hamble. There's no record of anyone having done that. But my point is that it could have been done, and the hydraulic connectivity between the site and the European sites could have been known or was known. And yet, despite that, there was no attempt to monitor the rates of flow in those springs.
Because in the screening opinion, it was screened out.
In the EIA screening opinion or the HRA?
EIA.
Yeah, but we're talking here about habitats, aren't we? We're talking about something different.
There aren't... Yeah, we are. Yeah. But I'm not commenting on habitats regulations.
No, but I'm fine. But just saying because we screened out the EIA is not a pass, doesn't get you out of having to look at the ecological effects, does it, for HRA purposes?
I'm not commenting on habitat regulations.
All right. So it wasn't done because it wasn't deemed necessary, and that's because it was screened out of EIA.
It was screened out in the EIA. There's mention in the EIA of small water discharges, small surface water courses, and things like that.
All right. But what you have done is provided a calculation in your proof of evidence at paragraph 4.1.26, I think. So this is a sort of a rough calculation.
A rough water balance calculation, yes.
Balance calculation. All right. And that calculation, first of all, assumes that the site, recharge on the site discharges continually over the course of the year.
It doesn't. It assumes that in a year, you would have a certain quantity of water landing on the site from a rain gauge, or from, I think in this case, the rainfall data comes from a more some national squares of rain data. And the effective recharge is calculated using the FE host descriptors for the site, which are soil dependent or surface geology dependent, which reduces that rainfall. So there's a component that obviously runs off and there's a component that disappears into the air that then becomes 253 millimetres per annum. And then what I've done is I've taken the various surface water catchments as an assumption of, draining to springs as they align with those springs, and multiplied that and then divided it up into slices to produce metre cubes per hour. It doesn't say or mean to say that it's consistent, that flow, but that is over a year what the average should be.
But we know, I think I don't think anyone's really saying it flows into the late summer months, for example. So you can discount a lot of that, which means, in fact, that obviously that when it is flowing, if you like, quantities are likely to be higher than what you have assessed there, the average.
Mine is average.
Yeah, yours.
And water balance on an annual basis is not something that is unusual to do.
Okay. That calculation, as you said, is based on assumptions and not based, for example, on actual measurement of rainfall at the site. That's on sort of national data that's broken down.
It's national data, yeah.
And it's a rough calculation. Do you accept that in a complex environment like this, there are a number of complexities to do with different degrees of permeability, the river terrace deposits, for example, and different areas where the solid strata meet the springs, that in a complex environment, a rough calculation like that is not really going to assist you very much, is it?
It's quite common in hydrogeology and hydrology to do a desk-based assessment prior to going out and doing any site investigation work, and these kind of calculations are quite common in that.
Yeah. So they're coming for a desk-based assessment, okay, but you've got a complicated environment here, which suggests the need to actually physically measure the flow rates in the spring and how that interacts with groundwater levels on the site and in different places on the site, but that's never been done.
You know that it's not been done.
I know that's never been done. I'm just giving the chance to confirm that. And obviously, what we do have are observations from residents that, for example, the streams continue to flow long after rainfall. So Dr. Clothier mentioned some of that. So for several weeks, maybe months after rainfall, the springs continue to flow. That's observed data, if you like.
It's anecdotal data, yes.
Yeah, well, you could have confirmed it, as we've established, but you've not done that. So all we have to go on is that anecdotal data, isn't it?
And we do sometimes place reliance on anecdotal data, usually, supported by further information from residents and such like. But, I trust that the residents know what's happening in their gardens.
Thank you. And again, that suggests, by way of observation, that the storage of groundwater from the site is sustaining these spring flows over a long period or over a substantial period of time. We're talking weeks, months, rather than days.
If what the residents is saying is true, if it hasn't rained, there's many factors involved in what sustains spring flow. But yes, I've not said that there wouldn't be flow if there's water in the river terrace deposits.
Okay. Just want to talk then about some of the operational effects of the development, if I may. And there's been a lot of discussion about this. I'm not going to spend too long on it, hopefully. And if I've misunderstood things that have been said earlier, I'm very happy to be corrected on that, because I know there was a lot of back and forth about that. But there is discussion of this in the environmental statement. And as my understanding is that during operation there'll be a freshwater lagoon constructed in the northwestern corner of the site, and that much of the groundwater flow in the river terrace deposits north of the site will be captured by that lagoon and used for quarry operations. Is that correct?
There is going to be a groundwater lagoon in the northwest of the site, a lagoon, and it will intersect groundwater, so that water will be used. It's an unlined freshwater lagoon, so that water will also leave that location as well.
But that will affect the way that the groundwater flows in that part of the site for that period, won't it?
In that it will intersect it and there'll be a bit of use of it. There'll be some change,
There will be some change, thank you. And then, as I understand it, 5% of the groundwater will be taken for gravel processing and not replaced, is that correct?
So 5% of the water that's used to wash the gravel, which will be water from the freshwater lagoon, is retained in the product, and the rest is returned to the environment.
So there will be a net loss of 5%. Yeah. Okay. So that's obviously going to affect the amount of groundwater in the site because you're losing 5% of it.
During extraction.
Yeah, during construction. Abstraction, sorry. Now, there's a question of dewatering, and my understanding is that what is happening is if you're working some of the river terrace deposits which are wet, you will pump out some of that water and effectively just move it along to some adjacent
if there's
part.
Too much water.
If there's too much, yeah.
Yeah.
So
it can be worked wet and dry.
Yeah, but if there's too much, there will be some movement, if you like,
there will be some water management.
Yeah, and so that is obviously going to put groundwater that was in one part of the site in a slightly different part of the site.
Yes.
Yeah, and so I think that could affect some of the way in which that water flows into the different springs to some extent. Yeah, so there's an effect in operational, the operational section of this. And I think you may have covered this in your evidence in chief, but but it's right, I think, to say that if you're doing this on the perimeter of the site, you're taking water away and perhaps pushing it more into the centre of the site. You're sort of reverse. Yeah, that could draw water away from the springs because you're creating a reverse gradient.
If you didn't plan your water management appropriately.
But you're saying you could avoid that by planning your water management. Okay. So your conclusion, as I understand it, we've heard it many times, is that there may be some impact on the flow to springs during operation, but that will be insignificant. That's your assessment of
That's my assessment.
Extent of the impact. But the difficulty, I suppose, with that is that, as we've established, you've not empirically modelled any kind of baseline in terms of flow rates in the springs and how they relate to the levels of water in the river terrace deposit, for example. So you can't empirically make that comparison, can you?
I don't have any data on flow rates in the springs. That is correct.
Yes, and so the answer to my question is you can't make any kind of empirical comparison, can you?
I cannot make a direct comparison between the two, no.
And my understanding is that one of the reasons that you say, for example, that there will be an insignificant effect is because of a lack of continuous groundwater in the river terrace deposits. But as we've established in the sort of even in April, in the median period, if you look at the sections, it's a low level, but there is a level of continuous groundwater in the river terrace deposits, isn't there?
There's a very low level in the ground. And if you look at other sections, not just the one that you brought me to, you can see that in section CC, for example, there's water levels sitting below the river base of the river sorry, it's not CC. If you look at BB, you can see that the median value is sitting on the bottom of the river terrace deposits in 2-3 locations.
This is figure 2.6.
This is figure 2.6.
Yeah. That's the median value, but obviously the high level value there is continuous groundwater. So there's certainly at least a period of time when
there is some periods of time where there is more groundwater than other periods.
Yeah, and it varies between sections. So you can't just make the bold statement that there is no continuous groundwater in the site. That's actually inaccurate, isn't it?
You can make a statement that in some periods of time the groundwater will not join up in the middle of the site.
Right, but that's different from the statement that you made in your proof, isn't it? You said there's no continuous groundwater.
There isn't a continuous groundwater table at some periods of time.
At some periods of time. Okay, thank you. And then just to finish off on this operational section, your table in your proof of evidence, page 15, I understand from that table that you accept that at every stage of the operational work, there will be some effect on some of the springs.
My table identifies where there might be potential impact, but that potential impact can be managed through water management techniques.
Okay, well, there's potential impact then in some of the springs throughout that whole operational period. Yeah. Okay.
That's not to say that impact could be deemed to be significant.
No, but
in quality or quantity.
Yeah. But I suppose that's an analysis again that you sort of have to take by reference to empirical data, which you don't have. So this is the difficulty that you face, isn't it?
It is a similar difficulty for Dr. Clothier.
The difference between Dr. Clothier and your client, though, is that your client obviously has to satisfy the inspector beyond reasonable scientific doubt that there's not going to be an adverse effect on the integrity of the European sites. And so, obviously, it's your client's duty to provide enough evidence to satisfy him with that. It's not Dr. Clothier's job, is it, to do that? So the difficulty the inspector faces, and we'll also make submissions on this in due course, is that he doesn't have the evidence, the best scientific evidence, to allow him to reach that conclusion to the standard he needs to reach it.
Thank you for the clarification, Mr. Fulbrook.
Oh, I'm always happy to help. Okay, now I want to just look at the post-restoration. Well, that was a proposition which your witness can agree to if she wants to.
Yeah, I mean, if you put it as a question, and bearing in mind the question you put was about the Habitats Directive, and I think Dr. Dewhurst has made it clear several times that she's not answering the Habitats Directive question. So it was more of a statement, but if it's going to be a question, it needs to be a fair question.
Well, if Dr. Dewhurst can't answer the question I'm about to pose, she's welcome to defer that to Mr. Delahayes. I have no problem with that.
I think we need to do that because I think we've already.
That's fine.
Dr. Dewhurst is not here to answer questions regarding the habitats regulations assessment.
Fine.
That's a matter for
All
another.
right. Fine. Thank you. All right. Well, let's move on from that then to the restoration stage. So, what will happen once the site is of all the relevant river terrace deposits been removed is that they will be replaced by sort of inert material and a low permeability geological barrier. I think that's between, as I understand it, that's between the solid strata and then the inert material.
Yeah, geological barriers are what actually we're talking about is an attenuation layer, not necessarily a barrier.
Okay. I think I'm just taking the language of the environmental assessment there,
yeah,
which refers to it as a low permeability geological barrier. I suppose the point is it's got low permeability, and that's clearly in the name. Now, the inert material that goes in on top is significantly less permeable than the river terrace deposits, and I think we've been through this, but I understand that from your proof, permeability of these is between 10 to the minus 7, 1 times 10 to the minus 7 and 1 times 10 to the minus 9 meters per second.
Correct.
Yeah, so that is up to 100,000 times less permeable than the river terrace deposits.
Indeed.
Yeah. So effectively, this inert layer will not store or transmit water.
It's not impermeable.
Yes.
It is able to transmit water, but only at a very slow rate, obviously, given the difference in permeabilities. So it's not impermeable, but it is not the same permeability of the material that is currently present.
Yes, it's up to 100,000 times less permeable.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So when rainfall meets the site where much of it would previously have gone into the river terrace deposits and been stored there, transmitted to the solid strata and outward, most of the rain that falls on the site is going to run along the surface into your attenuation features, not going to infiltrate into the ground because it's much less permeable.
That is the purpose of the anti-inundation features.
So instead of the baseline, which we've established where the rain falls onto the river terrace deposits, say in the centre of the site, and takes up to a year to flow out across the site into the springs, you have rain that falls onto the site and is pretty much straight away flowing across the surface into your attenuation features. So that up to a year of sort of transfer rate has been lost, hasn't it?
The up to a year is only in certain parts of the site. You have to just kind of bear that in mind. One rule does not fit all.
No, I've been clear it's up to a year, but the point is, and we accept it's a complex picture, so it's quite difficult to know exactly how it's going to play out, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Mm. and then the water then is collected in your attenuation basins, as I understand it, and then is discharged from that into what remains of the river terrace deposits at the perimeter of the site,
Yes.
and through that into the groundwater, into groundwater and out through the springs.
Into the groundwater system and out through the groundwater seepages.
Yeah.
Yes.
Including the springs, probably.
Including springs.
The attenuation itself is designed to discharge into groundwater very quickly, isn't it?
The attenuation or infiltration?
The infiltration, forgive me.
The infiltration rate is controlled by the solid material. It's not a French drain. It's just an infiltration swale.
Yeah. So the point is, the goal is to get that water into the ground as quickly as possible.
The goal is to get the water into the ground. The rate at which it goes into the ground is controlled by the natural strata.
Okay. But that rate is, it's going into the natural strata, going into the river terrace deposits, but you have accept that at that point, I mean, lots of criticism has been made about Dr. Clothier's conceptual site model, which we would not necessarily accept, but the point you can gather from figure 9 of his proof of evidence is that there's much less of the river terrace deposit left to act as that aquifer.
The distance between the point at which the raindrop falls on the site and the distance to the spring is shorter. Yes.
Right, I just want to understand that. You say the distance is shorter. I mean, the distance is the same.
No, the physical distance between the point at which the water is recharged to the groundwater and the spring is shorter, definitely, because it's on the perimeter of the site.
Thank you, yes. I thought you meant that, say a drop of rain falls on the centre of the site, it's still however many metres away from the edge, but of course most of that distance is going over ground and then it's being discharged.
Yes.
So I understand. So the distance below ground is less. The amount of river terrace deposits that can act as an aquifer in this case is much less.
Mm-hmm.
So it retains and stores the water for less time.
Yep.
Yeah. So what you will get then in rainy periods is the river terrace deposits filling up and discharging much more quickly than they do at the moment.
You would, but you'll also get very little overland flow, which is another point.
Okay. You will get less the overland flow that at the moment is still very much sort of directly linked to the rainfall. That's not going to take long. Flow overland into the surface water is not going to take long, is it?
Yeah, but Dr. Clothier's point was that the hydrograph has overland flow in it and subsurface flow. We replaced this overland flow by reducing the amount of flooding that may occur on Conceptual Lane or Hamble Lane by putting in the infiltration features and the attenuation basins. So now you get, it all goes into the ground and it comes out in the springs, and hopefully that will mean that you don't get surface water flooding, and you will get a hydrograph that looks slightly different.
Yes. And in terms of how different it looks, we have no way of knowing how different that hydrograph will look, do we?
Don't? No.
No. So if that's the case, it's very difficult for the inspector to reach any conclusion that there will be no material effect on the hydrograph, because you've got no way of knowing how different it's going to look, do you?
On the hydrograph?
Yeah.
But the quality and quantity will remain the same.
Yeah, but Dr. Clothier's point largely is about the hydrograph, isn't it? Because it's about the length of time that the spring-fed streams are sustained for and how long they flow for. And that is something that we don't really know how much it will be affected by this development, isn't it?
We don't know how much it will be affected specifically, no.
in terms of the locations for groundwater flow, again, that second point of difference that Dr. Clothier identified was that where the groundwater will discharge, which spring effectively it might go out into, or which other outlet it might go into, might vary between as a result of the development, because instead of the water flowing out through the site along the ground and being affected by the groundwater contours there, it will flow over the surface, and it could end up in a different place.
So, Dr. Clothier has demonstrated that the springs sit within the surface water catchments in his figure, where he's used the overland flow route from the Environment Agencies, which is figure 4 of his proof of evidence.
Yeah.
Those overland flow routes are also part of that data, that information is how the surface water catchments have been defined, has been used to support the surface water catchments.
Yes.
So delivery of water in the surface water catchments will go to those points. And because the springs are plotted onto those locations, they will also deliver water to the springs.
Yes, but that says nothing about how water would have moved underground before your development sends it all over the across
And
the
as I
surface.
previously said and pointed out, there is evidence to show that the surface water catchments can be mapped on the groundwater catchments, particularly for Spring 5, which is the west end spring, and Spring 2, which is in the middle of the eastern boundary.
But I suppose excluding then Spring 6 for...
I don't believe
Really?
Spring 6 receives particularly a large amount of water from the site by virtue of its elevation and its proximity to the groundwater high.
Okay, so you've got, I think, confidence in relation to 1 and 5, that's
2 and 5.
2 and 5, forgive me. 2 and 5, confidence in relation to those. But the rest, that's a hypothesis or an assumption again, isn't it?
Sorry?
With regard to the rest, that is purely a hypothesis that that's not going to change or be affected.
No, Spring 4 is also receiving recharge into its overland flow area, and the groundwater contours indicate that there would be groundwater flow towards it. Spring 3 seems to be in a bit of a strange position, but that maybe it receives more overland flow because it sits on an overland flow route than groundwater. And Spring 1, I think, probably receives water from the solid deposits.
All right.
And there's infiltration at the bottom of the site, which would supply that water.
Okay. Now, I was going to ask some questions about what the Environment Agency said and its relationship to the duties under habitats regulations, but I think that's probably a question for Mr. Delahayes and not for you.
Indeed.
In fairness. Yeah, and similarly, your evidence in relation to the proportion of freshwater input into the Hamble and the Solent, you've made your calculation, but the actual significance of that, again, is a matter for Mr. Delahayes, isn't it? Not really for you.
If you would, yes.
Yes. Okay, so bear with me one moment to also check that there's nothing further I need to ask you. Dr. Duhas, thank you. I don't have any further questions for you, so thank you, sir.
Thank you. Before I bring you in, Mr. Strong, I just have one question that I'd just like to ask your witness, please. In relation to Tony Peter, who said something yesterday, you picked up about Mr. Peter, but he said something else. He said something about you'd not use the correct or the latest version of the flood estimation handbook.
Yes.
What is the implication of that?
So I'm not a SUDS designer, I have to say, but we have used the FEH 2013 data. We haven't used the FEH 2022 data. I believe the FEH 2022 data has the updated climate change scenarios incorporated within it, which relate to the intensity and volume of rainfall.
Do I need to be concerned that updated data in the 2000 version would have an effect on the calculation methodology of all the ES hydrology chapter that's based on the 2013 version?
So
in other words, what I'm trying to get at is, do I need to really be worried about that?
So the it's not, SUDS design is not really my area of expertise. However, I do understand, in consultation with the SUDS designers, that we have incorporated some safety factors into the revised drainage design, which is what that calculation has been used in. So that would be C2, core document C2, which should incorporate the changes that the 2022 update has got.
Right. Should, but we don't know if it does. All right. That's a point that gave me a little bit of concern yesterday. And I'm not going to dwell on that now. But what I'm inclined to say is that between now and when we resit again in June, is this something that perhaps we could have a technical note just to understand the implications of that document in relation to the design of the SUDS scheme that's been done, and whether the SUDS design still remains robust in the light of that document?
Absolutely, sir. We can give well, we can in effect tell you whether the revised drainage scheme takes account of FEH 22.
Yeah, I think it's important. It's no disrespect to yourself, Mr. Fulbrook, of that. It's just something that, not disrespect to yourself either, Mr. Strong. It's just something that a member of the public raised yesterday.
Yeah.
And it twigged my ears straight away, thinking, well, to what extent has climate change that's been captured in terms of some modelling requirements in the 22 version, does that mean that the drainage design that's on the 2013 version still remains robust? And that's what I just want to know. Simple as that. And it's something then that clearly you might have a view on, and I'll pick that up when we come back in June, Mr. Fulbrook.
Thank you, sir. Yes, I mean, obviously, if we get the note, we might be able to, if it's in any way relevant to our case, or we have an issue with it, we'll comment on it on writing. But I appreciate it's been raised by a member of the public, and so I can well understand why you want to be satisfied, and I'm grateful for that approach.
Thank you. All right, I'll put a note out about that at some point in the next day or so. Okay with that?
Yes, so I mean, I suspect we may be able to. I'm not tying myself to it, bearing in mind you've given me more time, but I think we could probably find out the answer pretty quickly.
It's all right, because what I'd like to do is if we do have a written note, clearly it needs to go to the parties. I'd like them to have a look at it, and then we'll just pick it up as an housekeeping matter when we resume, I think.
Yeah.
And then it's dealt with one way or the other. At that point, I'll just say then let's commence re-examination.
Thank you. Sorry, my computer's gone off.
Probably sidetracked you there, and I do apologise.
No, it's fine. I just had to turn my computer back on. Thank you. Dr. Dewhurst, a few questions, please. going back to the start of the questions you were asked, you were asked about groundwater issues, and for these purposes, for people listening, etc., issues in this case meaning springs.
Yes.
Rather than groundwater issues. So you were asked about photographic records or people going and recording the springs. I'm going to call them springs just to keep it. And you referred to Stantec making the allusions to the issues in the documentation, but not having photographs or records.
Yeah.
Do you recall that?
Yes.
Just standing, there aren't photographs, obviously, as you confirmed. For the purposes of the analysis the appellant has done and the approach of the appellant, do you need photographs or records of the issues for the assessment work that's been done?
No.
Just explain why not.
Because the springs are of small quantity and quality. Shit, that's my phone.
Yeah, I thought that's a cheap rate, I think. Someone else.
So sorry. Right. Okay. So I don't believe that there was need to quantify or visit the springs when the environmental statement was put together and the further information about groundwater flow. Maps were looked at. Google imagery was looked at, and those groundwater springs are quite small and insignificant, and it is taken as read that, you know, if you have a river terrace plateau, then you're going to get some groundwater flow coming out the side of it in some locations.
Thank you. And then there was a similar line of questioning about the river terrace deposits taking water, that rainwater sitting in the river terrace deposits and making its way to the springs, and some of the springs being fed both by the solid, called solid geology, but the underlying strata and the river terrace deposits. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes. Yeah.
And it said, well, you don't have any boreholes drilled off the site in order to work out where the river terrace deposits end, for example. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you need boreholes off-site for the purposes of the assessment and the approach of the appellant?
Well, firstly, you can assume the most simple interpretation of the geology and kind of extend it in terms of where the bottom of the river terrace deposits look. Obviously, that's quite a variable thing in this locality. You can also, you know, it's quite obvious when you drive around where the bottom of the slope might be, which is probably where the river terrace deposits terminate, and it does seem to be from the LiDAR data. So you don't necessarily need. You can use, you know, field observation and that kind of data collection in order to support your hypotheses about where the river terrace deposits might end. And certainly that's how the BGS do their mapping.
Yeah. But for the purposes of the approach adopted by the appellant to dealing with groundwater and surface water, does it matter in either way what the precise way in which the springs are fed, namely by our river terrace deposits, underlying strata, or a combination of both? Does it change the approach to the drainage scheme?
It doesn't change the approach to the drainage scheme, no.
And then it said, you performed a water balance calculation in your evidence to indicate on a, as you put it, the average annual basis to give an indication of what's going on. Do you recall you asked about that?
Yes, I do, yes.
And then it was said to you, well, it's not measured on actual rainfall data, it's a rough calculation. This is a complex environment. You needed to do a measured, monitored springs calculation. Do you remember that line of questioning?
I do, yes.
Can I just get you to explain, Dr. Dewhurst, does, in your view, is it necessary to do a more detailed calculation of the type that was being suggested in relation to the drainage strategy that's been proposed?
No, and the drainage strategy is not based on site. It's based on that kind of data. So I've just used the same data that the drainage strategy is based on. And it is the approach that you would take in other sites as well.
And again, another question. The 5% loss of water in the materials, you recall that?
Yes.
It said, well, there's a net loss of 5%. I think in your proof it's up to 5%. I don't know whether it's 5% or up to, but it doesn't particularly matter. If there's a loss of 5% of water across the site, depending on how it occurs, can I just get your assistance on whether that makes a material effect on the hydrology arrangements and the springs around about?
No, it won't.
And just explain why.
Because the 95% of the water will stay, and also because rainfall, you've got many other fluctuations going on. You've got rainfall falling, you've got how much water's coming underneath the railway line is a variable, and things. So the loss of 5% is insignificant in terms of the rest of the site.
Thank you. And then it was said, there will be a theme, I'm afraid, to some of these questions, but I just want to get your position on it. It said, in relation to flows to the springs, when in the operational phase there might be dewatering, as it was put, and recharging when it occurred. And it was said to you, well, you don't have the flow rates to the spring, so you haven't empirically modelled any differences in flow rates. You recall that? Words
Yes.
empirically.
Yeah.
Again, Dr. Dewhurst, and it was said you can't make a direct comparison between what's happening now and what's happening in that situation. It's a similar question, Dr. Dewhurst. For the purposes of this strategy, do you need to carry out an empirical modelling to work out those levels?
You don't. You just need to be cognizant in your water management about where you're putting water in order to maintain the hydraulic regime.
Thank you. And we then move to the restoration. You're asked about the restoration stage, and I think it was at one point suggested that the barrier, impermeable, low permeability barrier, as it was described, was in effect sitting on the solid strata.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
No, it will be sitting on some river terrace gravels that have been left in situ.
And following on from that question, you were asked about the drop of rain that falls on the site and whether it takes a day or a year to move out to the site edge. Do you recall that?
I do, yes.
Yes. And this point was repeated to you, I think, later on. The extent to which the time period is shortened for the drop of rain water to move from wherever it lies, say in the middle of the site, assuming it's going east, depends on the catchment, but if it's moved closer to the edge as a result of attenuation and then infiltration, so it reaches the spring sooner, does that, in your view, have any material effect on the spring?
Not in terms of quantity and quality, no.
And material effect of any kind in terms of the significance of what's going on?
I don't believe it does, no.
And on that, so I think towards the end of the questions, you're asked about the hydrograph,
Yes.
which again, I think is a similar question. You explained quantity, quality of water remains the same, but the hydrograph maybe, I think you said slightly different.
Might be slightly different, yeah.
And the question was put to you, well, you don't know exactly what those differences are.
You don't know exactly what those differences are.
So, but not knowing the exact differences, again, Dr. Dewhurst, in your view, does that inability to say the exact differences matter in understanding the effects on this regime?
I don't believe it does.
And just to explain why.
Because I believe as long as you are maintaining the quality and quantity of the discharges in the appropriate location, you are sufficiently mimicking what is happening in terms of flow, and you're managing people's flood risks as well.
I think it's the follow-up question was Dr. Clothier is concerned that hydrograph change may affect duration of water in the springs or flows in the springs. And again, just final question, Dr. Dewhurst, do the changes that the range, not knowing exactly, but the range of potential changes you're talking about have any, in your view, material effect on those flows?
I don't believe that it will have a material effect on the flows, no.
And thank you very much. Those are my questions, sir.
Thank you for that. We need to make a judgment call. It's 10 to 4. We can take a break and resume at 4. Our only float in the programme is Wednesday, the whatever it is of June, 26th, I think, in the afternoon. That's the contingency. I'm prepared to carry on, but I'm mindful also of time. I'm looking at yourself and Mr. Fulbrook here just to have a think about how long we might need with Mr. Andrews in terms of this afternoon's session, or whether or not I make that judgment call and say, well, we're going to have to deal with this tomorrow morning, which may push some of the highways evidence towards June. So I know it's difficult for you to give me time estimates, but you know what you're going to ask. You have an idea how you're going to take. I'm guessing. What's your thoughts? What would your preference be in terms of where we are today at this time?
Well, I suppose going first, as I will be going first with Mr. Andrews, and I haven't consulted him, I still think I will likely be about 45 minutes with examination in chief, which is my time estimate. He covers quite a range of different topics. So I think that is how long it will take. I would much prefer to deal with the evidence today and keep on track, but that may not be possible. But those are I suppose my two answers. I'll be 45 minutes. I'd love to do it today if I can. That's obviously going to depend a lot on Mr. Strawn as well, and this would not be fair for me to put him under undue time pressure.
Oh, I'm sure Mr. Strawn won't let you put under time pressure.
Easily pressured. No, I will. That's very helpful. If we have a break, which you'll need, that means we won't get to my cross-examination before 4:45. I'm not going to finish certainly within 15 minutes or within 45 minutes. And I could certainly finish tonight, but it might be late. So what I would suggest is that we could hear evidence in chief, subject to the point that I raised about the PIVA protocol. It may be that Mr. Andrews would rather not talk about the case anyway tonight, but I've got no objection to him going away this evening, not talking about the case if he's happy to do that, but I've got no worry about him observing that principle overnight, and then we can make a start on cross-examination. So we use the rest of this afternoon if Mr. Fulbrook's happy with that.
I've got no problem with that. I might just quickly ask Mr. Andrews, since it will affect him, but I don't think it will. He's got no problem with that.
He's
either,
delighted.
so-
Nodding vociferously at me.
Yeah.
All right, that's helpful. It's only fair to everybody around the room. Again, it's these things are how long as a piece of string sometimes, but at least you're not like one of your colleagues, and you probably know where I left the room at 10 o'clock. But that's a different story. All right, in which case then we'll take a break. It's 10 to 4. Let's resume at 4:05. It gives us 15 minutes. We'll just deal with evidence in chief from Mr. Andrews, and then we'll call it a night, and then we'll go straight forward tomorrow. We might make time up tomorrow. If not, we still have that contingency just in case. But we're going to have to suck it and see where we are tomorrow, I think. All right. Thank you for that cooperation. Thanks for being helpful and trying to get us at least as much as we can back on programme. All right. It's 10 to 4. We'll adjourn at that point and resume at 5:05. Thank you. It's just gone 4:05. We now resume the inquiry. And the last part of today's business is to deal with evidence in chief from Mr. Andrews. So, Mr. Fulbrook, when you're ready, please introduce Mr. Andrews to the inquiry.
Thank you very much. Mr. Andrews, you have provided a proof of evidence and a summary proof of evidence to this inquiry, and they are core documents L62. And so if it helps you, during Mr. Andrews' examination in chief, I'll also be referring briefly to the shadow HRA, which is core document B79, Mr. Dillahayes' proof, which is core document D18, and his rebuttal, which is core document D29. And while people turn that up, Mr. Andrews, I'll introduce you to the inquiry. Your name is Richard Andrews. You're a professional ecologist and chartered environmentalist with 30 years' experience. You're a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Ecology and Environmental Management. You have an honours degree in natural sciences from Cambridge. You've got extensive experience preparing and reviewing and providing training in habitats regulations assessment. You're an author of published national guidance on undertaking HRA for the UK water industry, which was reviewed and approved by a steering group that included Natural England, the Environment Agency, Natural Resources, Wales and Ofwat. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Thank you. Now, as I said, Mr. Andrews, you have provided a summary proof of evidence to this inquiry. And I wonder if I could now, for the benefit of those listening, ask you to read that summary proof of evidence, please.
Okay. Thank you. I'll skip the introduction since you've introduced me. So the first subheading is legal and policy context. In my proof, I highlight key legal principles governing the protection of European sites. And by the way, I'm going to refer to European sites, also known as habitat sites by some, NSN or National Site Network sites. And by European sites, I am referring to SPA, SAC, and Ramsar sites because they're protected through government policy. Legal principles governing the protection of European sites which underpin policy, emphasizing 1, that planning permission cannot be granted if there is a risk of adverse effects on European site integrity, unless there are overriding public interest reasons. 2, any likely significant effect must be subjected to an appropriate assessment. 3, the assessment must use the best available scientific evidence and adopt a precautionary approach. 4, mitigation measures can only be considered within an appropriate assessment, not in the initial HRA screening decisions. Since there is no claim of overriding public interest, if adverse effects cannot be ruled out beyond reasonable scientific doubt, the appeal should be dismissed. My next subheading is hydrological and water quality concerns. The HRA incorrectly screened out potential significant hydrological effects, failing to conduct a full appropriate assessment. Key points include the scientific basis for concern. The legal threshold for a likely significant effect is low, requiring any real possibility of harm to be assessed. Small-scale hydrological changes can still significantly affect European sites, particularly in combination with existing pollution pressures. Small spring-fed streams near the site may play an important role in maintaining existing water quality within nearby parts of designated sites. Groundwater diversion and changes in spring-fed base flow due to development could alter the hydrology and water quality of sensitive habitats. The Solent and Southampton Water SPA, Ramsar site, and Solent Maritime SAC already suffer from nutrient pollution, and alterations to groundwater-fed inputs could exacerbate this issue. Next heading is flawed approach to the HRA. The assessment improperly relied on mitigation measures in screening contrary to legal requirements. The Environment Agency's response, on which Hampshire County Council's assessment of this hydrological issue was partly based, that Hampshire County Council's assessment of this issue was partly based, was inconclusive and deferred responsibility to Natural England. Natural England's consultation responses appear to initially recognise the hydrological risks, but later seemingly accept inaccurate information provided by the appellant's consultants. Separate to the HRA issues, there's also an impact on non-statutory designated sites and habitats of principal importance. The environmental statement failed to assess effects on small spring-fed streams and wetland habitat, including Baddenham Copse, site of importance for nature conservation, and its important wet woodland habitat, which is a component of that designation, which rely on groundwater flows from the site. I then turn to recreational displacement and impacts on European sites. The HRA acknowledges that the loss of informal recreational access at the airfield could displace visitors to sensitive coastal European sites. However, it fails to provide robust evidence that mitigation measures will effectively prevent this displacement. My key issues with the HRA's approach are that, firstly, no visitor surveys or behavioural studies were conducted to determine how users will respond to the site's closure, and by that I mean by the appellant. The assumption that local footpaths will absorb displaced recreation is unsupported. The mitigation proposals, e.g. a narrow permissive path and a future community access meadow, do not offer equivalent space or experience to the existing open airfield. A recent independent survey in February of this year found that 90% of current users would stop using the site if access were restricted to a narrower access corridor bundled on one side. Most respondents indicated they would instead visit sites adjacent to or within the European sites, exacerbating recreational pressures on designated bird populations. And finally, I believe there's a failure to properly assess in-combination effects. The HRA does not adequately assess in-combination recreational impacts alongside other plans and projects near to the European sites in question. In conclusion, I argue that the HRA is fundamentally flawed in two key respects. One, failure to conduct an appropriate assessment on hydrological and water quality effects. The HRA wrongly screened out these effects despite clear scientific evidence that they should have been examined through an appropriate assessment. And secondly, inadequate assessment of displaced recreation effects. The HRA appropriate assessment relies on assumptions rather than evidence, assumptions that are contradicted by recent survey data showing likely residual displacement to sensitive coastal habitats. Since these issues raise reasonable scientific doubt about the project's impact on European sites, I assert that the planning appeal should be dismissed. My full proof of evidence should be referred to for detail and evidence.
Thank you very much, Mr. Andrews. And finally, just by way of background, can you help us just understand when did you first become involved, if you like, in this application or this appeal, and what's your involvement been in it?
Of course, yes. So my involvement started back in early 2023. I was asked by the Hamble residents group to do a rapid ecological review of the then existing ecological information prepared by the appellant's ecologists, which I did, and I wrote a short letter report on that. That was in 2003. In 2004, I re-reviewed the evidence as it had been updated to that point, so a year later, and updated my advice on the basis of that second review. So yes, I've been involved since early 2023.
Yes, you said 2002, 2003 and 2004, then I assume you meant 2023.
Sorry, 2023 and 24. So
and I think if the inspector wants to look at your previous reports, they're core documents L12 and L13. Right, obviously we're talking here about European sites, so you've mentioned what the European sites potentially affected are. It might be helpful just to understand where they are in relation to the site.
Yeah.
And the best map that I found is core document B79, which is the shadow HRA, and at the very back of that document you find a map.
Okay. Might I also, in answering that question, refer people to my rebuttal?
Yes, there's also, yes. Whichever is easier for you to speak to, Mr. Andrews.
Thank you. Okay,
So if your rebuttal is easy, we can turn that up.
thank you. So, sir, in my rebuttal, page 2, paragraph 6, I list the European sites that I'm concerned with, and these, I believe, match the European sites that the Shadow HRA is also concerned with. And they are the Solent and Southampton Water Ramsar site, the Solent Maritime Special Area of Conservation, the Solent and Southampton Water SPA, and the Solent and Dorset Coast Special Protection Area. The Solent and Southampton Water Ramsar site is 280 metres by my measurements from the east boundary of the site. The Solent Maritime SAC is again 280 metres, so overlapping the Ramsar site. And likewise, the Solent and Southampton Water SPA is also overlapping and at its nearest point, 280 metres from the east boundary of the site by my measurements. The Solent and Dorset Coast Special Protection Area is actually slightly closer, and the closest point of that is actually to the northeast at Badnam Creek, and that is at 272 metres from the northeast boundary of the site.
Thank you. Yes, I mean, obviously you referred us to your rebuttal, and that explains there's a slight disagreement between you and Mr. Delahayes about the exact distances between the site and the European sites. And obviously you explain there how you have measured those distances, and also we can see what Mr. Delahayes has to say about that.
Yeah, just to clarify, those were measured using the MAGIC website, as is stated in that paragraph of my rebuttal.
All right. Well, let's turn then to the hydrological effects. I was going to take you to Dr. Clothier's figure 6, which shows the various spring locations. I think we've probably all seen enough of that for today, and so I'll take it as sort of read that people understand that that's showing 6 groundwater spring issues. And you address the interaction between these groundwater issues and the if we call them the protected sites in your proof of evidence. I think at paragraph 19.
Yes.
It might be helpful, I think, if you wouldn't mind just reading paragraph 19 for us.
Okay, beginning these operational.
Beginning these operational, yes.
Okay. These operational and post-operational impacts of the proposed development could affect the hydrology and water chemistry of the European sites, which these small spring-fed streams, see example in figure 2, flow into. In particular, these could affect zones of transition from fresh water to the receiving saline and or more nutrient-rich waters near the mouth of these small streams. And I cite another example, figure 3. Where there may be qualifying habitats and species of the designated sites that depend directly or indirectly on the existing hydrology, water quality, and salinity in these zones.
Thank you. And so obviously you referred there in that statement to figure 2 and figure 3. And on the next page of your proof of evidence, you have figures 2 and figure 3. So perhaps you can just explain what they're showing and how they connect with the conclusion that you've just read out.
Okay, so these photographs relate to the spring-fed stream. It's fed by, we believe, spring 6, as shown in Tony Clothier's maps, to the northeast of the site. And that spring appears to feed on the ground a small stream which runs through Badnam Copse, SNCI, and you can see that in figure 2. That's a photograph taken of the stream in flow running through the woodland itself, the heart of the woodland. Where that stream emerges into the European designated sites is actually at Badnam Creek in figure 3. And that photograph shows how that very same stream at lower tide runs out of the woodland and across the designated mudflats there as a channel, as a distinct channel, feeding that part of the estuary.
So just so it's all clear what we're looking at, am I right, I think, that the inspector is going to be taken to see the locations pictured here in the site visit?
I believe so,
yeah,
yes.
Anyway, that's a matter for Friday. But figure 3 then, you say that's the stream flowing in across the mudflat. And so Is figure 3 taken from within the SPA? Do you know where's the SPA in relation to figure 3?
So figure 3 was taken on the edge, essentially on the boundary between the woodland and the mudflats. Yeah. So it is within, so the image is showing an area of mudflat which will sit within the Solent and Dorset coast, so that if you like the marine designation, which is the closest one that I mentioned, the 272 meters, which covers the whole of Badnam Creek. So what you're looking at is essentially a part of Badnam Creek. So in that sense, that photograph is showing the stream emerging into one of those 4 European sites. It then flows down to join the main channel of Badnam Creek. Obviously, that channel fluctuates in width because it's tidal, and that low tide channel, as we will, I'm sure, come on to, does actually flow through the other European sites, as well as Linksgrove and Hackett Marshes, SSI in places, and then beyond that, as the tide rises, it also rises into those other 3 European sites. So basically, the water from this spring is flowing through a designated woodland, a locally designated woodland, and emerging into internationally designated sites, of which there are 4, the 4 that I mentioned.
Thank you. And this is one of the springs. We don't have photographs, as I understand it, in your proof of the other springs, do we? But
no, but Mr. Clothier does have
Clothier.
Numerous photographs, I believe, which are linked to positions on a map as part of his evidence.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So as part of that conclusion is that you say in these areas there could be qualifying habitats and species that depend on the existing hydrology, and so that's what I want to unpack with you. And clearly the first thing to establish is what are the conservation objectives of the relevant sites and how could they be affected by hydrological change. Now, it's probably most helpful, I think, to turn up at this point Mr. Delahayes' rebuttal proof. And I think it's paragraph 2.1.3 or beneath that. So if you have that, paragraph 2.1.3, Mr. Delahayes criticises you for failing to acknowledge that there are site-level conservation objectives, and he says it's these conservation objectives that should be the basis for the screening test, which should consider whether there are likely to be significant effects on the site in view of the conservation objectives in relation to the Ramsar sites, the advice from, and then talks about advice from Natural England, and then you have his table then below that, which, as I understand it, deals with the high-level conservation objectives for various sites, and then some site-specific, what he calls, I think, site-level conservation objectives for the SPA and Ramsar sites. So first of all, I suppose that criticism that you've not acknowledged that there are site-level conservation objectives. What do you say to that?
Okay. Yes. So let me try and break that down. There are a number of points to raise here in answer to that question. The first point to note is that what are referred to in Mr. Delahayes' rebuttal as site-level conservation objectives, to my understanding, they're not actually conservation objectives. They're actually supplementary advice on the conservation objectives. The conservation objectives are what he refers to as the high-level objectives. So the table appears to be a mixture of what are actually the conservation objectives, and then some attributes and targets which are supplementary advice to the conservation objectives. Now that might seem a pedantic point, but it's quite important because obviously an awful lot of weight is given to the conservation objectives within HRA, and so knowing what are truly conservation objectives and what is supplementary advice is quite an important distinction to make. Having said that, he's absolutely right that it's very important to consider in any full and appropriate assessment, if one does it appropriately and takes it through appropriate assessment, and in screening, HRA screening, the supplementary advice that's given by Natural England in this case to the conservation objectives. What they do is they provide site-specific detail, site-specific targets and attributes so that help Natural England as a regulator and as a manager of sorts, if you like. They give the detail as to how one can work towards achieving those conservation objectives. Okay, so that's the background to it as I understand it. I didn't specifically go into that amount of detail because in my section, and I'm referring back to my proof of evidence, where I mention the conservation objectives, which Mr. Delahaye refers to as high-level objectives. I only mention those higher level, the true conservation objectives, to set the context, for the record, to state what the conservation objectives of the SAC and the SPAs are. And I didn't feel it necessary at that point to go into that level of detail. I'm glad Mr. Delahaye did, and it is right and proper that the appellant's ecologist does go into more detail as part of the assessment. And I can honestly say, looking at the ones that Mr. Delahaye has chosen to put in this table, they do nothing but help my case, to be quite honest. They make points very well for me about what I perceive to be the risks to the European sites. I can expand on that if you'd like me to.
Yes, please.
Okay. So looking at Mr. Delahaye's table, if we go down to, so the second page of that table, if you like, the first row underneath the high-level conservation objectives, as he calls them, says water quality, brackets nutrients for habitat sites. So this is an attribute or target within the supplementary advice. And it says there, if I have to quote it, to restore water quality to mean winter dissolved inorganic nitrogen levels at which biological indicators of eutrophication, brackets opportunistic macroalgal and phytoplankton blooms, close brackets, do not affect the integrity of the site and features. So part of my concern as an ecologist is that any loss of freshwater input, particularly in drier periods of the year and drier conditions, and warmer conditions and more sunny conditions when things like algae and phytoplankton are growing faster, is the loss of any dilution effect from water entering from the terrestrial environment into the marine environment. Water that would have a lower nutrient load because it hasn't picked, there are no real sources of nutrient input within the short distance that they have to travel from the site to the designations. And the loss of that dilution effect will, I think it cannot be in dispute. I mean, the amount of dilution effect may be in dispute, but it can't be in dispute that water that is carrying less nutrient concentration going into a body that has a higher nutrient concentration, it will dilute that larger body, certainly locally. And so if the target or the advice, the supplementary advice, is to restore water quality to mean winter dissolved inorganic nitrogen levels, at which biological indicators of eutrophication do not affect the integrity, well, anything which helps to dilute those nutrients, which are a problem within these European sites, has got to be a good thing, and it's working towards those conservation objectives inadvertently. To remove that source of fresher water, shall we call it, would be to reduce that dilution effect and thus increase the concentration locally, at least, of those nutrients.
Can I just ask you two things about that very briefly? So one thing, obviously, Dr. Dewhurst's evidence was quite clear that there wouldn't be any change to the quantity or quality, she said, of the water entering through the springs, entering to these protected sites, and secondly that these were in the context of the freshwater flow into the Hamble, for example, as a whole. This was a very, very small component. Just on those 2 points, I mean, how do they affect your position? So take for example, that no change in quantity of fresh water. Does that make any difference to your position in relation to this objective, for example?
So dealing with the quantity first, is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So my understanding, sir, of Dr. Dewhurst's argument, if you like, is that when you look at the total quantity of water reaching the springs and thereby flowing into the designated sites, over the course of a year, that amount of water is unlikely to change significantly. It's, as we've heard, it's taking a very different route, and that different route has consequences on the way in which it enters, reaches those springs, and therefore flows into the European sites. But I wouldn't dispute that the total amount of water falling on the site may eventually reach, or is likely to eventually reach, in similar quantities to the baseline, the European sites. Where my concern lies is not in that total quantity over, say, a year, but the way in which it's distributed in time. It's that temporal distribution. And this is where ignoring the effect on the hydrograph is very dangerous for the fate of the European sites, in my opinion. Because the speed at which the water will, any water falling on the site, will enter these spring-fed streams and enter the site will change depending on the conditions. So you'll get a much more what we call, or what hydrologists call, and admittedly I'm not a hydrologist, but I'm aware of some of the terminology, a flashy hydrograph. So you'll get a very sudden peak in flow, in discharge in these spring-fed streams, a pulse of water following a storm event, a rainwater event. And then that will quickly peter out. But for the rest of the time, because you haven't got storage in the aquifer, you've reduced the storage, the base flow of these streams will be at a much lower level than the current baseline. And that's principally what concerns me, is that low base flow, that steady, people have been referring to it as a trickle, and of course a trickle, yeah, is a small amount, but nevertheless it could be significant. So this amount of water will be reduced over the longer time frames. It will be a lower base flow generally, except after a storm, in which case it'll peak very suddenly to a much higher level. And that constant trickle, if you like, going into the mudflats and the intertidal areas of these European designations, these international designations, could be very important for a range of habitats and species, i.e. the qualifying habitats and species of those sites. And therefore, if those changes to the hydrological regime led to changes to the salinity regime and changes to the nutrient regime around the mouth of these streams, then those organisms that depend on the current regime could well be affected. Organisms such as invertebrates living in the mudflats, for example, or particularly invertebrates living in brackish water conditions. For example, one of the Ramsar features, for example, is it's a brackish water shrimp species. And that is very sensitive to changes both in salinity, but also in nutrients. It's sensitive to eutrophication. Would it be helpful for me to describe for the inquiry what I mean by eutrophication, or is everybody happy? Yeah, okay. Okay, so I'm going to very quickly run through, what is the problem with excess nutrients in a body of water? Well, the problem is, and particularly in the drier, warmer conditions, is that leads to a bloom, a sudden growth of algae and phytoplankton. And so most people have heard through the news and so on, at least, of algal blooms. And this can create algal mats. And that can have a number of effects on organisms and habitats. It can, while that mat exists, it can create shading and smothering. The increase in phytoplankton can create increased turbidity in the water, therefore blocking full sunlight from reaching lower levels of the water column, organisms that might depend on that sunlight for growth. In many ways, one of the more important and well-known effects of eutrophication is that the algae will then die off, as organisms do, and start to become consumed by bacteria. And in consuming the algae, the bacteria use up the oxygen in the water. And therefore, a lot of organisms can then become oxygen-starved. It's what we call hypoxic conditions, a lowered oxygen environment. And so species like this brackish water shrimp, like I think it's a starlit sea anemone, both of which live in brackish water, but also rely on an oxygenated water body for their survival, can find themselves suffering or indeed dying because of these algal blooms and their decomposition. And that's eutrophication. And it's driven by sunlight, it's driven by warmth, but most importantly, from my point of view for this case, is that it's driven by nutrients, all the things that we use to feed our plants in our gardens, for example. So essentially what you're doing by putting nutrients in the water is you're fertilizing the water and you're getting this flush. It's a bit like having a flush of weeds in your garden. If that's helpful.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Sorry, I cut you off when you were
No,
going
that's
through
fine.
the,
So that was just one row of Mr. Delahay's table. That was the first of the what he calls site-specific objectives, and I'm calling attributes or targets in the supplementary advice. The second one is habitat structure, freshwater sources for habitat sites, and the target, if you like, there is to maintain the natural freshwater flow / volume into the estuary. Well, in many ways that's self-explanatory. It's trying to link that to the point I'm trying to make. I don't think it probably needs a lot of explanation. If you are proposing a project that does not maintain the natural freshwater flow and volume into the estuary, you're not achieving that site-specific target. The third one down of these site-specific targets is about supporting process, brackets water quality for habitat sites. And it says, where the feature is dependent on estuarine water. So by this, I'm assuming it's referring to the qualifying feature, whatever that may be, of the designated site, be it a plant, an animal, or a habitat. Where that feature is dependent on estuarine water, ensure that water quality and quantity is restored to a standard that provides the necessary conditions to support the feature. Now, what's interesting here, if I may point out, in that first row that I started with, and in this one, both of them refer to restoring, not just maintaining, but restoring. So what they're recognizing is that there is already a problem here. The sites are already suffering. And so what this is talking about is you need to do better than maintaining the status quo. We need to be thinking about restoring it, and certainly not taking away anything that might be helping to dilute pollutants or nutrients. And the next row down, physiochemical properties for habitat sites. This target says to maintain the natural physiochemical properties of the water. Natural is a difficult concept in today's day and age because our water bodies and indeed our terrestrial habitats are far from natural. They're all subject to various human influences. But I think what is meant here by natural England is to try and maintain what would be perceived as natural and appropriate for that kind of habitat, and probably when the site was designated or sites were designated. And then finally, and this one I think is perhaps the most telling, on the next page, if I may go down to the final row of this table. This is to do with hydrology / flow within the intertidal for habitat sites. I think there may be a word missing there, but nevertheless, what this says, and this is really important, I think, to demonstrate that we are concerned, or we should be concerned, all of us should be concerned with what's happening locally around the mouths of these spring-fed streams. This says to maintain the availability of fresh water on mudflats within feeding and resting areas. So by that, I think what they're referring to, because they're talking about resting areas, they're probably referring principally to birds, which are obviously the features, main features, or the features which are designated under an SPA, and some of the features designated under the Ramsar. But what's interesting about that one is it's about maintaining availability of fresh water on mudflats. And if I refer you back to the photographs we looked at a moment ago, just that one spring that I use as an example, spring number 6, flows out of Badnam Copse and straight into a designated mudflat. It's providing that availability of fresh water to which this supplementary advice is referring. So to answer the criticism, yes, I probably should have included a table like this in my evidence, and I'm kicking myself that I didn't, but I'm really, really glad that Mr. Delahaye did, because I think it helps to highlight the problems that I'm referring to.
Thank you. And so just going to, just sticking in Mr. Delahaye's rebuttal, and you've dealt with, obviously, those issues, and you dealt with the question about the overall quantity of water, not changing the relevance of that, or potentially not changing the relevance of that. Then there's also the point taken against you that, and it's really in paragraph, I think it's 2.1.8, and Mr. Delahaye says in there, bit down the paragraph, as explained in more detail elsewhere, the relevant protected sites are not dependent on fresh water from the River Hamble, let alone fresh water volumes from the appeal site, and then cites extracts from the SHRA addendum in his proof of evidence talking about some of the, I think, similar measurements that Dr. Dew has given us. For example, combined freshwater discharge from the main tributaries account for approximately 1% of the tidal flow into and out of Southampton water, etc. So what about this question that this is a tiny proportion of the overall flow, and it's not dependent, the sites aren't dependent on freshwater flow from these springs? What do you say in response to that criticism?
So, yeah, this is an argument that seems to be repeated in several places and in several documents from the appellant's side, and it fundamentally, I think, misses the point that at least I would like to make here. I think it's very easy to paint a picture of looking at the entire estuary, Southampton water and all its tributaries, and looking at that very large body of water, or even, if you include the Solent, even larger, and then imagining these so-called trickles of water, these streams, these spring-fed streams feeding into such a large body of water and mixing within that body of water, and trying to imagine what that effect that might have, such a tiny inflow of fresh water, not my words, to such a large designated site, or sites, I should say. And looked at that scale, I can see why one might, if you like, take that kind of simplistic view of how this works. But my concern isn't really, my concern is in two parts, and I want to be really clear on this, sir, because I think this comes to the crux of it. My concern is that it hasn't been proven that there isn't an effect that is significant for the integrity of the site around the mouths of these streams. In other words, this is my concern. I'll call this my localized concern. It's a concern about what's happening where, at this liminal place where freshwater, nutrient depleted water meets the saline, nutrient-rich water, and forms brackish conditions, for example, like the brackish shrimp I mentioned, or the sea anemone, and may help to support the habitats within the intertidal zone that hugs the coastline there, for example, within Badnam Creek, where Spring 6 eventually flows into. There are a number of other sites and springs, as we know. And so it's those localized areas may actually be quite important, even though they're quite small scale, for helping to sustain the organisms, the habitats that are qualifying features of the site. And to dismiss them, it is insignificant simply because the scale, because it appears to be small scale relative to the size of the European sites as a whole, I think is a overly simplistic way of looking at it. And it is, it's not really the way I would advocate looking at it. I mean, the other thing I'd like to say about, so that's, if you like, the localized concern I have. What's happening around the mouths of these streams? There is a wider concern I have, which is more of a, I want to choose my words carefully. I was going to say a cumulative effect, but it's not the in combination effect as we understand it in HRA. It's actually the effect of adding, in a very small way, perhaps, to an existing problem. Now we know, anybody who works in ecology and planning in the UK in this day and age, understand that this whole issue has really come to the fore with the whole issue of nutrient neutrality, driven by the combined Dutch nitrogen cases. And my understanding, and I'm not a legal professional, but my understanding, my ecologist's understanding of the judgment in those cases, and a widely held interpretation of that is that you shouldn't be adding or you shouldn't be worsening an ecological problem within a European site where the conservation objectives are already being undermined by that very same problem. In other words, if the European site is polluted, if it is beyond its critical load for a pollutant or a nutrient and is suffering damage, to add any small amount, no matter how small, into that same European site of that same pollutant makes it, approving such a scheme highly questionable, and one would have to do so with extreme caution. That's my understanding of it. You're taking this site further away from achieving its conservation objectives, even though it may be a very small input. So I think even if you do think about the whole of the European sites and how small these streams are, the fact that they're diminishing the concentration of nutrients, not the load, because I don't dispute the fact that there's no additional nutrient load going in from these streams. So that isn't in dispute. It's the concentration, it's that dilution effect. And I think so on two counts, there's the localized effect around the mouths of these streams, which may have an effect on organisms using those areas. And then the wider, in principle, effect of adding to an existing problem within an already damaged European site. I've talked for a long time and I've probably forgot the
No, that's
you started with, but
helpfully answered my question. Thank you, Mr. Andrews. So, just moving through, there's a question about mitigation, and in your proof of evidence, we don't need to turn to it, but from paragraph 27 onwards, you say that the shadow HRA and the HRA rely on mitigation measures to screen out likely significant effects from hydrological change.
yes.
And it's a reference to the attenuation ponds and infiltration swales.
Yeah.
It's said against you that these aren't mitigation features, they're integral features of the project, so that you're wrong effectively to say what you do. Do you want to comment on that?
I would like to, because I think there is it is a helpful criticism of that. So again, for the sake of anybody here today who may not be aware, there is a distinction to be made between what are, if you like, essential features or characteristics of a project, which may incidentally have a mitigating effect on impacts to European sites, but that's not their intention. And in fact, the project wouldn't be the project without them. They're essential. They have to be there, and they're not there in order to mitigate impacts to European sites. So the handbook and others refer to those as essential features or essential characteristics. And then on the other side, there are what are called measures, referred to as measures, and often referred to by some as mitigation measures, including in the HRA handbook, the DTA publication. And those mitigation measures are those things that are incorporated. Now, they can be embedded in the scheme, so the term embedded or incorporated isn't really helpful, because you can have habitat reg-specific mitigation measures which are fully embedded, but they are intended to help European sites. But anyway, those mitigation measures are those which are put in with the intention, at least in part, of mitigating impacts to European sites. So that distinction has been drawn out and in the evidence of Mr. Delahaye, and he's right to do so. It might, yeah, so when I'm using the term mitigation measures in there, at the time that I used those, I was referring to measures which I believed were at least in part influenced by thoughts of potential impacts to European sites. And I'm prepared to be put straight on that. One of the things that's very difficult for anybody to be sure of is intent. Intent's a very difficult thing to know, because you need to know somebody else's mind. But I can see that a lot of these mitigation measures that I call mitigation measures are there for other reasons as well, or even principally for other reasons, such as to reduce flood risk. But I think that certainly the form that they have taken and that they currently take, and what's before this inquiry, is partly influenced by European site considerations. And I'll point you to two pieces of evidence, if I may, two core documents where that's helped me believe that to be the case. The first one is core document. It's one of the Environment Agency responses, and I'll just have to find which core document it is. I think it was their latest response. It's core document L30. So if I could refer to that, and I'm also going to refer to I'm going to refer to core document B102 as well.
L30 was the first one.
Yes, L30 102. Now, before I refer to those, just to say one of the reasons why I came to the conclusion that these might, at least in part, be for the intention of helping to protect European sites is just the sheer amount of reliance that the appellants, ecologists have placed on a lot of these measures. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that they aren't essential features or characteristics, but they might help. I may be forgiven for mistaking them as such because of the amount of reliance placed upon them. But if you look at first of all, well, if you look at B102, first of all, B102 is actually a technical note from Stantec, responses to the LLFA objection. And I'm only using this because it summarizes in section 2, which is on page 1, what the LLFA holding objection was. It says here, I'm going to go to the second paragraph. So let me preface this by saying this LLFA holding objection was what led to the redesign of the restoration plan and its drainage in order to remove this LLFA holding objection. And what this holding objection says in the second paragraph is the concern relating to post-restoration ground profiles is significant given the impacts on the change in hydrology. And therefore, the assessment and conclusions within the environmental impact assessment and habitat regulation assessment. It may also affect other submitted proposals, i.e. the landscape strategy. So the LLFA holding objection, one of the few objections, specifically refers to the habitat regulations assessment. And so it was in the mind of the LLFA, at least, that their concern related, at least in part, to impacts to European sites. And the fact that the design of the restoration plan and the drainage that goes with it responded directly to that concern strikes me as a form of mitigation that, at least in part, was designed to overcome concerns about European sites, what I would call mitigation measures, not essential features or characteristics. So that is one area where I think at least the most recent form of the restoration plan does contain elements of mitigation measures for European sites. The other thing which is notable, if you look at L30, which is quite a short response to Hampshire County Council from the Environment Agency. This response talks about groundwater. So if I could take you please to I think it's the second sentence, beginning, these should. So it's referring to attenuation ponds, infiltration swales, and runoff, I believe. And it says, these features should be developed in the appropriate places to mimic the current groundwater flow discharge to the springs. It then goes on to talk about surface runoff being directed in correct proportions to these attenuation ponds. And And if all of this is done, is that their advice is they believe the scale of the impacts would be small and not sufficient to have any detrimental impacts on the designated site, although we would defer to Natural England on this as the lead authority. So clearly in the mind of the Environment Agency when they wrote this, and they refer to groundwater flow discharge to the springs, and then go on to talk about detrimental impacts to the designated site, although they're not specific which one, and then they defer to Natural England, who of course are the authority on the designated sites and the habitat regulations. It is not an unreasonable assumption for me to come to that the response to this, any design response to this particular bit of advice, was in part to mitigate impacts to European sites. So whilst I accept that there are large elements of these features, attenuation ponds, swales, and so on, which are designed not for European sites, but to manage flood flows and flood risk and so on, I think there is certainly an element that they are responding to concerns from statutory consultees that relate to the habitats regulations. Now, to finish on this point, does it actually matter anymore? You know, we're here at this inquiry today. We have in the core documents an addendum to the Shadow HRA from Mr. Delahaye, which looks at a theoretical position of the screening not taking account of these features, and therefore taking it forward to appropriate assessment. So so in some ways, I don't know how helpful this. Initially, it was very important to me because what it did is it prevented a full appropriate assessment by screening out on the basis of these mitigation measures. It prevented them thinking they needed to go on and do a full appropriate assessment. So it was very consequential. But I think that more information has emerged as to their position on what an appropriate assessment would look like and what it would say. And so for your purposes, sir, I'm not sure whether it's worth dwelling on this procedural matter as to whether the mitigation should be included or not at screening. But that's an aside. My point is that I had certainly had fairly good, I feel I had fairly good hints, if you like, that this was at least in part a mitigation measure rather than purely an essential feature.
Thank you, Mr. Andrews. So just before we close looking at the hydrological effects, you refer in your proof to in-combination effects as well. So what's the relevance of in-combination effects here when you're looking at the hydrological change?
So my impression was that when I looked at the in-combination assessment within the Shadow HRA, and indeed how that was then used and translated and interpreted for the HRA that Hampshire County Council did, that the in-combination assessment very much looks at what's happening in the immediate surrounds of the site. And the problem with that, if you're dealing with off-site aquatic receptors, which are as large and complex as the European sites that we're talking about and cover, most of the Hamble estuary and the Southampton water and so on, these big European sites, and you're talking about water quality issues, you really need to look at other inputs into those European sites. So you really need to be looking at it at a very broad catchment level. Now, that doesn't mean you have to necessarily look at every possible development that could be happening in the whole of the Southampton water and its tributaries catchment area, because we know, for example, that housing, you could exclude that, new housing developments, because that's already dealt with through the nutrient neutrality process. And you could, and also you would, and so, but there are some things that you would want to look at. And one of the things I point out by way of example in my proof is water company plans. So, not looking at water company plans seemed to me quite a significant omission in an in-combination assessment where you've got an effect. I know we dispute how big that effect is, but where you've got some effect, some change to an aquatic environment, you would want to look at what's influencing that body of water as a whole. and water company plans obviously are an important part of that. But I only use that as an example. There may be other influences as well. So yeah, I think the in-combination assessment for hydrological impacts should have been extended to a much wider water catchment scale assessment. Sorry, yes. Well, I should say use the word screening because they didn't go on to do an appropriate assessment. So it would be in-combination screening.
Yes, as you say, they went on to do an appropriate assessment, and obviously we now have the benefit of the the shadow HRA addendum in Mr. Delahay's proof. Obviously, you've seen that, you've heard the evidence this morning. What's your view on whether, having looked at that material, the inspector can be satisfied that there will be sufficiently satisfied beyond reasonable scientific doubt that there will be no adverse impact on site integrity of these sites?
I'm sorry, Mr. Fulbrook, could you repeat the question?
I'm sorry, yeah. We've now got the shadow HRA addendum.
Right, yes.
So I suppose having looked at that, what's your view on whether the inspector can be satisfied beyond reasonable scientific doubt that there will be no adverse impact on or effect on site integrity from hydrological change?
Yeah, okay. Well, the first thing to say is that I welcome the attempt at providing information to inform an appropriate assessment. I think it is a positive step, and I think despite it being prefaced by saying it's without prejudice, I think it to my mind at least, it recognises the absence of that information and being a particular problem. So it is useful to have that, but I don't think it provides a great deal more detail or information, unfortunately, for the inspector to go on. Perhaps if we could have a quick look at it, I'll just open it.
I should say, Mr. Andrews, not to cut you off, but I am over my time estimate for examination chief review, and obviously the time is precious.
I'm not going to pressure anyone for time, but we've had a lot of material which isn't in the proof, and certainly no rebuttal. Well, there was a rebuttal, none of this was in there. And I am going to say something about that. But I'm assuming, or rather hoping, we're not going to get a lot more new material. We've had mention of shrimps and the sea anemones, none of which appears anywhere.
All right, point taken. We will go to this document because I think it's important. But yeah, bearing in mind that we're dealing with things that's kind of not wholly referred to in evidence as examples, and I appreciate if you use us in this, I can recognise that. But it's just to be careful about when we are going to things that we need to be relevant to your proof that's referred to in your proof, because otherwise we're pulling things that people have not had the chance to look at and respond to.
Of course, I understand, yeah.
Other than that, we will look at this document because I think it's important. Having said that, I forgot where we were.
That's fine.
It's the shadow addendum.
HRA addendum,
Yep.
which is Mr. Delahay's proof.
Mr. Delahay's proof, yeah. Already got that open, so what?
I am there, Mr. Fulbrook. I'm just trying to get to the section which I think is probably most pertinent to your question. Okay. So I'm looking at section 3, page 13 of the HRA addendum, shadow HRA addendum, which is an appendix to Mr. Delahay's proof of evidence. And when I look at the information relating to So if you look at section 3.3, the heading of 3.3 is appropriate assessment alone. So this is where my understanding is Mr. Delahaye is presenting the information to inform an appropriate assessment of the impacts of the project acting on its own. And the first thing I note is that that is approximately a page and a half of text overall before you get down to, if you like, the conclusion, which is 3.4, which is the integrity test. So one would have thought that any new evidence being presented, any important extra detail being presented to inform an appropriate assessment is within this section 3.3, of which there is a page and a half of text. And most of that is, I believe, making the case that has already been discussed, that if you put a small amount of nutrient-free water, fresh water, emanating from strings into a large, very large body of water, which happens to be designated, it would appear to be a very small effect, or indeed maybe even viewed as inconsequential. But I think I've already dealt with that, in that I'm not talking about that per se. I'm talking about two different things, and I won't go over them in detail, but one is that localized effect around the mouths. The other one is the Dutch nitrogen, if you like, principal effect of adding to a site that was already damaged by that very same issue. If you remove that argument about scale, and by the way, one of the things we often use in ecology, which I see that there seems to be an absence of here, and also in the some of the hydrological information that informs my assessment, my reviews, if you like, and my evidence, is any discussion of what threshold people are using for significance. And we often refer to significance thresholds in ecology. We define those thresholds, at what point something becomes insignificant or significant. And I've read and heard a lot about how, oh, this is immaterial, insignificant, de minimis, nugatory, whatever words, you know, the water going in is such a small amount, and the change to that water is so small that really can this possibly have any effects at all. But nowhere in that argument have I seen anybody put forward the threshold that they're using and the basis for that threshold. Is that threshold 1% change? Is that threshold 5% change? Why is it 5 instead of 1%? So really, this seems to me not really adequate for an appropriate assessment. The other thing it does is it talks, a lot of the information that's quoted from talks about the Hamble being a tributary of Southampton water, and looking at the salinity regime and the within Southampton water itself. Well, Southampton water isn't what we're focused on. We're focused on the River Hamble. And the Hamble isn't just a tributary of Southampton water and the designations that sit over that. The Hamble is also part of the designation. It's an integral part of the designation, right up to the mean high water mark in Baddenham Creek. So it's not really about what the Hamble adds to the SPA. So it is an integral part, and the habitats within the Hamble and the organisms within the Hamble are, and Baddenham Creek as part of that system are an important part of those designations. So I'm not really, I don't think that information gets us much further, despite it being put forward as information to form an appropriate assessment. It is, I wouldn't say it's an appropriate amount of information, level of detail. And again, for me, you know, as very much as for Mr. Clothier with the hydrological information, there are things that could have been done to gather more data that would have helped maybe answer some of these questions. And my case isn't that there will or won't be actual adverse effects. I don't know. But I also feel that the appellant and their ecologists don't know either, because they haven't got the data to make this decision to support it, and nor have you, sir. You know, no survey of these where these streams flow out into the estuary has been done for any of the qualifying features. No, there's been no survey of the flow levels. We don't even know how the hydrograph is going to change. That's been recognized already in the previous evidence given. We don't know. So none of this has been measured. None of this has been surveyed. And I think for an appropriate assessment where you need to move things beyond reasonable scientific doubt using the best available evidence in the field, to not do any surveys of these areas where the freshwater meets the saline designated habitats really doesn't meet the requirements of the habitats regulations in my mind.
Mr. Andrews, got one more question on hydrology, and then I'll move much more briefly into the recreational issues, which obviously you've already read out in your summary proof of evidence. And it's to deal with the criticism that's made in Mr. Delahayes' rebuttal about your characterisation of Natural England's approach to this. And I think I want to focus just particularly on what's said about the effects of the Links, Grove and Hackett's marshes, triple SI, and the suggestion that I think that the dispute is whether Badnam Creek, I think, is within that triple SI or not, basically. And I just wanted to know whether you have any comments on what's said against you in relation to that.
Yeah, to be honest, I didn't really understand the criticism that was being levied. It struck me when I read it, and I reread it several times, that it was more of a comment on my cartographic skills than anything else, and didn't really make any solid points about the point, or at least didn't really address the point that I was making. So if I could take you to, I think it's in the rebuttal proof of Mr. Delahayes. CD D28. Exactly where that criticism is made. So we're in section 2. It's figure 1, which is on page. Sorry, I don't have page number. Anyway,
It's after paragraph 2.1.54.
yes, thank you, sir. So yes, I received some criticism for the map that I included and for annotating it and not explaining that my annotation, which was simply a speech bubble pointing to where the low tide channel of Badnam Creek is, or pointing into Badnam Creek, just so that people knew what we're talking about, wasn't a feature on the magic map. It was something I added later, and lack of scale and so on. But I think even in my map, anybody with any kind of cartographic understanding would be able to recognize the low tide channel being a blue sinuous line. They would recognize that the buff colored, if you like, areas either side of that blue line are probably the intertidal area and leading up to the mean high water mark. And when I look at figure 1, which is, if you like, a suggested replacement for that Mr. Delahayes puts in his rebuttal, I think it shows exactly the information I wanted to show, possibly better. Perhaps Mr. Delahayes' cartographic skills are better than mine in that sense, but it shows the same picture. So I'm not really sure what the point being made was. I mean, Badnam Creek, as you can see from figure 1, at low tide flows through the triple SI, which is shown by the, I think it's green hatching, Links, Grove and Hackett Marshes green hatching, and you can see that sinuous low tide channel runs in and out of the triple SI, mostly within it, particularly in its lower courses. And then the high tide channel, which is to the top of the sort of whatever color, one said peach color area, which is up to the high tide mark, more than half of that, which is made up of intertidal sediments, mudflats, salt marsh, that sort of thing, falls within the triple SI. And that is also, that higher tide area is also part of Badnam Creek. So the point I was trying to make, and which this figure 1 also makes, I believe, is that the statement from Stantec to Natural England that the Links, Grove and Hackett Marshes lies to the north beyond Badnam Creek is factually incorrect. Badnam Creek, a good significant portion of Badnam Creek is part of the triple SI. The triple SI overlaps it. And I don't see what point was being made. I don't think it changes anything.
Right, thank you, Mr. So very briefly on the recreational impacts. I'm not going to ask you to go over what you've already read out in your summary. In fact, I just want to put a couple of points that are made against you to ascertain your response to those. So the first is in the appellant's opening submissions, they suggested that actually you wouldn't expect to do a survey of the current recreational use of the site in a situation like this, and no survey is required here. What's your response to that?
I think the issue I have with the information to inform the appropriate assessment about recreational displacement is that it's based on assumption. It's not based on any data, and certainly no survey. Now, I take the point that there are elements of any survey in this area that could have be influenced by bias because of some of the negativity around the proposals. But to not do any survey and then to diminish the value or to criticize the value of the one survey, the survey that has been done. In fact, I believe there have been more than one survey, but the latest survey seems very odd to me because HRA is an evidence-based process. And so a lot of assertions are made about how local people will use the mitigation that's being put forward, the permissive path that runs up the perimeter of the site after the site's been worked and is in the restoration phase, the community access meadow. But that's all based on assumption, or they will use local footpaths that aren't near the coast. There's nothing to substantiate that. A local community organized a survey to go out and actually ask the users and people in the local area what their choices would be should they be presented with this, if you like, this alternative form of recreation on the site, this mitigation. And a lot of useful information came out of that, which I talk about in my proof. One comment that is made, I believe, in Mr. Delahay's rebuttal is that or I'm sorry if I'm getting the source wrong, but at some point there is a comment that it isn't normal to do a survey for every recreational impact or displacement, and if it were a housing site in this area, no survey would be required, no visitor survey would be required. Well, that's because it's already been done. I mean, the bird aware strategy that is there to deal with recreational impacts was itself informed by I believe several very extensive visitor surveys of local people and asking them where they go and what they do and so on in order to come up with an understanding of what's happening to the European sites in terms of recreational disturbance and how to mitigate it. So to say that housing developments don't require a survey and to use that as some sort of reason why this development, which isn't housing development, should also not require one. Well, they actually did have lots of visitor surveys informing the mitigation. So, sorry, that's a bit of a rambling answer, and I'm conscious that time is running short, but hopefully that's answered the question.
Yeah, one final question for you, Mr. Delahaye, then. It's paragraph 4.3.21 of Mr. Delahaye's proof of evidence. Let's turn this up. There's a reference made to the mitigation strategy bird aware Solent, that it was informed by extensive research during 2009 to 2013, which included the response of birds to disturbance, face-to-face surveys of visitors at the coast, and a postal survey of households living within 25 kilometres of the coast. And I think the suggestion is that if residents were living in the area before or during that period, they would form part of the existing baseline that could be exerting pressure on the habitat's footprint. What's your view on how the extent to which this bird aware Solent strategy and the surveys that went into that assists in this case?
Okay, so this is quite a complex thing to describe, but I'll try and do my best. So I think what Mr. Delahaye is saying here is that housing levels were used to determine household visits to the coast and act as a baseline. And the mitigation strategy which emerged from that used that as a baseline. and therefore anybody who is displaced to the coastal sites will have already been accounted for in that. So but I don't think that's right. In fact, at the time, and this goes back to the surveys, the questionnaires and the postal surveys that I was referring to, that I believe it was Footprint Ecology did, that informed the solvent bird aware mitigation strategy. They did postal surveys. They actually did face-to-face surveys, as Mr. Delahaye says in this paragraph. And the questions that they would have asked were around, and I haven't looked in detail, but they would have been probably similar questions to how often do you go to the coast for recreation, how many people in your household, et cetera, et cetera. Now, at that time, that was when they asked those questions, there was a body of people already, well, they would have been using, because those surveys were done, I think, in around 2009 to 2010, maybe. I'm sorry, I don't have the exact dates. But we know that at that time, the airfield was already being used informally for recreation. So anybody responding to that in those households who was going to the airfield would not have said, you know, I go to the coast all the time. It's where I always take my dog for a walk. And that's because they're using the airfield instead. So there is that hidden body of people that are using the airfield rather than the coast, which hasn't been accounted for in the baseline at all, and wouldn't be realised as a pressure on those European sites until such time as you close off the airfield, and then suddenly those people become a factor that starts to use the coastline. So I think because they were based on questionnaires about actual use, you can't. It's not a simple per household calculation. It actually looked at what people were actually doing. And the other thing it would have looked at is the condition at the time of those European sites, the habitat condition of those sites, based on those current levels of use. So the condition might have been at that time benefiting from people using the airfield instead of the coastal sites at the time that those surveys were done. So I actually think that it's the other way around. I think that the baseline doesn't account for them, and they would indeed be an extra input of people and dogs on those coastal sites. I'm sorry if that doesn't. It's a very difficult thing to describe, but hopefully that made some sense.
Thank you, Mr. Andrews. Thank you, sir. My apologies because it's my fault for overrunning, but those are all the questions I have.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Andrews. Appreciate that. I know you'll be back tomorrow, but thank you for your evidence in chief tonight. And it's important. I know it took a bit longer than we expected, but this is an important issue, and I'm sure we might take a little bit longer again tomorrow. So I'll make some assessment about where we are at tomorrow, at the end of tomorrow, and see whether or not we need to think about any of that contingency for that very last day. All right. That's it as far as today goes. The matter that I raised, rather than me send an email, which I can do if you wish, but it's easy for me just for you to record it. If we could have a response to that 2022, you can do it this week if you want, but I'm not going to do much with it until probably next week. So if we say by the end of next week, all I will do then is send that off to the case officer to send it to yourselves for comment, and then when we reconvene back in June, after I've done all the formalities of what we need to do and the housekeeping things, before we get into the evidence that day, we'll just deal with that matter. In fact, I might ask you for a written response to it actually, and then I've got it, and then that might negate me having to say I'm not going to open debate. I've seen both parties' sides responding to that. That's probably enough for me.
That's fine. So I'm obviously conscious that at the moment I don't think necessarily that those points fall within our case in this inquiry. So we will obviously comment on that to the extent where we'll assist you.
Yeah.
But
I'd like you to comment because obviously it's come through the community.
Okay, sir.
So I'm not going to raise it as an issue thinking about it. I'm not going to raise it for debate within the inquiry. It's a matter that's been raised. I want the appellant's position. You can give me what you think is your position, and I've got a view, and that's probably as far as I need to go and no further.
Okay. Well,
and I'll give you some timelines on that. It's not. I don't see it as a deal breaker. It's really, does it matter or doesn't it? If it matters, I need to think about it. If it doesn't matter, and you concur it doesn't matter, then fair be it. But we've dealt with it, and that's all I'm asking us to do.
Grateful, sir. And forgive my lights on just on the issue of contingency planning, because I know obviously I appreciate you want to take a view tomorrow because we don't know where we'll get to. At the moment, it might be relevant for you to know that Mr. Whittingham is not available on Friday, because his evidence was due to be heard tomorrow. Obviously, there might be questions if we overrun tomorrow about when and how we hear the highways evidence. So I'll obviously double check Mr. Whittingham's availability tonight, because it might help you to know that tomorrow whether
I think Mr. Whittingham will be all right. I think it's more about Mr. Howard that might be the issue.
Yes, and my only concern, for my benefit with Mr. Howard, is obviously it'd be helpful for me to have Mr. Whittingham there when Mr. Howard is giving his technical
I wouldn't push it into Friday. I'd stick with the programme on Friday. So if we were to have an issue with overrun, then I would look as to how we use the 2 days in June.
Okay, so you're not minded to change the programme on Friday in any event?
I think that would be fair, because I wouldn't do
if we
that.
can assist the inquiry, we will, and if you need me to make inquiries, Mr. Whittingham, I will, but I just wanted to check that with you.
No, I think it's probably better that we leave Friday as it is. We can have, if it causes a problem for Mr. Howard, we can have a chat about that. It might be that we've not an issue at all. But we probably need to just have a little bit of an eye on where we're going now in terms of timescale. Just to have a think.
I'm grateful, sir. Thank you.
But we can touch base on that first thing tomorrow morning.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Is there any other matters of housekeeping that I need to be aware of before we close for the evening? Brilliant. So, end of the week. I'm not going to send an email out unless you really want me to. End of the week, and then I'll just fire it off and I'll give you a timescale for comment. That's all. Nothing more. Having said that, tomorrow morning we'll reconvene back in here at 9:30. We'll start the cross-examination of Mr. Andrews. Hopefully we'll get through the evidence of Mr. Delahaye, and hopefully that will conclude around about lunchtime, or if not early afternoon, and then we will be dealing with highways matters from Mr. Whittingham in the afternoon. If we miss him, Mr. Whittingham, in the afternoon, then we have all some serious issues to think about, but I'm sure that won't be the case. All right, 17:28, we're getting earlier, just for today probably, but at that particular point we'll close and we'll see everyone at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Thank you.